I want to thank everyone for coming to the 5th International Thorium Energy Alliance Future of Energy Conference. A lot of you traveled a very long way to get here, and I'll probably say it over and over, but I want you to know that we really appreciate you taking the time and the expense. And most of you here are traveling on your own dime, and probably not too many of you have expense accounts. And so it makes me doubly proud to have you folks make the commitment to come all the way here to Chicago. I hope while you're here in Chicago you have a chance to run around a little bit and see the city. It's a beautiful city, and there's lots and lots of things to do here. A little bit of business before we get started. Bathrooms are that way through that door, and also if you want, they're upstairs too, through the same doors, probably in about the same location, always important. If you want to ask a question of any of the speakers, there's a microphone right here, so we'd appreciate that you would get to a microphone in order to ask your question, because our guy, Gordon McDowell, our videographer, and Eric, and all the rest of the folks that are helping film this event and hopefully getting it turned into a documentary, need to have good audio quality. So there's a mic there, and there's a mic up in the balcony. If you guys start getting a little claustrophobic down here, there is the whole racetrack up there. I also want to thank some of our sponsors. Sunstar Strategic was very generous, and we've made them our official sponsor of the Day 2 unconference. Energy from Thorium, Don Larson, and the good folks from Energy from Thorium were very generous and helped us. Jim Kennedy and 3 Consulting were extremely generous in helping get this program put together. And of course, I'm very grateful to Robert Stone and Robert Stone Productions, who have generously given us a preview copy of Pandora's Promise to show later today, sort of during and after our little cocktail reception. And very much I want to thank Tammy, the long-suffering woman in the elevator hallway there, who's had to help get us all organized today, and a fellow who couldn't make it here, Tom Mick, who does a lot of our web stuff and other organizing activities. And most of all, I want to thank Vince Lakowski, who without him we could never get these things put together. He does everything from the graphics and putting the programs together to taping up signs. So thank you very much, Vince. So I just sort of will ease into my little greeting talk here. Vince is a good start to it. Some of you may know that a select few of you are getting to go to a tour of Argonne National Labs on Saturday, and I'm sorry. I wish I could have offered it to everyone, but they're opening it up special just for us on Saturday. They never do that, and honest to God, and so the reason they had to do that was originally I wanted to have folks going on the tour come in one day early and do it, but the molten salt reactor design team from China is going to be at Argonne National Labs, and why they're not here, at the thorium conference, I sent them an invitation, and so I was talking to Vince, and I was saying, God, isn't that a crazy coincidence? Can you imagine the coincidence that the very week we have the conference, these guys happen to be here? And Vince said, John, it's not a coincidence. The Chinese are here all the time. And I said, oh my God, you're right. That probably is the way to think about that. The Chinese are here all the time, and I'm sure they're fully and actively sharing all their knowledge with us. It's a bi-directional partnership, you know. That's why it makes so much sense. So ponder that. So what I wanted, my little tiny talk here to get us started was I wanted to talk about this interesting little artifact of history. This particular little thing is called Indian perceptual blindness, and it's a real thing, perceptual blindness. And like the little quote up there, it said, the American Indians and the Australian Aborigines they had the tall ships parked in the harbor, and they knew the Indians could see them, but the Indians just ignored them, and they're like, what? And the white people couldn't, like, what is going on? And it wasn't until the white folk got in their smaller boats and got close to the shore that all of a sudden the Indians flipped out and started shooting arrows at them. And the thought was that the Indians, the boat, a tall-masted ship, was so different and so unusual that they just couldn't perceive what they were seeing, so that they sort of didn't see it. I mean, their eyes picked it up and they kind of saw a smudge, but their brains couldn't process because they'd never seen a tall ship before. But once they got in a small boat, then they're like, oh, that's like a canoe. And then once they got close to shore, they're like, those are people in the canoe and they're invaders. So, but, the real thing is probably that they did see the boat and they may not have known what it was, but what they only cared about was a threat. And it wasn't until the white man was landing on the shores that they perceive it as a threat. But of course, by then it's too late, right? We were already there. And we know that perceptual blindness is real. Probably almost all of you have heard of these experiments where, they'll say, look, you got to examine a fake crime scene, or you got to look at a basketball game and always tell me what player number 42 is doing. And the people get so focused on this one task that you can have a gorilla with a gun walk through the scene, or a purple gorilla run across a basketball court, and people won't even see it. Because they're so focused on the task at hand that they can't see anything. They can't even perceive of something so out of the ordinary. And then another type of perceptual blindness is coming closer, bringing it into what we do. So we're working on something that's technologically so new and such a different idea. This idea that, we're going to have a reactor that creates power very cheaply, creates lots of process heat. We got to start thinking about what that means. When the telephone was invented, they thought it would be used to broadcast concerts and sporting events across the country. And when the radio was invented, they thought, oh, well, everyone will have a little radio in their home and they'll, ahoy, ahoy, can you read me? But the crazy thing, as you read in the notes there, is that's actually true now. 10 years ago, we would have thought, oh, how silly Mr. Bell was, and how, Mr. Tesla and they don't know what they're talking about. But it turns out that's exactly what it is. We all carry around little radios now, and at home we get our sporting events over a telephone line. So we think we're so smart. We think, oh, I know exactly what this technology is going to be used for, right? If you get lots of heat, you're going to make fertilizer, or you're going to make hydrogen, or you're going to do, gasify coal. But what I want you to think about, since we're getting to that point where we're starting to make this technology real, and there's actual little companies out there trying to get this thing to be real, and of course the Chinese are very enthusiastically trying to make things real, we need to start thinking about what the second and third order effects are of that technology. What would that really be? And just to review, promised I'd keep it short. So what do we know? Well, we know we literally are terrible at perceiving new information. And we're even worse at predicting the future. And but I'd like to ask you, if you get your little internet connection or you're back in your hotel room tonight, go look at the videos from the first conference about 6 years ago. And even though you'll see some talks that are start out to be similar, even now we can see the evolution towards reality. That what we thought we'd be doing 6 years ago, even now, a few short years later, has really started to change. And in a good way, it's starting to gel. And if there's one thing we can get from this conference, the one thing I would ask you to spend the next 48 hours or so thinking about and doing may not be so much the technology, because as I think I may have hopefully demonstrated in a tiny way, 10 years from now, we may not know exactly what the technology is. Is it DMSR? Is it IMSR? Is it MSR? Is it some sort of magic dust that we don't even know about yet? So maybe the most important thing we get out of this conference isn't specific technology, although we have to do that groundwork. The specific thing that we might come away from is, how do we communicate this? I've spent an inordinate amount of time the last year talking to myself, to people who will listen, about, and later on tonight, that movie Pandora's Promise is essentially all about this too, is we know that this is really good stuff. How do we extract the fear, and how do we make people at least accepting of this technology? I don't care if people are enthusiastic about it, but people are accepting of incredibly dangerous things in their home every day, from bug spray to gas stoves and gas furnaces and water heaters. Our lives are riddled with things that are incredibly dangerous, and yet we accept them because they make our lives better. So on day 2, we're going to spend that whole unconference is essentially one long participatory session of how do you think we need to go about getting that message across. And that is the most important thing we can get out of this conference, because if we, in this room, the most accepting and some of the most technologically advanced people, if we can hardly make out that boat like the Indians, if we're like the Indians on the shore and we can hardly make out that boat made of thorium, and that boat made of thorium that we see on the horizon, we can see it. The general public can't see it yet. We can see it, and we know it's not an enemy. That's not a battleship. It's a rescue boat. And that thorium boat, that molten salt reactor boat, is going to save society. And because we can see it, it's our duty to let the rest of our tribe know what that thing on the horizon is. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to prove that I can see the future. I can see it's coming into view here. I know what the future looks like. Here it's a little more. Oh, there it is. Hey, Katie Hudek. So the future looks like Katie, doesn't it? Hey, Vince. So I just want to introduce Katie Hudek. Hopefully you all actually have some idea who she is. She's a wonderful young woman who took an interest. I'll let her tell her whole story, but I'll tell my little tiny bit about it, is that back in September, I got an email from her father, and the email said something to the effect of, "Hi, my daughter made a video about thorium. Can you look at it?" And I thought, ugh. God, I'm like, all right, fine. So I go and I find it and I looked at it. I was like, oh my God, this is really pretty good, man. I mean, I'm sure, the nerdier of us will like nitpick at it and be like, well, that's not right. But, but it's like, geez, she was 12 or 13, whatever at the time. Man, that's pretty darn good. And so, not to bring any controversial issues up, but there are some issues in American society that just a few years ago, you would have said, there's no chance that that's ever going to be legalized and legal for people to do that. And in just a few years, unbelievably, that has changed. And maybe that is one more takeaway, that maybe we can't change the minds of the people who grew up with, ban the bomb and no nukes. We can try, but what we can really do, what we can really hope for is the future are like the young girls sitting at that table, and maybe they can change the future for us, and they better, because they got to live with the junk we left them. So Katie, please come up here. Thank you, Katie.
Here you go, you're all set.
Hi, my name is Katie. I did some of the videos when I was in 7th grade, and now I'm in 8th grade. And the title of my talk is Thorium and Molten Salt Reactors Improving Public Knowledge and Awareness. Oops. Why is energy important? Well, a safe and abundant energy supply will benefit humanity by improving food production and food storage or refrigeration, providing clean water and wastewater systems, and improving the quality of life. In fact, the World Health Organization has highlighted a connection between household energy and health. For example, in Southeast Asia and Africa, burning cow dung, coal, or wood, etc. for cooking and light can lead to air pollution and respiratory illnesses. Their brochure is at the shown link. Thorium and MSRs have a great potential for providing safe and abundant power. This potential was supported by the experiments at Oak Ridge National Laboratories. They were led by Alvin Weinberg and were the Aircraft Reactor Experiment, ARE, and the Molten Salt Reactor Experiment, MSRE. They proved to be safe, low pressure, self-regulating, with a smaller quantity and shorter duration of radioactive waste, and many other benefits. However, Timende causa est nescere. Ignorance is the cause of fear. This is a quote by Seneca and is shown since many people oppose nuclear energy. Why? Well, maybe they don't really understand nuclear energy and the chemistry and physics behind it. Then they are afraid of it, and this may lead to opposition. What can we do? Well, knowledge is power. Perhaps if we educate these people, then they will understand nuclear power, and then they may become more supportive. We need to educate two different audiences, children or students and adults. To educate children and students, perhaps promoting chemistry and physics at earlier ages would lead to less fear and misunderstanding when learning about nuclear power. Ways we could do this are use unit studies that are fun and exciting. For example, I enjoyed online learning, which occasionally included animations, traveling interactive exhibits for children's museums, and computer games involving chemistry and or physics. In my case, I first learned about chemistry at a young age. At age 9, I wrote Element comics, and I also have written 2 plays involving chemistry and physics. It's Elementary, which was produced at a local community theater, and The Great Electron Mystery. There are samples of these in the appendix. Thank you. Adults would benefit from educational materials as well. These materials should include basic chemistry, physics, and nuclear power information. These materials could be multimedia presentations and interesting museum exhibits. I saw an example of this when I received comments on my videos from adults seeking background information. To address these comments, I'm currently creating a new video explaining chemistry fundamentals. I was asked to explain how I became interested in thorium and molten salt reactors. Well, I have always found science to be exciting and fun. And I've been fascinated with chemistry, physics, and radioactivity for many years. I heard of the nuclear accident at Fukushima, Japan on March 11th, 2011. And I wondered how we can make nuclear energy safer. This inspired me to pursue my science fair project, Nuclear Energy. How can we make it safer? For my project, I found information online about Oak Ridge National Lab's molten salt reactors and lifter designs. I was excited to learn about the potential of molten salt reactors and thorium as a fuel. I constructed both qualitative and quantitative analyses comparing the lifter's behavior to that of a conventional high-pressure light water reactor of today under a loss of power fault. Both these analyses demonstrated the advantages of thorium and molten salt reactors over conventional high-pressure light water reactors of today. I also entered a separate science video competition, but I was limited to a maximum of 2 minutes. That wasn't long enough, but it was a lot of fun. I continued making longer videos explaining my science fair project and uploaded them to YouTube. I have a channel called the Katie Science and Arts channel, shown at the link. I try to portray science as exciting and fun with Katie and Casey science videos. Casey is my miniature poodle. She's 3 years old. I have extended my original science fair project and incorporated feedback and adjusted the estimated transition probabilities for the sudden loss of power fault condition. The simulation models can be run with different transition probabilities, enabling me to do this. I would love to have real-world data to incorporate in my models. I've since created a new simulation to model a leaks and piping fault condition. I ran these new simulations and recorded the new results. There's more information in the appendix. In summary, energy is very important to the well-being of humanity, and thorium and molten salt reactors are a promising technology, with safer reactors and much less and shorter-lived radioactive waste. However, some people are opposed to nuclear power, perhaps because they don't understand it and are hence afraid of it. Therefore, if we can educate them, then they may understand it better, and then they may become more supportive. It is important to educate both children and adults with fun and exciting unit studies, interactive exhibits for museums, and multimedia presentations. I'm very excited about thorium as a fuel. Thank you for inviting me to the TEAC, and I'm excited to see everyone else's presentations.
Thank you, Katie. Do we have some questions for Katie?
What are you running for?
Running for?
Yeah, for office. Like, you gonna run for president or senator?
Maybe.
We got some guys back there that can give you some advice.
Avoid getting held back by the public school system.
So
I'm homeschooled.
the question was, I'll just rephrase it. What kind of education do you have, Katie?
I'm homeschooled.
There you go.
Can you explain a bit more about these simulations you did?
Sure.
There you go.
So, what?
What?
Okay. So, this is a state machine, and the circles represent states that the system could be in, and the arrows represent all the events that could lead to the system transitioning to a different state. For example, if the system is in the state of having lost power, event 1 encompasses all the events that could lead to losing cooling control. And then from there, event 0 encompasses all the events that could lead to a stable shutdown. For example, the power was lost and the cooling control was lost, but then eventually the power came back on and the operators were able to shut down the reactor with no release.
Very good.
So where'd you get the data from?
Well, I estimated what I consider to be reasonable probabilities for each transition. And if anybody has gathered the frequency of losing cooling control after the reactor's lost power versus a stable shutdown, then I could incorporate that easily into my models, and I would be excited to see the results.
So the question is, how well was your entry into the science fair received?
Lukewarm. I got a bronze.
Oh,
I think it was something to do with what wings of airplanes are more aerodynamic.
yeah.
You mentioned games as a way of teaching children. How would you do a game sort of format for educational things? Last night we were talking about and there was a joke like you press the button it goes, press the button it stops. How would you actually make a game out of it?
Well, you could have something where there's a ship in the lifter that shoots neutrons, and the aim is to hit enough thorium to keep a reaction going, something like that.
Can we put bets on it?
No, I don't like gambling. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why was your science fair presentation lukewarm in reception? From fear and hostility?
I don't know. Maybe they didn't understand it. What?
Lack of understanding or hostility on the part of the judges?
Lack of understanding. They didn't seem particularly hostile.
Yes. Yeah. The question is, are your parents scientists?
No, they're engineers. They do use science.
All those doctors.
Oh, no.
No, that's. And then one more question.
Two.
Two. Simon.
At school, what do your friends think of civilian nuclear power? Are they hostile against it, or?
So, what are the question is, what do your friends think of nuclear power?
Well, I think my friend Allie liked my videos. And my family liked my videos. My cousin Adrian and my cousin Michelle and her 3-year-old daughter Sarah. Sarah really liked Casey.
Yeah, I like Casey.
But Adrian, my family liked it.
Very good.
Katie, everybody in here likes it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What did your science teacher say? Like, did your science teacher encourage you to pursue your interest, or did he say no?
So the question is, did your science teacher encourage you to pursue this?
Well, my parents encouraged me to do this for the science project,
Uh-huh.
and I researched it, and I got excited about it.
So your parents are your science teachers?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Were you able to enlist any other advisors to help you in this project?
So did anybody else help you with your videos and projects besides
Well,
your parents?
No.
Nope. All right. And hold on. Was there? Yes.
You like thorium, what do you think of the uranium reactors?
A bit more unsafe.
Good. And then Eve.
I just wondered if there was anything else in the appendix. The appendices.
Oh, yes, there is. Oh, that's one. I have a state machine for the lifter. And then I have results. And I have a bar chart. And then I simulated, this is the new simulation for the leaks and piping fault condition.
Very good.
Oh, and this is one of the, this is a redrawn version of one of the Element comics I did when I was 9. It's
very good. And then you have some.
And these are synopses of the plays.
We'll have her. We'll have her presentation on the website along with her video. So,
Woo.
very good.
Oh,
Okay.
There's another question.
All right.
Thank you. I think I'd like to do that.
Thank you, Katie. Well, there you go. There's your little slice of hope for the day. So now I want to take a brief moment and our next speaker I'm especially proud of, and I can't tell you how delighted I am that Joe Sestak agreed to take a day out of his extraordinarily busy schedule to come and speak to us here at the Thorium Energy Alliance. For those of you who don't know, Joe's an admiral in the United States Navy. He served for 2 terms in the Congress of the United States, and if you look at his record, you will be shocked that there's still somebody that honorable left in that building. And unfortunately, he's not left in that building. He almost got into the Senate for the state of Pennsylvania, overcoming unbelievable odds and having to fight his own party and not to put too fine a point on it, but getting some encouragement not to run from folks in the administration, and it's to read what he went through and to get so close is just heartrending. He's the most principled politician I know, and the USA will be lucky as a nation in 2014 when he wins the Senate, because he is running again for United States Senate, and this will be a great thing for this country because obviously he's here and he understands and knows and supports this technology. So without any more, Joe can pick up the mantle from here, and so let's give a hand for So I don't even know what to call you. It's like Congressman, Admiral, sir. But thank you.
Understudy to Katie. John, thanks very much, and everybody, thanks for having me here today to the Thorium Energy Alliance. You might imagine it's a little tough to get up here after that presentation. I probably will get 0 questions. It kind of reminds me of a story about an understudy up on Broadway that they finally get their chance. The main star is sick, and They tell him, you're going to do it the next day. So he sends out telegrams to everybody, all his friends. And when he gets to the theater, nobody's there. So he goes back to his dressing room and he finds the car. One person has answered the telegram and said, thanks for the warning. So after watching, look, I'm very glad to be here, and I'm actually glad that I did follow Katie. Because I think she represents the best of our national treasure, which is our youth, but also because of the unique characteristic that youth have. They are not burdened with experience. And I use that phrase consciously. You know, in those 31 years in the U.S. military, I lived with the youth of America. Come aboard an aircraft carrier that was in my carrier battle group for the war. 5,000 sailors. Their average age was 19 and a half. I lived with them. I worked with them. I went to war with them. Before a pilot got into the plane to take off, you didn't even ask a question whether they had fixed your plane properly at 19 and a half. You just saluted, knowing the job had been done, and off you went over the skies of Afghanistan and Iraq. And then they ran a nuclear reactor. I put my head down at night about 100 feet away from that reactor. We had made it sailor-proof. We knew routines and procedures. We were experienced and knew that we would not have, nor ever did have, an accident. So then I went to Congress about 5 years later, and I saw the other side of that experience, the burden of it. Because in 2007, as I got to Congress a few months later, this group came in and started talking to me about thorium, and I am not a nuclear-trained officer. But I thought, this is interesting. It captured several of the elements that I think are most important for us as we're trying to come to grasp with our energy policy. First, it made us much more secure in our independence. It looked like it could if we were to pursue this. Second, the affordability seemed very interesting. I mean, at the time they were throwing out some facts that needed to be validated that said, you know, this could cost 1/4 of what it does for a normal reactor, a uranium, in its construction. The cost of it might be just 50% for the production of the electricity, and the operating cost would be as little as 2 to 3%. And then, most attractive also, was it was relatively clean in a number of ways. I mean, here you could have, it could be a breeder that would actually produce more fuel than what it's using, but in that fuel that you're putting into it, you could rip out all that other stuff in storage that's dirty and put it in here, and have de minimis proliferation concerns, as U-233 and 232, and the gaseous vapors from that 232 don't make it as weapon likely. And then you actually have much less fissile material sitting around. So then I said, well, we need to have a study on this, because in the military you learn to expect what you inspect. And I wanted to know, was this just not another group coming in? Is there really something here? And so I worked with the Armed Services Committee that I was on in order to get a study, put it placed into it. And I could work for the votes to have it done. And then it went over to the deep freeze, the United States Senate. And there it wasn't only frozen in time, but the U.S. Navy reached in with its experience, the burden of it, to remove it. That's why I'm a great believer in the youth of America. They are not burdened with experience, but that is your challenge. He called it imperceptible blindness or whatever it was. It is this burden of experience. I just don't think, though, that's a challenge for you. It's a challenge for all of America today. Because what's occurred is we no longer govern, for example, from the U.S. Senate or the other places down there in Washington, D.C. We confront our challenges only in a crisis. We even have a shorthand lexicon for it. Fiscal cliff, debt ceiling, super committee, sequester, Sandy Hook. Rather than preventing crisis and addressing our challenges, we tend to react to them and even then not successfully meet them. The lack of accountability is awesome down there. There tends to be no more of that pragmatic leadership that one learns in the military, where there's great variance of ideas, but you also come together in a principled compromise to make sure that the mission's accomplished, to where there's a sense of, this is where we are. And based on the facts, here's what we've got to do. And these are the benchmarks that we have to achieve, and hold me accountable in achieving them. We used to have that at some time, even within our energy policy. Take the early 70s, when we had that massive recession that occurred because we had our first oil blockade where OPEC turned off the spigot. They didn't have to close the Straits of Hormuz. They just said, we're not going to sell oil. And out of that, in the Ford administration, they said, we've got to begin to look at what has become the golden grail, energy independence. And one part of that was natural gas. They knew that those more readily available sources of natural gas would disappear soon. And so they began a crusade to look at, can we actually get gas out of shale? And your United States government, beginning in the Ford administration, for 25 years gave $10 billion of tax credits to private industry to try to bring this about. Your United States government opened up its labs and said, come on in. We will jointly develop the diamond bit drill by which you go down 3,000 feet. And our national, including our defense industries, help them develop in the government. Then when you go sideways, the seismographic imaging tool that's needed to see what can be done and where you're going to explode those small little devices. And so what occurred is all of a sudden we had a natural gas that is so abundant today that last week for the first time we actually approved a refinery down in the south to no longer to turn liquefied gas as it's imported into vapors, the gas. We now have given it permission to go the opposite way and convert it for exports. So within a decade, we will be energy independent. Again, it met 3 criteria. It helped make us secure and independent in our own energy supply. Number 2, it is affordable. It, not regulations, is what's made coal less likely to be in demand here in America because of the cost. And third, it is cleaner of fossil fuels, you well know, by 50%. So because of that, I tend to have come to look at thorium a little differently than I did in 2007. To me, it's become, in conjunction with rare earth minerals, a national security issue under the following heading. That again in the military you learn that amateurs do tactics, experts do logistics. Take Napoleon. 2 days every month, this greatest general of almost all time would sit down and for 2 whole days do nothing but go through the logistical reports. Was enough feed brought forward for the horses? Did I have enough wood to go over, to build bridges to go over fjords? Did I have the right bullets and the beans? Take Desert Storm. And the Marine Corps put a 3-star general in charge of logistics. General Kulak did such an amazing job in the logistics that he became head of the commandant, that is, of the Marine Corps, basically a supply officer. Amateurs do tactics, experts do logistics. And to me, this is most important. When you think about our national security, that is so dependent upon our economic security, and look west. I can remember backpacking through China in the mid-1980s. I was in between ships. I had 60 days with nothing to do and had a lot of accrued leave. So I flew into Beijing and about a month later came out in Hong Kong because it was the very first year they permitted Americans to travel by themselves in the mid-80s. I can remember going into a supermarket there, Chongqing, Wuhan, one of those places. And in the state store, you could see these scrawny pieces of lettuce and tiny little tomatoes, because that was the year they permitted 20% of what you grew to be kept and sold on your own. The rest you sold to the supermarket. And right behind the supermarket as I went there were the plump chickens with the ripe tomatoes, the humongous lettuces. And I said, they're going to be great capitalists. But think about it. You can go to Africa where my wife works at times as international environmentalist, actually cleaning up, and she works up trying to clean some of this radiation that the Soviet Union left behind near our Scandinavian countries with their submarines. They just latched to the pier there, letting them rot with the reactors. But there the Chinese sit in Africa, soaking up the minerals. Take South America, or continue over to the other side, where they have identified the South China Sea as, in their words, a core interest. That is the same term they use for Taiwan, which they want to own. They don't treat the South China Sea as an international waterway. To them, it's an inland China Sea. Why? Because of the rich minerals and resources that are under it. It's why we've had 4 naval conflicts already, with Vietnam, the Philippines, and other countries to the north, like Japan. I sat yesterday in a briefing because I care about, I feel I was one of the custodians for a while, about our marine life out there, to where the Chinese have even soaked up throughout this great commons of our seas what's called forage fish, the things like anchovies, that bigger fish feed upon and bigger fish feed upon. So you might have read an article about a month ago where sharks are disappearing because that little beginning of the food chain for them is disappearing, as almost 80% of all the anchovies, for example, are brought into China as their fishing fleets go out and bring it up, or they get access rights and bring it all back to China to feed their growing cattle and others that to feed their growing population. I bring this up because it's not unlike a monopoly. They are very good capitalists. And when we had capitalists in the late 1800s, they did certain things that if you didn't want to pay the price, they'd just cut you off. So Japan didn't want to pay the price of giving up those disputed islands to Japan, so they just cut off rare earth minerals. When I came here today, I got in my hybrid car. It had a rare earth mineral in it. I got on a plane and its turbine had a rare earth mineral in it. I called my wife before I took off and said, I love you, because I'm a surface guy, not normally a pilot, and said, I love you. And then I got here and I opened up my computer, and it also, with that cell phone, had a rare earth mineral in it. We don't do too bad. We produce enough rare earth mineral here in America to take care of ourselves. That's not the point. The point is, as you opened up the paper today, the headline, and the one I read was, tech firms coming back to America from China. You read it a couple months ago, you saw other types of manufacturing firms beginning to come back because wages are rising. And at times it might be better to come back here. But what won't come back here is the supply of rare earth minerals. Not only that, but China is doing some amazing things. 1/3 of all the rare earth minerals it exports to the world, because it controls 97%, as you know. 1/3 of it is by smuggling. They are cutting down on that vigorously right now. And they have stopped all surveys of new lands to see if they can find new sources of rare earth minerals. It's a monopoly. Less out there, you can control the price. It's stopping its competitor, the smugglers. So for me, this issue of thorium with rare earth minerals has to be looked at as a national security issue. And much like the government had a role to play when it wanted to begin our journey towards energy independence with, like, for example, natural gas, I believe in a national security interest, government has a role to play. But it has to do a number of things. First, it really does need to look at and understand that rare earth cannot be separated, or very hard to do, from thorium. They come together because on the whole they're mined together. Second, having recognized that as one of the facts, the other one to recognize is that what we want from thorium is to recognize that, yes, it is radioactive. It has alpha. It has an isotope, thallium, that gives some beta in it, but it doesn't have gamma. And so you begin to work yourself through that it needs to be classified properly so it can be utilized with more ease. Proper protection, but more ease, so that we can use it properly for heat processes. And second, since it comes with the rare earth minerals, that increasingly we don't want only to secure our own domestic supply, but what we really need to do is become the global competitor in order to provide rare earth products like the cell phone. We are the nation that discovered the solar power panel. We are the nation that discovered the wind turbine, where 400 tons of steel sit in it. But when you begin to think about what goes into them, they all both have rare earth minerals. And so you may know today that China is the #1 exporter, even though we discovered it, of both solar power panels and of wind turbines. So the concept is, if you want to believe that manufacturing might come back, there's a piece of it that won't unless we have our own logistical chain line here in America. And last, I think what we have to do is recognize, or try to have that recognition be out there, that this is not a threat. Rather, it's an asset to other types of energy we have here in America. So for example, all energy, as I mentioned almost, or I think I might have mentioned, uses rare earth minerals. It doesn't matter whether it's a nuclear reactor or petroleum fracking, whether it's a magnet or whether it's advanced alloys used in a turbine. We also have to make it very clear that molten salt reactors, or what we come forward with, does not pose a threat, and rather can only enhance and make cleaner and more utility for other types of energy, who should be an ally in this. So you begin to have, can coal become liquid fuel? Can you better extract natural gas as you go from the Marcellus Shale to the Utica Shale? Are you able then to have that refinery that has just been given permission to go from liquid to gas, to go from gas to liquid now? Are you able then to use the heat process of thorium in order to have it go that way more easily? The concrete, the fertilizer production, as you move into desalination and hydrogen production, it has an immense role to play if you focus it upon its heat processes. So as I summarize, at least my viewpoint, I do think that thorium with rare earths, of where I've evolved to, as someone who cares about the national security of America, has a way to enhance greatly the accessibility of our energy in so many fields, not just nuclear power. And along with that, give us the material source we need to remain and be the greatest of global competitors as we begin our manufacturing prowess once more. To do it, 4 things is what I'd leave with. First, I really do believe amateurs do tactics, experts do logistics. I don't care if it's a war campaign or a political campaign. Experts do logistics. This is an economic logistical issue for our national security. It's a source, both energy and rare earth minerals. Second, I so believe in pragmatic leadership, where you're American before you're partisan, to where you understand that this is where we are. This, based on the facts, is what we have to do. And these are the benchmarks by which we should be held accountable. So to me, recognizing that, but also recognizing, as Katie well pointed out, the burden of experience we have. My average staff was about 22 years old. I went back to teaching at Carnegie Mellon and Cheney University in Dickinson, so I'd be with youth. They're not only invigorating, but they're not burdened with experience. But so is their allies who should be with you all in this effort, the manufacturers. and energy industry. They have to be part of the coalition. And then finally, at least for me, what I really believe you saw with natural gas, and what at times even this industry needs to recognize, that is the special character of America that I saw all the time in the United States military. SEAL Team 6, rugged individuals, but always aligned for the common mission. They had each other's back. I believe that's what America is when we're at our best, is we value rugged individuals where government does not interfere with the negative parts of how it can interfere. But at times, government, held accountable, can actually advance the opportunity for individuals. Abraham Lincoln did it with landmark universities, building the railroads. President Eisenhower did it with student loans that he called defense student loans, as he originated the student loan program. And he did it with the interstate highway system, which he called the defense interstate highway system. So after World War II and Korea, we could quickly, more rapidly respond to get things to where we had to. But by the way, it had great opportunity, particularly for small businesses, as he even established a small business administration, because he knew that no longer would be corporations, it would be entrepreneurs and small businesses that would begin, as they do today, create 60% of all new jobs. So my take at the end is we are a nation of rugged individuals, but we tend to build tall ladders together and have people who are brave enough to climb them on their own. I saw it every day in the military. But all we ask at times, and Washington fails at this, is to help build higher, more rungs for those who succeed so that people can climb, like Katie, our children, even higher. And I think, like they did in natural gas, this is something that truly is a national security issue and has to be addressed that way for the good of America. So thank you. And as I said, I couldn't even tell you what thorium was before 2007. But because of a simple presentation that came in, it just seemed to me that it was a decent idea that needed to be studied. But right now it seems to be roadblocked. So thank you very much, and at least give me one question so Katie doesn't make me feel bad.
Joe, I'm very interested in your comments about natural gas. Obviously in Pennsylvania, as most people know, you're sitting on top of the Marcellus shale formation there. And that's a huge vested interest for the people of Pennsylvania, but also for the natural gas industry. I think you talked a lot about energy security, but there's also the issue of climate change, which is another very, very important issue. And as you correctly said, natural gas is getting us away from coal, and that's doing a lot of good for our efforts to clean up CO2 production in the United States. But do you see, as most of the people in this room feel, I think thorium energy presents the possibility of where we can possibly create our energy with virtually no CO2 production at all. Do you see any kind of conflict between building a thorium energy base and the fossil fuel interests that are aligned with natural gas, and that might have inhibited the development of thorium research in the past 10 years or so?
And what was that last sentence, the very last sentence?
Do you feel that the fossil fuel interests that are behind shale gas development might be conflicting with the potential for thorium energy development?
I think the answer to that is yes. Fossil fuel, as you know, I said natural gas has 50% less fossil CO2 emissions and others than fossil fuels. But when you actually add in what it costs to extract it, that 50% goes up, and it depends upon the study and who does it, whether it's 100 and equal to coal or somewhat just 60 or 70%. So it's not quite 50%, number one. Climate change, I believe, is a national security issue also. And you're absolutely spot on. Navy spending $250 million or some number, don't quote me on that exact number, trying to protect its piers in Norfolk. It's an economic issue because cows produce less milk when the temperature goes up. Apples, they need cold weather during winter to rejuvenate themselves. So this issue is not a tree hugger issue. This issue is serious on climate change. So the answer in a perfect world is, I think you're spot on. Look, I am someone who's very comfortable with nuclear power. As I said, I slept on a ship. We made it sailor-proof. You go on an aircraft carrier A or an aircraft carrier B, the knob is in the same place. We made them sailor-proof. Standardization. So I do think, and that's why I was also interested in thorium. However, this natural gas, not done well, by the way. As you know, there's the Halliburton loophole, where EPA is forbidden to have any oversight whatsoever under the Clean Water Drinking Act to even walk in and see if the clean water is being polluted. And mind you, does it create jobs? Absolutely. But remember this, about, something like 2,000 of those jobs will be permanent. Once those 462 guys drill that drill, they go to another drill. And 82% in Pennsylvania come from out of state. So this isn't a panacea, but it is a transition, I believe. A serious transition that is going to happen. And I think it is because it would take to get a molten salt reactor even approved under today's unwieldy regulatory environment, 10 years. By the permits and this and do that and do that. I mean, how long have you been working with Congress? I mean, I tried to do a study in 2007, it was pulled out. They have been trying to work down there. I've met with them a couple times, they stopped to see me. And so I do think there will be conflict. Remember also who's investing in natural gas. Hedge funds from Hong Kong, China, Finland, England. So there's a lot more than just our down here. Is there going to be conflict? Yes, these are the interests. But that's why I believe you have got to get allies aboard, and the best ones are unlikely bedfellows. And it's got to be the other energy to try to sell it in a way that this can enhance what you can do with coal. Coal, if you've been to the coal fields at all, and I'm not only talking here in the I'm in the east here, no, I just flew out of the east, but you come back to my state and then you work your way, the veins are narrower. It takes much more to get it, and it's harder and more costly. And we're exporting it now to Germany because we're not using it here. But the key here is to make them, that we can liquefy it. This is a tough battle.
It's all ran up, so.
You mentioned the study done in the House of Representatives that got put in the Senate deep freeze. Is that study available to the public?
No, here's what was done. I put in 2 studies. I wanted the military to study it because imagine, she was right. We have been trying to develop, and I've been involved in electromagnetic guns. That's why we built an electric ship, which got canceled after three of them because it's so expensive. We want to develop a laser, and it's very hard to do laser at sea. You're a scientist, I'm not, but the vapor affects a laser. But this, trying to shoot a bullet against a bullet, isn't going to last very long when the Chinese have already developed an ability to target an aircraft carrier battle group with an ICBM, a ballistic missile. Right? So you've got to go to laser. And to have something that's smaller, modular, potentially, and you could place on it, is the way to go. So I wanted it studied in the military. There was another one I put in the Department of Energy. Now, I've left Congress and I'm getting older and I forget things. But that study, in my memory, got through. Because after it got through, I then said, we've got to follow them. Because I used to work in the Pentagon, and we get a study, and we just knew that Congress would forget about it. And you have to stay on top of them. That study, sir, I think is still out there and was never done. Where'd he go? And was never finished because I got into a Senate race and things like that, But the military one was that it was a direction to do the study. It laid it all out. I worked with some people of what they had to study to compare it and all that. I didn't just say do a study. That got taken out because there was opposition from the Naval Service. It's the nuclear side. The Admiral Ricko, who did great things, but that was back then.
We can take 1 or 2 quick questions. Mark, you're easily successful.
Thanks, John. That's a good reason. Joe, thank you for that. It's a compelling presentation, very pragmatic. It makes some very pragmatic points. And I'm just wondering, as you run for Senate, to what extent is this thorium rare earth discussion headlining your platform? I mean, let's face it, the average guy in the Eaton Park restaurant in Pittsburgh is not saying, gee, I wish we could get some thorium molten salt reactors, and if only we had a politician who would be brave enough to say that. So is this really leading your campaign, or to what extent is it driving your run for office?
I feel like my answer would be the same as Katie, where she had that long pause when you asked her for friends, how her friends thought about it. I mean, I mentioned it yesterday. I mean, I'm very interested in education. I was on the education committee. I had a deep blue the Navy's anti-terrorism unit after 9/11, so they wanted me on the intelligence committee. And I said, no, I want out of that. I want an education committee, and I'll be in armed services, because education is the long pole in the tent. You could see that right here. I bring that up because I'm working on an issue on education. I was at a board, and I brought up to somebody thorium, and the eyes understandably glaze over. I was on the phone here as I was coming here, and somebody said, what are you doing in Chicago? I said, well, I flew out this morning. I'm going to fly back. I'll be back by 4 or 5 this afternoon. And I said, so I'm here at the thorium conference, and there's this pause. So when people are holding on to jobs, it isn't what you lead with. But I did run on the following. National security begins at home, in health, education, economic, and environmental energy security. They gave us healthy youth, by which we have defense security. That's true national security. And then, depending upon the audience, is what I speak about. Marcellus Shale, I was supportive of it, but in the military you learn, don't have piss poor planning. Plan well, have everybody there to find out what damage is. So anthracite mining that we had in Pennsylvania that left us with $12 billion of dirty tributary waters doesn't happen again. And you know what's happened with some of the contamination with methane and other things. So I talk about that because that was the issue that was hammered. Have I talked of groups in the past 2 years? Probably, I would say 50, 60 times of somebody. It's a very hard one. It isn't exactly what I lead with. Do I shy away from it? No. I'm very obvious. I'm saying I support nuclear power. You don't find that in my party very much. You could see the energy bill that we passed in 2008, was it? Didn't have any nuclear, really very little on it. And I think that this is a real selling point for it. The relative cleanliness, that it can eat up all that bad plutonium, etc., is pretty good stuff. Yes? I'll take one more.
We'll take...
No?
What I was going to say is that you're going to be able to stay around to like 11.
Yeah, I have to grab a plane back.
But that means he'll be here during our first morning break, so maybe you
I'll just
can...
take this last one since
sure,
you stepped it up.
take one more
There's
question.
nothing like persistence.
Yeah, there you go. There, Bob.
I have some personal experience with the opposition. When I ran in the New Hampshire primary, I had a radio interview canceled, and then I found out that it was the Petroleum Institute that was their sponsor. So between being scheduled and the actual event, it got canceled. But my question is a different one. How do we engage our congressmen and congresswomen in this subject? The only way I've been able to get them is I wrote a really pissed off letter around midnight one night that seemed to strike a chord with my own congresswoman. So are there tricks? How do we do this?
This is my recommendation. A lot of people have asked me that question. I really do think it's a matter of strange bedfellows. The way some of the energy bills got passed is they brought in 32 flag and general officers who said this is a national security issue. The military's telling me it's a national security issue. You take something like when I ran against my party's desires, against Senator Specter, so I wasn't allowed to speak in Philadelphia or Pittsburgh to the regular committees. That's 42% of the vote. So I went to 250 churches, mosques, temples, synagogues. I bring that up because I became better understander of the thread of faith throughout America. And so I tell people, Go to the Assembly of God, conservative. Have them roll in on an issue if you care about, I'm not arguing the merits here, of gun control. Because they're probably in a conservative district, and they have great impact, a strange bedfellow, so to speak. Don't go to the Presbyterians. Is this on tape? Don't go to Presbyterians because they're pretty liberal, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I say what you really need, as I try to mention here, because he said keep my comments to 10, but Katie got 15. Is I just teasing. Is that the businesses to roll in on are absolutely critical for you. Congressmen and senators don't have and often just don't take the time to understand. And having them have most people hire a lobbyist and go in, I got that, okay? But if you're Google and have a ton of money, do you know what I mean? That's one thing. Google did set up in the late 1980s the Dutch sandwich, to avoid taxes over there in Ireland and Cayman Islands. She did. But there was but my take on this is that you really have to find those unlikely allies. Because someone rolls in from the other side and all of a sudden you have the perception of them and they're here. That's where they are. Don't fight the energy. His question is the spot on one. You want to somehow get them to be the ones that push it. Most often people come to Congress and they say, I got 80 congressmen to sign this. The same set of, I have 80 senators say we shouldn't have any more nuclear weapons, or 80 congressmen. Yeah, well, who are they? One from Massachusetts, one, what I'm saying? They're the likely ones who always sign, but they don't have the heft to make the ones you really need move. And so pick those ones out. And often in your case, I think it's the business, the energy, people like that. Is that of any help? Could I end then with one last thing before, my biggest thing is I think John, having Katie and seeing Jim Kennedy's children over there, I only want to leave you with something. And this is what I think why you feel concerned. You all aren't getting, at least I feel you aren't, a fair hearing. To your question is, you start to talk about thorium, and what is thorium? I'll bet you if you leave here and ask your taxi cab driver, they won't know what thorium is. I did. I asked the guy coming out here, by the way. He was an African immigrant, but I'll leave you with this, why I'm a big believer this change is going to happen. As I came in on the subway today, and from the airport, I watched at each subway platform, people, 90%, 80% of the people were into their iPhone, A wonderful Time magazine article came out 2 years ago about the young generations coming up. It's called the me generation. Because it's all about me and iPhone and Facebook and all this. I think they got it wrong. And is that I think that as you saw her up here and how her answers came back, it's not that they diss authority. They just don't feel it has earned their respect. And there's a difference. It's not like my generation, as I graduated from high school and went off to the military in Vietnam era. It was, we wanted to overthrow the establishment. They don't even care about the establishment because the establishment has let them down too much. And so my take is, this is really important present time you need those others, but it is this younger. And I'll leave you with a story on an aircraft carrier. These kids are great. When you get in a plane, you turn, for those who've ever been in the Navy, you turn on your engines, the pilot does. And then they hook you up to that catapult that flings you like a great sling into the air. And sometimes just before they sling you off, they got to tell you to shut down because something's wrong. So the young 19-and-a-half-year-old youth comes and unhooks the plane from the catapult, but it's under the belly of the plane, and you can't see down there. But you don't want to turn off your engines till you make sure you're unhooked. Because if you turn off your engines and somebody makes a mistake, you go off without your engines turning, you're not coming home. And so that young youth then walks to the front of the plane after unhooking where you can't see and gives a very simple signal like this. standing in front of the plane, and then stands there until the fuselage opens up and the young pilot's on deck safely. And that kid has said everything that you're facing, or the lack thereof, in Washington to get a fair hearing. And that is, hey, I'm responsible, the kid says. Well, who doesn't say that? But it also says I'm willing to be accountable. And if I made a mistake, and you start heading overboard to your life, to your death, before you get safely on deck, you're going right through me. And I will go overboard with you also to my own death. It's that lack of accountability I feel in DC, for waiting for crises to show up before they're willing to do what's right and listen, because they're worried about who's got more money on the other side to beat them in a primary, never mind a general election. That I think is ailing, this nation right now. And I think you're part of it. You're new. Why go against anything? What's the gain for them? The gain is for America, and I hope you keep at it. Thank you very much.
Joe, thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. I'm actually gonna change the schedule here a little bit. I'm gonna have Jim, I'm gonna call a little break right now and then have Jim speak right after the break, so to give him the time he so richly deserves. So go try and stuff your pockets with the last of the donuts and the juices before the lunch stuff comes here, and donate money to joesestak.com. I'm sure he's takes credit cards and gift receipts. So. How much? When did we say the break would go to originally? 10:30 to 11. Yeah, pretty long ass break. Right.
I knew those first two were going to be much longer than
Yeah.
20 minutes apiece. What time is it done?
It's about 10:20 now. I'm gonna ring the warning bell in about 10 minutes. So if you can take care of what you need to do in 10 or 15 minutes, that'd be swell. We're gonna try and claw back a little bit of time onto the clock here. Thank you. Hey there.
You switch the overheads with the mouse there, or how is it work?
Well, you can do it either way. You can hit page up, page down, or arrows, or do the mouse. Left is up and right is down.
Right on.
So you got 3 different options here.
Do you know for Pandora's Box tonight, do you have any idea when that will actually be played, as far as fitting dinner in between, or is there food at the reception?
Yeah, there's going to be some snack stuff, but
Hey Ralph, how are you?
we're going to have tons of food here,
Oh, really?
so you can
Okay.
hoard
Alex,
some.
Is there
if
food for lunch also?
Yeah.
I'm the one
Okay, that's
responsible
good.
for
Yeah.
the
So I don't have to go
misspelling in the
outside.
program
Nope.
of your last
Do you
name.
have any
They
sense
put an
like
I instead of an E.
6 and 9 you're going to air the Pandora's Box? Would it be like
My last
7
name has
every
been
show,
misspelled
or
more
like
times
a-
well, we're going to have
Somebody has to leave.
a cocktail reception from like 5. In the schedule there, it's a little funny, but
Excuse me, Judge.
it's essentially cocktail reception from. Let me get this over for you. Cocktail reception was 5 to
yes.
7, but what we're probably going to do
want
is
yours
start
first?
Pandora's Promise like a little
yours
bit
I
after
might-
6. So we're going to overlap a little bit.
This
so
is the one
people
that,
still,
that
drink a
you
beer or
emailed
whatever
back a
and
while ago.
Watch it.
Is this one
Be
still?
like, screw those protesters.
I don't remember
Hey,
emailing the
them.
presentation, frankly, but let me see. Yeah, it's beginning to look right.
Yeah, so and I wouldn't worry about food. We have snacks in the afternoon. Big lunch and plenty of pop and stuff. So if you feel
I'll
like
have this up.
I
If
can't
you
drink
want
more
to,
than 7 beers without eating.
to
You might
go
want to
from
keep
from
a
screen to
couple
screen.
brownies. Keep
Yeah.
a couple brownies at your desk.
It'll be up on the screen like that, and then to go from
it's
page to
it's
page,
like dips
it's just
and cheese
left
and
mouse
things like
button.
that. It'll be next to the bar.
Or you can
the
do
bar will be
spacebar
like
as well.
where those
Okay, space bar.
10 Commandments
Yeah,
looking
spacebar
things
or
are, as far
left
as I
mouse,
know.
yeah.
Okay.
Good to see you again, man.
So you're all set then. Ralph, let me get yours up there.
Yeah, well, I said I would.
Visualized here.
For sure.
Yeah, I'll have it up before you come up here. Yeah. I'm just gonna put you in Alex's folder here.
Oh, well. Well, there you go.
Load it right after heat.
Thank you so much.
I won't have much time, so I gotta go through mine.
No, that's fine. I
Yeah.
really appreciate that. We're here to educate people. We're definitely not making money on these things.
Let's
So
see.
anything you can do is
The middle one,
greatly
that one right there,
appreciated.
and the PDF. That one. That's it.
I had trouble hearing that.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Okay,
Yeah.
make sure it's the other, after. Yeah, that'll be it. So you'll pull it up.
Yeah, I'll pull it up. I'll be up here, so after Alex gets done, I'll pull up. Yeah, let me get this ejected out of here.
Here. So,
There you go, Ralph. Thank you.
it's over on Sunday. So,
Yep, we're all good then.
if you want to call then, it's a little noisy in here right now. We're in a break.
So we got you later. Hey.
I'm starting to populate all of my
Google Translate. It's their motto on their little Russian beer. Putting an animal in his hand. Somebody brought this image to me online, and I liked it so much because it's a bear breaking an animal apart with his hand. What? Yeah. Oh, there it is. Yes, I'm Vince. Yes. From, a lot of talk back and forth. Yeah.
Yes, very good. Correct. That's why I keep that. I help John keep that in the movie. Sometimes I not even read this, they use it for that just because I want the people to get because if you go through that, you will die out and you go sad and things go first. So it's been a short one.
What's sort of hard for us, we're always doing other things to get we try to keep an eye on it, make sure nobody's getting out of hand. Nobody's trying to sell sunglasses or gym shoes.
never want to get the dreaded red X, you know?
Or the dreaded red ass.
There it is.
I've got only about 1,000 things called TEAC5.
Oh, of course.
Yes, make sure I got the right one. Come on. There you go. It's under
Excellent.
Steven.
Can
I'll
you
load
just-
it up for you.
Yeah,
Oh yeah. Here, you
well,
wanna
just to
take
check it, I just don't want the dreaded red X. See if they'll pop up.
Slideshow.
Awesome, man. Thank you.
All right, we are good to go.
Thanks. Awesome.
Hello? Hi, this is your 5-minute warning. So maybe that's what we can do in 5 or 10 minutes. That'd be great.
How's the video coming?
So far, so good. Looks
Any
like
big snags or anything, or?
Well, I think everything's working so far. We'll find out later on, like later on today. When
Yeah,
we
yeah,
check stuff.
yeah.
But, got the interview room set up. Capture.
There's no way to shut that room off, is there? That's just.
Oh no, we're actually the interview room is right up over there. So it's nice.
Upstairs?
Yeah, upstairs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm waiting for the admiral to get done talking to folks there, and then I'm going to snag him before he takes off.
Just to let you know, Sestak was so soft-spoken, we heard only about half of what he said over there.
Okay.
So could you guys tweak the
Yeah, we
volume?
turned it up and we will.
I mean, when people are soft-spoken? Because some
Yeah,
people
no,
are
we-
not, but some people are.
We did turn it up, yeah, in the back, all the way up.
Okay.
So we
That's
just
about
need
what we can
to
do?
tell people to
Yeah.
be closer on the mics.
Just want to let you know. Okay.
How is this? We need to get started, folks.
I
So
love it.
If you could start finding your seats, please, and we can get the show back on the road.
Really hard to do it. Welcome back. What's that? I said welcome back. I'm glad to be back. I'm glad you're glad to be back. Vince is glad you're glad to be back.
We're all glad that we're glad to be back.
I'm extremely happy.
We're all glad to be making a shadow.
I feel energized already.
If I could please have your attention, we need to get started. So if you can start heading back to your seats after your last cup of coffee here, we can start with the presentations. Who's up next?
Jim.
How long you give him, like half hour?
Give them till, what time it is anymore. It's 10:35.
Need my bullhorn.
I'll probably give them till 11. It's 25 minutes.
Okay. And who's on after Jim?
Jim, I'm gonna, once we get these people seated, I'm gonna give you like 25 minutes or so. And shoehorn it in.
Yep. Go ahead and put the first slide up. That way.
Well, I'm gonna introduce you with just one slide. And then Vince will switch you over real quick.
Vince knows how to do that. You're
Yeah.
technically competent, Vince, right?
No. Okay, folks, we're going to get started here with our next round of presentations. So if I could ask you to find your seat, please.
Wow, that freak show's talking to the block.
I want to send Stack up to the interview room, maybe.
Folks, please. We're going to discuss something, take it out into the best.
It's Major League Networking going on.
Please find your seats.
It's a problem with having a break.
We need to keep this on track, and it's only fair to our speakers if you can find your seat. Here we go. Is it? I got it. All right, being the fifth, we've had a lot more than 5 conferences, by the way, and we only call a conference when it involves more than one group. We've been lucky over the last 5 years to do some great conferences at Mizzou and MS&T and U of I and Virginia Tech. Some very good information was shared, and we had sort of a little mini conference down at Oak Ridge National Lab a few years ago. But going back to the very first conference, we were all there to talk about thorium, and one of the folks that ran a company, Cannon Bryan, ran a company called Thorium One, and he continues to be one of our sponsors, so we need to thank him for his sponsorship. But obviously, so I called this guy from Thorium One, said, "Hey, can you sponsor this brand new conference?" And he said, "Oh, sure." And I said, "Hey, do you have anybody else I could call?" And he gave me a list of names, and it was, Fred, Alice, Mark, and then there was this name, Jim Kennedy. So as I was driving to my farm, I was calling and smiling and dialing for dollars, and asking for people to come, and I get Kennedy on the phone, and I said, "Hey, can you come to Washington, D.C. and talk at my thorium conference?" And Jim was like, "Fine." And, And I didn't even know why I was calling him. I just said, "Oh, great, thank God, I got one more speaker," you know. And so he gets to the conference, and I don't know if Providence or whatever, but it was the finest, best thing that probably happened to the Thorium Energy Alliance to have Jim come there. In terms of letting us know what the real deal was, Jim has a rare earth mine and is ridiculously pursuing a plan to get America back on the road to making its own rare earths. And I say ridiculous because it's at great cost to himself. Jim is a real patriot, and he really believes in the United States and in the West and democracy. And over the years, I've become very impressed with his commitment to this. It's ridiculous. But it's going to pay off. I just know it is. We've worked together very closely, and I'm going to talk a little bit about my end of things. But like I said, Jim is into the rare earths, and for those of you who don't understand yet, and Joe Sestak touched on it, when you find rare earths, you find thorium. Or to put it better, if you want to find rare earths, go looking for thorium. And that's exactly how you do it. You know, you go there with your little Geiger counter, and when it goes off, you probably got some rare earths next to whatever that radioactive stuff is. And that is why Jim and I work so closely. And to give you this little chart up there, to give you a sense of urgency, one of the things that Jim and I did, not to belabor this too much, but this is a 2-slide little micro presentation to introduce Jim. Jim and I gave a talk at the Society of Mining Engineers, and right before us, one of our other supporters, Jim Hendrick, gave a talk, and he had just left the United States Geological Survey. And Jim is a very laid-back fella, and Jim Hendricks is, and he's like, he's standing up there and very laconically, he's like, so these are the materials that we were very reliant on back in 1985, and now those are the ones we're reliant on. And I was like, holy crap! Oh, I was like, are you kidding me? And he's, and he was like, oh yeah, we're in a really bad way. So I'm like, you could show a little enthusiasm, but that chart right there is why it's so important for us all to work together and for Jim and the Thorium Energy Alliance to succeed together. And one last little thing, I want you to note what that arrow is pointing to is silicon carbide. That will be an entertaining joke for a lot of you later on, the fact that we're so reliant on its import. But for now, please give a hand to Jim Kennedy. Thanks, Jim.
Let me start by saying when I went to that first conference, I was in D.C. anyway. I started, I wasn't flying out because I had no idea what it was. And I had been lobbying on behalf of the United States in resolving this rare earth crisis. So when I went in there, I was going to explain to the group how they were linked, and if you could just get rid of this darn thorium, we could save American industries. I look out in the crowd, and these guys are like, you've got thorium? Where do we get it? And I'm like, oh my God, it's the biggest problem in the world. So that's how the relationship started, and John and I have been working on these things together. So I'm going to give you guys a summary of what we've learned over the last 5 years. 5 years ago, I was in Washington, D.C. talking about how to save the United States and get us back on track and get a rare earth economy value chain going back in this country when I met John. And what I'm going to say is 2 Senate bills later and a standalone thorium rare earth bill that we worked on and had written and finished through LC. This is what I can tell you we know. John and I have probably sat down with Practically every person on the Senate Energy Committee, most of the folks on the House Energy Committees, and that's true for natural resources. So this is what I can tell you we know. We know there is no federal money to do this. So a lot of people are eager to see the government break out $100 million or $1 billion to do this. The money's not there. It's not going to happen. You have to embrace that. There's no political will to sponsor alternative nuclear. We sat down with pro-nuclear people that were saying, we believe what you've got here is the right thing to do, but publicly no one's going to commit themselves to alternative nuclear. And there's a lot of reasons why. And so there's no political will. You're not going to convince a majority of people to stand up and say, let's start building a lifter in this country, because they just see too much risk in it. The next thing we learned is that the DOE basically opposes the molten salt liquid fuel cycle. And to summarize it best, it would be that the existing 101 reactors in the fleet would basically have to be shut down. They would be obsolete the day you launch this commercially. And they're looking at the financial liabilities that would go with the loss of 103 reactors and all of that 77,000 tons of nuclear spent fuel. So there's no will in the DOE they're basically an opposition group to us. Then you step down and you go, well, the national labs will support us, won't they? Well, no, they won't. The national labs won't do anything the DOE does not give them express support to do. This is a hard and sad fact of life. Where we're at is you have no support where you think you would get support from the Department of Energy. It's not there, and you can't step down to the national labs because nobody's going to risk their career and get behind this in a big way. So what do we learn next? We learned that the DOE and the national labs conspire together to transfer this technology to China. So, you have to embrace this. These people are afraid of this technology, and they think if we can just move it over there, that it won't hurt us. It's coming back. So this is the irrationality of politics in Washington, D.C. So you go, well, private industry will fund this, the finance guys, the venture capital guys. I worked 15 years in the finance industry. I'll tell you this. There's absolutely, positively no long money. When I say long money, that means somebody is going to throw down $100 million or $1 billion and see what happens in 10 years. It doesn't exist. Now, if you come to them with the answer and you've solved the regulatory issue, you will quickly find that you don't own anything and now they've got it, and they'll probably turn around and sell it to the Chinese. But there's no long money. Okay? And then another thing is, this is not the next social network. Okay? This is not the next social network. This is actually more challenging than when the Europeans got together and created Airbus to take on Boeing. Okay? What did they do? That's the size of this. It's bigger than that. It's one step bigger than that. So what I can tell you is there's insufficient support in Washington, D.C. for thorium MSR on a standalone basis. You can't get around that. So what do we do? What do we know about Congress right now? John and I actually, John, when was that trip to Illinois at the university where we first hatched this crazy idea?
It was December 2009.
December 2009, John and I hatched this crazy idea. We knew this had to happen, and we knew we would have opposition. We didn't actually believe at that time that DOE would be one of our obstacles. But what we did hatch at that time was I said, John, just like I said at your first conference, if we could solve the thorium problem, we can solve the rare earth problem. So what we do know is that our Congress has accepted that the rare earth issue is a national security issue. They recognize that it's an economic issue of massive proportions. So they get that. So what we also know is that thorium and rare earths are linked at the mineralogical level. And the U.S. will never be able to challenge China and build a value chain in rare earths until we solve the thorium problem. So, if we put those two things together and we sell it primarily as a rare earth cooperative concept, then we can put ourselves on the road to making the MSR project a reality. So what we did was we packaged these two. And then John and I thought, man, we've got the answers. We're going to go sell this to Congress. And it didn't matter if we went into a Republican's office or a Democrat's office. As soon as we said, hey, we're going to solve the rare earth problem, and the first thing we need to do is create a co-op, an old-fashioned farmer co-op. And they'd go, that sounds pretty communist to me. Or, you want a monopoly? We said, no, co-ops, they're red and they're white and they're blue, they have stars on them. It's what made the United States great. It made us the greatest exporter of agriculture in the world. And they just couldn't get over it. They could get it in their head, but the only thing they could think about was somebody standing up going, isn't that communist? And have you ever been a communist? So this is the problem, right? And so we have that problem to deal with. And then we also have bumped into that problem inside the group of advocates for thorium. Some people think that the free markets are going to solve this problem. Some people think that, hey, I'm going to open up my garage, put 2 chairs in there, just like, Steve Jobs, and we're going to build Apple Computer. It's not like that. You're literally taking on a government, and you're taking on a government that's got a mission that is so, it's like the high-powered laser, airborne aircraft for a laser. These guys are going to do this thing. And, no matter what you do in that garage, they're going to own it, control it, or squash you. You can't beat the country. And, so they think that, they're just going to take on China, or that somebody's going to say, hey, here's $10 billion. Call me up like in 2026. Let me know how it's going. I don't really need to know what's going on with that money. It's just not going to happen like that. You're looking at challenging China. You're looking at a hostile DOE. You're looking at no regulatory pathway and coal, oil, natural gas, solar, wind, all against you because they're all worried about whether you're going to show up at the table and have a seat on it. They don't want you there. So look, this is all silly and this isn't how things get done, and we're going to talk about how things used to get done in this country. So this is Economics 101. You guys will all get 3 credit hours if you sit through. So, a wonderful book, a world-changing book was once called An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations. I'm here to talk to you about the nature and loss of the wealth of nations. We're going to talk about the first 200 years in this country, and then we're going to talk about the last 40 years. So, the first 200 years in this country, we were under the capitalist system that Adam Smith described. If we apply the rules today to that nascent state of America, of the United States, we never would have evolved. Nothing great would have ever happened. The first 200 years generally followed the guiding principles of Smith. Our government applied tariffs. Our government provided free land for agriculture, for homesteading, for mining claims, for railroads. Okay, these were subsidies, handouts, unabashed promotions of private industry. Today, all WTO violations, okay? But it was called a national industrial policy. In the United States, learned to play that game from the English, and we played it well. Okay, so these things continued. They continued to maintain tariffs to support industries they thought were important. And they continued to subsidize agriculture through the creation of cooperatives. And then they continued with the railroads, the grain elevators. And this is one of the most important things we did. American farmers were starving to death when this country first started. Until co-ops could create a grain elevator that could attract a rail line that could then result in a town around that thing, all these poor farmers would all harvest everything in the same 30 or 40 days. They'd all run it somehow to a barge shipping point on a river, and guess what the price of corn was? 0. In fact, we have to charge you because we can't ship your corn anywhere. Sorry. So what happened was America's farmers were starving and dying. And the Congress got involved and said, look, we need a co-op system. We need these people to actually be able to work together in a legal framework so that they can protect their interests. So that grain elevator can let a little bit of grain go out all 12 months of the year. So that its farmers can know that they'll have prices and markets for their goods. It's the same with rare earths. So later came federal support for the energy industry, and if anybody hasn't read The Prize, I promise you, this book will open your eyes. Our government started subsidizing energy militarily for over 100 years. We're not talking about just tax breaks. We're talking about Navy ships. We're talking about boots on the ground. And we became one of the most important controlling, exporting force in the world on energy. And energy hegemony was the basis and still is the broken basis of our political system today. Why are we in Iraq and Afghanistan? Why? Because we want to influence and control energy to influence and control nations. And that's not working anymore because that's a 100-year-old form of energy and it no longer has what it takes to move us forward. So let's move forward in time. The government then helped a company called AT&T create a monopoly. And that monopoly created Bell Labs. Bell Labs was probably one of the most significant laboratories. In fact, it was the most significant laboratory in the world. And I would challenge that Bell Labs has produced and authored and created more things in our lives than all of the national labs combined outside of a military setting. So then there was the rural electrification program. You know, tax policy, education, all of these things are part of an industrial policy. Let's move to the 20th century. And if you look at the 20th century and you look where all of our energies in our country came from, they all came from various subsidies, the heavy hand of government getting involved and making things happen. The interstate highway system was put together as a military program. What did it spawn? The auto industry, commerce, aerospace programs. Those were heavily militarily influenced. And through those, alloys, electronics, the nuclear programs that came out of the war effort. Once again, applied physics. So for decades, the most important exports of the United States were the direct result of government industrial policy in our lives. Today, industrial policy is such a bad word in Washington, D.C., they will usher you out the door. Why did this happen? Because as our economy shifted and as we redefined Adam Smith's works and redefined free market capitalism, it became something different. It morphed into something different. And so what happens is, in the early 70s, Milton Friedman essentially reauthored the concept of free markets defined around what is basically a leveraging system. Capital was no longer something we built. Capital was something we leveraged against. This ideology, what everybody in Washington, D.C., Democrat and Republican, when they say I'm a free market capitalist, that what they're talking about has no place in the developmental history of the United States. By Friedman's definition, which basically is ubiquitous in D.C. and around the world, what we did was we took a capitalist system and made it and the capital became subservient to the monetary part of the system, and things like industrial policy were essentially and intentionally picked apart and destroyed. And so what happens is we're not in a capitalist economy anymore. So when I go to Washington, D.C. and I say we needed to build a co-op, This needs to be a collective, cooperative effort. People react very poorly to it. And this is true for some people that are working with us on this project. So what happened? When capitalism was redefined, it created a vehicle for deconstructing the entire industrial capital base of our nation. They called it wealth creation, and during the 80s we all felt richer. But we felt richer because what we were doing was essentially selling off multiple generations of capital that had been invested by our country. We sacrificed capitalism on the altar so that people could realize value. And this is the crime of all crimes. And it's true for so many of our nation's private industrial labs also. Once great corporations like AT&T Bell Labs morphed into Lucent Technology, who quickly sold off and offshored its entire legacy of everything it had, and it let go its people. And management and shareholders made a fortune, and eventually it was a worthless shell of a company, had no value whatsoever. It was 100 years of investment that was turned into a yard sale. So, through the control of the last standing monopoly, the financial institutions have gutted the entire economy. And when you go to Washington, D.C., and you talk about cooperatives or industrial policy, and they get very, very nervous, they're nervous because they have bought 100% into this new definition. And what I'm going to say is the last 40 years of U.S. economic policy are the story of Lucent Technology over and over again. Hundreds and hundreds of great American companies were literally just turned into a yard sale, and everything they had was sold off and offshored. And we need to get back to the traditions of what made this country great. And by the way, somebody's doing this, and it's China. If you basically study what China's doing, what they've done is they've taken the original concepts of Smith and they've incorporated them into everything they do economically and politically. Smith was a mercantilist. They try to tell you he wasn't. He was. He wanted a better toolbox for the English so they could outperform their rivals. Everything he said was, how do we enrich the crown? How do we create the wealth of nations? And this is what China's doing, and we can't figure it out. We can't get our heads around it. Why am I telling you this? Why am I giving you guys an economics course? Because I want you to understand the depth of this, and I'm going to give you one example, and I want you to think about this one simple little example and remember that it happens in every industry and in every way. So, in 1986, the Chinese government completed a plan called 863. In this plan, they decided they were going to become the world dominant controller of the entire value chain of rare earths. Today, the entire value chain of rare earths, from mining all the way to alloys, is only worth $3 billion. That's it. What's $3 billion to the government, right? Any government. But with that $3 billion a year in income for this very, very tiny sector, they control $4.6 trillion in value-added goods. You know, this isn't the stuff you're buying at the dollar store. This is your iPhone. This is the targeting systems on an A1 Abrams tank. They control the value added there. We don't. So I'm going to give you one example. And I hope this Joe's okay with me on this. So, 1986, Deng Xiaoping made this decision. They control over $4.6 trillion in value-added goods. The technologies that are dependent on these resources, the companies that own the IP and the technologies and the processes were forced to physically take their plants and move them inside China to get a secure supply. So these guys are skimming the intellectual capital of multiple generations over a $3 billion market. How do we do things here in the United States? We build aircraft carriers. So a single aircraft carrier costs $10 billion. Batteries are not included. That does not include the 5,000 sailors. That does not include the 180 aircraft that go on that. You can't even fill it up with diesel fuel or nuclear. So this is what it costs. So we invest $10 billion in one part of a naval group that makes up a navy, that's part of a military that has the Marines and the Army and the Air Force and the NSA. We're spending $800 or $900 billion a year projecting power. China, we don't know how much they invested to control this resource, but they're making $3 billion a year, and they're controlling $4.6 trillion. So I guess it always comes down to math, right? So let's do the math. The United States and projected power. What does it get us? Wars in Iraq, Pakistan, some future fun in Syria, maybe Iran. What does this cost? Massive, massive debt. And who's loaning us the money? I mean, does anybody find the irony in this? What has it earned us? It's earned us body bags and our prestige. Okay? And this is a very, very nice, I'm being very, very generous. We're talking about negative $2.8 trillion, okay? That's the cost of this. That's the cost of this. We lost control of all of that oil. The pipeline that Dick Cheney wanted to build is not coming through now. It's going straight north to China. We lost that whole game. We lost the Middle East. Iran ended up in control of all of that. They're the most influential power in the Middle East because we had to do this projected power thing. Okay, so we're negative 2.8 trillion. Let's see what China did. Well, China expanded into Walmart. More shelf space at Best Buy. That's a lot better than Syria or Iraq. What else did they get? They get control of U.S. debt, which means they get control of the United States Congress. What does it earn China? Well, let's see. They make $3 billion, plus they control $4.6 trillion, and I guarantee you that number is nothing compared to what's in the paragraph to the parentheses next to it. What's the value of the acquired IP? What's the value of knowing how to put together that Prius battery pack and everything else? They own that. You can't take that back from them. So, when John and I and Kirk Sorensen and some other folks that were here went to Oak Ridge, we got to speak at Oak Ridge, and the day before we got there, the Chinese government had announced that they intended to develop thorium molten salt, and they were going to control it and develop it on a commercial basis, and they were going to enforce IP. How about that? So, China's going to do with the molten salt reactor what they did with the rare earth industry. This is going to be the most important industry in the world. If I can tell you that you have safe energy and your fuel's free and the amount of waste you have to deal with is minuscule and you deal with it in geologic terms that human beings understand, 300 years, 500 years. What's the oldest building structure, human structure on Earth? Maybe the pyramids in Giza, 5,000 years old? What's the storage life, geologic storage requirement for spent fuel? 100,000 years? Forget it. This thing puts everything within terms human beings can deal with. So they're going to do this. And to some, I can't say this loud enough, so I capitalized it. They're not going to share this. When Oak Ridge and MIT and Berkeley are done giving away everything, nothing's coming back. Well, one thing's coming back. They're going to lease us this technology on a kilowatt per hour basis. This is the ultimate empire. Every single civilization, no civilization could even dream of something so powerful as this. If I can provide the world safe, clean energy and there's literally no end to the fuel, all you're really doing, your real cost of energy is the amortization of the CapEx to build the reactor. And of course, there's all the safety issues and observation, but quite frankly, those are minimal. They're de minimis. whoever controls this is going to control everything that human beings do. Every time we build something, every time we use energy for anything, these guys are going to take a little part of it and they're going to put it in their pocket. This is global empire. So, and it's beyond electricity. The greatest thing it's going to do is it's going to end the combustion of coal. And what can you do with process heat? Well, process heat is where the value's at. And so they're going to not just be selling electricity or getting 1 cent per kilowatt hour for every bit of electricity we use when they lease us back our own machines. Everything we're doing, when we make petroleum products, when we make fertilizer, when we're making paint or plastics, they're going to actually squeeze themselves right into that process because they control the thermal side. Who here doesn't think water desalination is going to be one of the most important things this world has to deal with in 50 years? Well, they'll control that too. So, how is it that we created it here, and this is the ultimate gift to humanity, and how is it that China will deliver this system and not the U.S.? So China's developing this thing very rapidly with the help of our national labs, with the Department of Energy, with our institutions, with our universities. They've publicly said they're going to control this. This technology was proven within the United States. Why is the DOE transferring this technology to China? And I want you guys to all think of a word, okay? Put a word in your mind. Why would the DOE and the national labs conspire to do this? Let me help you. There we go. I was going to play hangman, but I didn't have enough time. It would have been fun. So if you look at this chart, you have to understand that at the very highest levels inside the DOE, they're looking to transfer the technology to China. And if you can force them to tell you why they don't like MSR, it's because they're worried that their 101 reactors will have to be shut down, that they'll actually have to deal with the cost of closing these down and dealing with the 77,000 tons of spent fuel. That's a big number. The emperor does not allow mirrors in the palace. They don't want it to happen. So, how do you make it happen? As I said, and as Joe Sestak pointed out, you need to find something that Congress can embrace. And what Congress can embrace is this idea of ending the rare earth monopoly, of bringing jobs back home. And when we talk to them, we say to them, you can't have one without the other. And some of them say, I hate nuclear. And we go, look, okay, it's literally 3 paragraphs, don't worry about it. It's just such a small part. Just shut it off and it's not there. We'll fix the rare earth problem. They can embrace that. And the language in the bill we're working on feels and seems so benign. We're basically saying we're going to transfer that thorium away from the guys who create technology metals and alloys and help bring Toshiba and Hitachi and GE back to the United States. We're going to do that, but you've got to take all that thorium and you've got to put it someplace, and you have to give us the authority to actually do something with it. So, what it's all about is Congress. We require that in the bill, Congress gives this thorium bank the authority to develop uses and markets for thorium, including energy. Now, it goes into quite a bit of detail, and it probably actually is a couple pages of the bill, but ultimately what we're doing is we're creating an international platform sanctioned by the United States that says the United States wants to do this and we're serious about it. So what does this international platform look like? If we have the authority to develop uses and markets including energy, and in the language, we are required to basically seek out users of energy, consumers of energy, and sovereign nations. So what do we have? A multinational investment development platform, open to public and private foreign participation. And it's the only big tent that says, hey, you don't have $1 billion, but you've got potential IP? Come into the tent, take some equity, work with us like they did at Bell Labs, and let's do this thing. This is the only way you're going to challenge China. And you literally need foreign sovereign participation. You need them to buy in, put money at risk, because if they see a cheaper version coming out of the South Sea, you don't want them to buy it. You want them to know that when the system we build together, our Airbus, our system is going to actually integrate all of the countries together and distribute the profit to the sovereigns. Remember, it's 11 cents is the average cost of electricity in the United States. The cost for thorium molten salt is I've seen 2. I believe it could be as low as 1 once you build these things on an assembly line, once you work out the material science. So what do you do with 10 cents? You split it with everyone who comes in and steps up to the table. You get the governments to buy in and see future revenues there. You get your investors to see long-term safe revenue. So this is how we build it. This is a little diagram. You see those mining companies? Those aren't rare earth mining companies. Those are mining companies that exist today, right now, that are throwing away 5 times what the United States needs in rare earths every year. They're throwing away every single year 40% of global rare earth consumption demand every year because of the thorium. Every single year, we could meet almost 50% of the world's needs in rare earths just from taking their trash, going through their trash and pulling out the rare earths. No one will do it until we solve the thorium problem. So we send all that stuff into a co-op that's owned by, the giants of industry. These are the people we need to buy into this. John and I have been having meetings with these folks, getting them to buy into the concept of an old-fashioned co-op, that commie thing. And we're having success. And then all of the risk, all of the liability associated with thorium gets transferred over to that thorium bank. And that thorium bank has that simple, elegant sentence to develop uses and markets, including energy. We need to complete the task that was left to us. And the only way we're going to do that is if we work together. And John and I have spent 5 years working on this, and we know that most everyone in this room supports us for what we're doing. We need your continued support. Thorium Energy Alliance needs some support, including financial support. And I think John's coming up to kick me off, so I'm done.
Thanks, man. We have some questions for Jim. Can you? Yes, sir.
I think I can speak loud enough. Could you please, in as few words as possible, specifically explain the thorium problem with rare earths? What is it that makes it a problem?
Sure. Thorium was actually classified as a nuclear fuel in the early part of the atomic age. So by that classification, automatically, it falls in line and is compared with and regulated as if it would be uranium, 235, 238, plutonium. It's classified as a nuclear fuel, and with that comes a myriad of regulations and financial risks. And if there's some folks in this room that know exactly what I'm talking about. If you're pulling out rare earths and your deposit has, let's say, 8% rare earths, it may have 14% thorium. Where are you going to put it? What are you going to do with it? You put it someplace, and you're a target. You're a regulatory target. So nobody can touch it. The risks are unlimited. Mountain Pass, the last operating rare earth mine in the United States, was shut down because they spilled a little bit of thorium in the desert.
Could you go back to the slide on the traders real quick?
See if I can get there. Uh-oh. Hold on. I think he loaded up a different video. But you'll see that slide again, trust me.
Have you all met with Moniz? The head of DOE?
I don't think they would let me in a DOE building.
He's a nuclear physicist at MIT.
this is very tricky. The DOE, if I got him today, he'd probably say, yeah, let's do this. Once he understood the institution he's representing, he would say, I'm sorry, but what you're talking about is going to result in the mothballing of 101 nuclear reactors across the country, and we've only put away about $40 billion to do that, and it may cost $1 trillion. So, the DOE is not our friend.
All right, just one more so we can stay on track.
Specifically, the other sovereign nations, do you think would find this appealing?
Yes. So I have met with folks in Brazil who actually worked on the MSR in the early 70s that would be involved. John and I have been contacted from people from Abu Dhabi, Dubai. There's a lot of interest in England. Canada, of course. Canada's got some tremendous nuclear assets that are no longer being utilized, and all of those things could be rolled in. Once this thing is offered, and once it's understood to be an international platform where nobody's going to get treated badly, and that there's a regulatory pathway, the money will flood in. The money will flood in from users, from consumers, and from sovereigns who aren't going to want to miss the boat. They're going to want to be in this, because if they don't do it with us, they're buying them from China.
Very good. Thanks, Jim. Jim's available for birthdays and bar mitzvahs too. Very enthusiastic speaker. Yes, sir.
Mention what Monize's assistant said in the email when we invited him here.
No, what did he say?
Oh, you didn't read the email.
I may have, but I'm not.
She said he was too busy.
Yeah. Well, I'd imagine he is. So let me. Jim was talking about the thorium bank, and before I let Dave LeBlanc, one of my favorite speakers by far, to get up here and talk a little bit there, I just wanted to go into just a tiny bit more detail about what that thorium bank would literally be instead of a sort of a concept. Probably don't need to tell the average person in here what thorium's used for, but just in case you do, thorium was the original super high efficiency light, and it could be again. The thorium lighting has vast and huge potential. We all know that thorium is used for in the world's best lenses, and thorium. And I worked so hard, and I really wish we could have gotten somebody. And if you know anybody in the petroleum industry that's willing to talk, I would be very happy. I'd let them talk up in a paper bag so they wouldn't have to reveal themselves. But the petroleum industry uses lots of cerium to crack petroleum as a catalyst, and thorium is right below cerium. And they've been doing research showing that thorium is even better catalyst. So that right there could lower the cost of gasoline by as much as 25 to 50 cents a gallon. So that's an amazing thing that is not discussed much, because I guess they don't want everyone running out and making thorium cracking plates. And then, of course, there's that thing up in the corner is a gusset from a jet. That's Thormag, thorium magnesium alloy. And the rods below it are thoriated welding rods. You can still buy them. And they make the best, finest welding rods you can imagine. That Thormag, that's what the tip of Trident missiles is made out of. It's very, very strong stuff. So we're just basically barely understanding the metallurgical properties of thorium, let alone the neutronics of it. And so, and I promise it'll just be another minute or so. This is a colorful example of what our other countries and friends, how they store their thorium currently. China recently, because they've suddenly realized there's some value to thorium, has started stacking it in sacks. When I found that image of sacks, that was literally from an article of how China is now much more environmentally responsible, and they put their thorium oxides and nitrates in sacks and stack them in neat rows like that because they're going to use them someday. But that big old puddle up there, that is, and that thing shooting out the fountain of, that's not water, that's nitric acid, and they are actually just spraying the sides of the hills with nitric acid to do the initial extraction of rare earths out of their ionic clays. Their ionic clays actually don't really have any thorium in it, so lucky for them. But they do have a terrible environmental problem because of that. And then down below, India is a tad better. They take essentially bulked up grain silos and put them in the ground, and they fill their grain silos up. But they're really not doing that anymore because they don't really have too much of a reason to isolate thorium. But that's how they did it. And if you're wondering, well, who could be against thorium? Well. And who could be against rare earths, So this is that number's wrong, by the way. It's an $800 million facility in Malaysia that got shut down and is sort of started up, but we're pretty sure it's going to shut down again. And if you notice, the professionally printed signs with the nice skull and crossbone radiation symbol, very, very effective. Little baby with the stop Linus. And our folks in Malaysia, Dr. Rahman, among others, has hinted that that was not exactly a self-funded campaign, that there was a country that didn't exactly want a giant new rare earth facility opened up. And and right here in good old Chicago, just a few miles from here, we were processing rare earths. We used to be the rare earth capital of the world, and but of course, as you know, the thorium. So Kerr McGee left a little couple piles of thorium by the back of their plant and sort of got in the river a little bit. But thorium's not water soluble, so so that wasn't that. But it's a big, big deal. Kerr McGee is. I believe the company was White Materials back in the 1930s, and Kerr McGee just inherited them. Anywho, Kerr McGee, after I believe they started the cleanup of the thorium, if you can imagine, and it's been 30 years, and I believe it's $180 million. So if you ever hear Jim or I or somebody talk about how thorium has unlimited risk, that's what I mean. 70, 80 years after this relatively modest amount of thorium, which is probably not much higher than just background radiation, they find a couple isolated piles of this stuff, and Kerr McGee has spent 30 years and hundreds of millions of dollars cleaning it up. And don't need to show you guys that. So what are we going to do? We worked on this, and I got to give Rusty Holden a little credit there, or a lot of credit. He came up with some of the concepts for this ridiculously over-the-top facility for storing thorium. But this is part of what I said at the very beginning. We need to have a discussion with the people of the Western world, in the United States, Canada, wherever we hope to do this, and say, look, we are going to do everything in our power to make this the way nuclear power was supposed to be, safe and clean and reliable. And until we get to the day when we can turn the reactor on, we are going to have a strategic reserve, and they are going to be contained in these banks, these vaults. And just 1 second here. So, just to give you like the highlights, it's a big concrete cast building floating inside another concrete cast building with a roof. The roof has sensors underneath a standing seam roof with a 500-year rating, leaded roof. The only access to the building is through a pipe gallery, and no human access. It's all automated pellet transports into stainless steel containers, each one of these with 6 million pounds of thorium in different forms, thorium nitrate, and the thorium would be sort of like a pebble bed reactor type system. The thorium would be pressed into balls, dipped in sort of a form of bakelite, because we don't want even a molecule of that radon getting out. And then they would be refrigerated to negative 40 degrees so that any radon that did get out would be a liquid, and we would collect the liquid and the gases in a central collection system, and we would ring the thing with sensors to detect any sort of leakage that might occur, all for a mild alpha emitter. But that's what we're willing to do, and that's what we probably have to do to ensure, that people can buy into this. Yes, sir.
Think strange bedphones use that floating thing as an energy storage for wind power. You might actually get some.
Yeah. Oh, well, we'll see. So I just wanted to fill you in on that the thorium bank wasn't like just a theoretical concept, that there had been a bit of engineering done. And now I would like to take a moment, and I really got to thank Dave LeBlanc came down here, and as you all may know and should know, Dave LeBlanc has started a company, Terrestrial Energy, and so he's very busy, and to take the time and money and effort to come down here, I am very grateful to him for taking that time. And he, I guess he was feeling a little bit under the weather, so that's even yet more. He had a perfect excuse to, phone it in, but he showed up, and I just want to, if I could get Vince to come up here and switch out the video. But in the meantime, everyone give Dr. LeBlanc a big hand. It's no secret that I have a great belief in Dave, and knowing Dave for 6 years, it's only grown. I mean, I really I admire the way you think, and I'm impressed every time I get to see one of your designs, and you're a big thinking feller, boy, I tell you. So thank you so much, Dave, for coming.
Thank you, John. Now I'm in a bit of a tough spot following the rays of sunshine that Jim's illuminated on us all. Been debating what I kind of bring up, but about the only thing is that there is more countries in the world than the U.S. and China. I'll let you know that. Anyway, I disagree with some of Jim's. Jim's got very, very valid points, but I disagree with some. China, I cannot see China completely locking up IP on this. Anyway, just different views of thought. But there is more countries than the U.S. and China. Outside the U.S. and many in the U.S. kind of, I wouldn't say given up hope, but they realize the tough slog against the NRC, the system. We outside the U.S. hope to get this started and then come rushing to you with open arms afterwards to join in, and we think that it'll happen. I'm going to talk, as usual, Dave will handle the history and Dave will handle the tech and everything else. I always have to kind of pick and choose things. I have started a new company with a lot of great help. Some in the room, Simon Irish today, and many other helpers. John is an advisor with us. But I'll give you a little basics, a little of this, a little of that. Of course, molten salt reactors, that's what brings us technologists to this. It's not really thorium versus uranium, and these reactors don't say thorium is safer than uranium. One reactor may be safer than another type of reactor. Molten salt reactors burn thorium, they burn uranium, they burn whatever. So in general, molten salt reactors are thorium, uranium, or plutonium, other dissolved in a carrier salt like Fly, enriched lithium, beryllium fluoride, but there's a lot of other choices. This is a fluid fuel. That's really what sets these apart. And it's also the coolant, and that transfers it to a secondary clean coolant salt. From there, you can do whatever you like, because these are nice high temperature systems, 700 degree outlet with the materials we're used to working with, and that couples well with all kinds of Brayton's, Rankine cycles, et cetera, and very high thermal efficiencies. So we can look at supercritical carbon dioxide, steam, helium, and even a lot on open air cycles. I'm not too much of a fan on those, but the salt-cooled solid fuel guys are kind of excited about that. And typically graphite moderator. Now, what often is called the textbook design is the 1970s graphite, single fluid graphite moderated molten salt breeder reactor. So at their heart, they're as simple as basically a tank with graphite inside, coolant channels for the molten salt fuel and coolant to flow through. Then you give up your heat, and then from there it's, well, you could use it as industrial heat, or this is from the Gen 4 program. They were quite excited about gas Braytons. Believe me, when you learn enough, you kind of come back to steam. Steam's kind of works. And this is a breeder design. I'll get back to this breeder versus burner later. But most of you know a lot of this. But this is the textbook, so we're looking at variations from this. Advantages of all molten salt reactors, and I could do a 2-hour talk on all these issues. It's safety. They have inherent and passive safety features. Passive decay heat removal, that's the big thing when dealing with reactors, is continually getting rid of that heat after you shut them down. They're pretty easy to shut down. And they're such in a simple way that they're understandable to the public. And it really is hard for us to imagine, besides meteor strike, et cetera, something from the outside basically ripping your whole plant apart. It's really hard for us to imagine the case of pump failures, pipe bursts. None of this does too much to these molten salt reactors. Reduce capital costs. They're low pressure systems, very high thermal efficiency, and just far superior coolants. You have smaller pumps, smaller heat exchangers, just every way we look at them. But we don't have, it takes a lot of money to do detailed cost and engineering cost studies. These haven't really been done since the 70s, and they look great back then, but it's going to take money to really prove that case for us. They're a long-lived waste profile, and again, I'll get back to this burner versus breeder. Bottom line is it's really transuranics, plutonium and americium, all these things above uranium that any reactor makes. That's really what you want to limit, because they have that 10, 20, 30,000 year half-life. And if you can get rid of those, which solid fuel like fast breeders, they can recycle all that, that's really what you want, okay? And any type of molten salt reactor can do that as well. And they're an ideal system for consuming existing transuranic waste as startup fuel, as makeup fuel, etc. And then their resource sustainability and low fuel cycle cost. They're known as these thorium breeders, but molten salt reactors can be run a lot of different ways. And even the burner designs, which do require some low enriched uranium, they're extremely efficient, and there's just really no resource issue. I try to follow the KISS principle, keep it simple, stupid, really trying to, and just to go through this, there's many design possibilities of molten salt reactors in general. I don't even bring up between fluoride salts and chloride salts, but we have what's called single fluid, two fluid, breeders and burners, fast spectrum, thermal spectrum, denaturing the uranium or not. There's a lot of things here, but you have to remember that nuclear research and development, proving designs to the regulators can be enormously expensive. So every effort should be made to simplify and remove technological hurdles as much as possible to aid that proliferation and regulatory what-ifs, okay? And in my opinion, design aspects to avoid if possible. Now, if this is the only way to do them, okay, we're going to work around that. But if you can remove things and it really doesn't make a difference, well, try to remove them. And the first on the list is continuous reprocessing. There's a lot of R&D that would have to go into that, bringing that up to a commercial scale from the laboratory. There's a lot of capital costs that are kind of brushed under the rug a little bit. And then the whole regulatory oversight of processing these salts on site. I think that's minimized too much by many. And there's different systems that are easier or harder, but none has been proven beyond a lab scale. Using highly enriched uranium, and the pure thorium, the uranium-233 cycle is, by definition, highly enriched uranium. There's all kinds of arguments for how you can make it safer, et cetera, proliferation resistant. As I've said in other talks, the proliferation resistance of the thorium cycle gets drastically overblown. They're not some magical solution, but most in the room now know this, and there's a lot less of that hype that goes out there, but a lot of the early hype is still coming back to haunt us. But that you're expecting the entire world's regulatory system to change for you, okay, by using highly enriched uranium. Fertile blankets. that means you're catching neutrons with a fertile material, and it just brings up proliferation what ifs. If we need it, okay, but if we don't, well, maybe we can just not use it. And the faster spectrum, there's a lot of advantage to a faster spectrum where you don't slow the neutrons down as much. And we can likely make them very safe. The French groups have looked at a lot of transient examples, and they're quite rugged. But you have to prove, well, if that salt kind of spills, if it can reach a moderator, water, even the hydrogen content in cement, we've got to prove that. Well, maybe let's not go there, and we don't have to prove that to regulators. So really that, to me at least, implies single fluid and softer spectrum and burner reactors where you're using low enriched uranium. So that brings us to this breeder versus burner. Breeders, they need fissile material to start them up, 233, 235, or plutonium, but then afterwards they make all their own fuel. Any reactor makes a lot of its own fuel. If you're a burner, you just don't make 100% of it. And with molten salt reactors, it's traditionally the thorium-233. But that requires processing the salt to continuously remove fission products because you're trying to be conservative with every last little neutron. And that was deemed a huge priority in the 1950s and 60s because they were convinced that, oh, there's very little uranium in the world. It took us forever to find enough to make the first few atomic weapons. We'll build these light water reactors for a little while, but by 1980, oh, it's got to be all breeders. And we know that's not the case. The more we look for uranium, the more we find it. We want to, of course, be much more efficient with it. A burner, which is also called a converter design, means you do need a little bit of annual fissile makeup. But it means you can skip fuel processing, a lot less R&D needed, and then core design, everything gets simplified because you're not basing every choice on saving every last neutron. I'm going to zip through this kind of historic timeline, and it'll be kind of in my talk, you can look up later, but first in the 40s, the 50s, they got a lot of funding from the aircraft reactor program. In the 60s, their focus was on the molten salt breeder reactor, the thorium breeder. Went through different stages from two fluid in the early mid-60s to single fluid in post-1968, which became kind of the textbook. Great, very successful molten salt reactor experiment. Some minor issues uncovered, but pretty much solved at the time. In the early 70s, the program seemed to be rolling along quite well. From the the issues they found in the test reactors. Oh, well, we'll change the Hastelloy, that's the material we use with, change the pH of the salts. So things are going along, and then, of course, good old politics in 1973. Many factors, I won't get into things, but Alvin Weinberg and then the program falling out of favor. The infamous Milton Shaw kind of had a big hand in this. Dixie Lee Ray was brought in, the head of ACE, kind of kicked out Milton Shaw or suggested he resign. The molten salt program got reinstated, but then very short-lived reprieve, canceled again for what they called budgetary reasons at the time. Modest funding in the late 70s to examine highly proliferation-resistant forms of molten salt reactors, and that gave the surprisingly attractive result of what's called the denatured molten salt reactor, which we'll talk a lot more of. And post-1980, best way to get a grant refused from the DOE is mention anything about molten salt reactors. And it was a pretty bitter word at Oak Ridge because they spent such great effort on that. The world timeline, it's not surprising that when the inventors, the U.S. inventors MSRs canceled, a lot of the world efforts got canceled at the same time. And it wasn't really realized by a lot of us, but over the decades it's been revealed how wide and deep the interest was in molten salt reactor technology around the world. We all along knew France kind of had a counter program in France developing molten salt reactors at the same time. But it was really only in the 90s we started to discover how much was done in Russia, because of course this was back in the Cold War. They looked at a lot of different designs, a lot of great work on middles, and both China and India both had very strong programs. So some are of current world events. The funded U.S. efforts, what the DOE is, and that's another kind of issue with what Jim was saying, the DOE and the people at Berkeley, MIT and that, they're not really cooperating with China on thorium molten salt fueled reactors. It's more on uranium fueled, solid fuels, but cooled molten salt reactors. So the China is looking into both of it. There's of course a huge amount of overlap between the two technologies. And many of us view it as a kind of compromised technology, that fluoride salt high temperature reactor, or FHR. European efforts, they're more on a fast spectrum, what's called a 1.5 Lu design. A lot of challenges and not too much funding. China, of course, as you know, has a very large program, hundreds of staff now. a goal of first an FHR, a pebble bed test reactor by 2017, and then a true molten salt fuel reactor a few years after that. And if you read between the lines, it's advertised as the thorium, but it's pretty clear to me they're looking at converter designs as well. And then India was actually quite involved in the 1970s, and I wasn't really that aware of. And there was a recent conference I attended in Mumbai in India. It was a real eye-opening experience of all these elder researchers that came out and really showed what they were up to back in the 70s. And there's lots of, several molten salt reactor startup firms in North America and worldwide. So there's a lot of different efforts going on here. It's just a quick shot from the conference in Mumbai, near the back, in the black suit there. So that was amazing to be in a room of like 200 people where almost all of them knew about molten salt reactor technology. So back to this breeder versus burner, most researchers do tend to focus on the pure breeders. And I was like that. I'm an inventive physicist, so I started in fusion, of course, and then you find out how good fission is. But it's got to be a breeder. And you kind of realize, well, it doesn't have to be. And the R&D and operational costs of continuous processing is just higher than most assume. Thorium also involves the highly enriched uranium, and a lot will consider this a non-starter on proliferation grounds. A burner has almost negligible fuel cost, assured resources, enhanced anti-proliferation features. That's why they were developed in the first place. And it's just overall simple and less capital cost. So that DMSR burner, that term came from Oak Ridge's work in the late 1970s. They called it the 30-year once-through design. It was developed to maximize anti-proliferation. So they proposed starting this up on low-enriched uranium. Anything under 20% is considered low-enriched. And then that allows you to put as much thorium as you can because you do get a better neutronic budget from the thorium. But you can also run these without any thorium, and then you get back down to levels below 5% enrichment, which you can buy on the open market. Okay? There's no salt processing. Just every year you kind of make up with a little bit of low-enriched uranium that, again, you can get right off the open market. They chose to go to a very low power density to give them a full 30 years out of their design. And I think we should go in different directions now. That only needed about 1/6 the uranium to light water reactors, much, much, much better. That gives a fuel cost of only about 1/10 of a cent a kilowatt hour. So please don't tell me that the pure thorium cycle is somehow going to be cheaper when you have to pay for the processing. That's your competition, 1/10 of a cent a kilowatt hour. You cannot beat that. And the burners had a better reactivity coefficient, getting a little technical. And they easily incorporate spent LWR as a fuel source, either for startup or makeup. Just uranium's not really the enemy. Uranium mining in the world, it's just such a tiny part of overall. So cheap uranium is really the only thing that's potentially limited. If the price went up to $500 a kilogram, we would have literally thousands of years worth of. And that really only bumps the price up for a burner of 0.2 of a cent a kilowatt hour. I'll skip this spiel that really coal and iron and everything else is really what we're talking about. But the DMSR, you could basically replace all electrical generation without increasing current mining or enrichment facilities because they're so much more efficient. And even if we have to go low grade, it's not that much mining, and most of the uranium mining now is just in situ, pump down bases or mild acids and pump it up. So getting back to these denatured molten salt reactors, when we finish with a batch of salt, Oak Ridge will look at 30 years. I'm happier with shorter cycles. The uranium is pretty simple to remove and economically recycle. We should also do the same with plutonium, americium, and plutonium, etc. That'll take a little money, but we've got kind of 30 years to save up to buy the equipment, or we can do it in batches off-site. Okay, start your next reactor and then process the salt somewhere else. And when you run a reactor, and this was a gigawatt-sized reactor, there's only less than a ton, about 800 kilograms of transuranics in the salt. If we assume a kind of processing loss that a lot of people assume 1/10 of a percent, that's less than a kilogram going to waste in 30 years. And that's as good or better than the radiotoxicity of the pure cycle. And it's really the only reactor that, in the DMSR, because we're using a little bit of low-enriched uranium, we're actually transmuting or destroying a lot of naturally occurring radiotoxicity. So after 300 years, the planet would technically be less radioactive than when it started, if we do this process of recycling the transuranics. And no other reactor can really make that. So optimizing this DMSR approach, and that's been the majority of my work for the last several years. I feel going to higher power density, That'll give us very significant savings, but then we have to deal with a limited graphite lifetime, taking the small modular reactor approach, of course, which most of us are taking. Shorter batches of the salt can really improve the uranium needs because fission products don't build up quite as much. Looking at alternate salts, FLIBE is the best neutronically by far, but enriched lithium, we don't really have it now, and we're not quite sure what it's going to cost in the future. I say contentious beryllium. Kim will jump up and defend beryllium, but it's amazing how the spectrum of opinion on beryllium that the chemists, I'll never work with that. I need super-powered fans everywhere to deal with it, but others say it's no real problem. It's not a problem when you have radioactive salts, but dealing with it for studies is. But there's alternate salts that don't need that or don't need lithium. And it's surprising how good some of the other starts are. And then there's many interesting options looking at different ways to remove the decay heat, not the standard dump tank and a fuse plug. There's a lot of ways to do things in situ. The off-gas system, there's a lot of interesting things we're going to look at in that, even pumping, what type of pumps, lots of great stuff looking at. And also borrowing innovation from other fields, and that's where I get into what our company is offering here. So new Oak Ridge work, as Jim mentioned a lot, the DOE is really focused on FHR, solid fuel molten salt cooled. There is safety advantages of that, potentially lower cost, but not by all that much compared to light water reactors. And it's really far short of true molten salt reactor, salt fueled potential. MIT, Berkeley, and Wisconsin, they're working on pebble bed designs. Oak Ridge is focused on solid block forms with its own set of pros and cons, and they focus on a really big unit, 1,500 megawatt, but I'm much more excited about their work on the small 50 megawatt, what's called the SMARTER, or Small Advanced High Temperature Modular Reactor. And that's meant to be flatbed truck transportable, not these huge 500 wheel vehicles, etc. Just simple flatbed, so that's 3.6 meters wide and no more. And they've integrated everything basically within the primary system. So your primary heat exchangers, they have clean salt cooling, but it's still quite radioactive with tritium, etc. You transfer the heat to a secondary coolant salt. So everything's within that reactor, and your heat exchanger, especially the lid of your reactor, is all away from the neutron flux. So they've developed a lot of very interesting things for this. I want to show as well just a schematic from the side showing how tiny those heat exchangers need to be. And they're working in decay heat exchangers and primary heat exchangers, all within that tiny little volume. So I kind of say thanks, Ornell, because they've gone from molten salt fuel to saying, well, maybe it's going to be easier within the US to do molten salt cooled, but we can take their innovation and go backwards, of course. So that integration of the primary heat exchangers within the core, keeping the vessel away from the neutron flux, it's a great idea. So the basic idea is, well, whatever they've done, if we just take the fuel out of the triso fuel, that's the solid graphite-based fuel, put it back in the fuel salt, the carrier salt where it belongs, we get a really great reactor. And when you have solid fuels, you're really limited on the heat transfer from the solid into the liquid salt. So once we go back to the fuel in the salt where it belongs, we can go to much higher power densities and still get the same kind of similar graphite lifetimes to the lifetimes they have of their solid fuels. So I quote usually about up to 6 times higher. And of course, you can combine these units for even larger plants. And we obviously, that design I showed had all kinds of salt outside the core. When the fuel's in the salt, you want to minimize that. If we want more power, well, we just go to larger internal heat exchangers. So I'm going to show you what our company is kind of developing, but it's really not showing all that much, unfortunately. It's showing the obvious changes, and there's much intellectual property that remains undisclosed. So what we hope to be developing is called the Integral Molten Salt Reactor. It integrates many features. Some are shown here, but of course that's mainly the primary reactor heat exchangers. But this is showing, well, if you just put the salt back in the fuel salt, what are the obvious changes? Well, you don't want as much salt out of the core. You want bigger heat exchangers to give you more power, so they're going to take more of the overall volume of above the core there. But bottom line, the salt goes down, flows up through the core, and then pumped through those heat exchangers, multiple heat exchangers, about 6 different heat exchangers. Now that doesn't show what we're going to do with the off gases, and we've got lots of interesting options under investigation. Decay heat removal, we might put a fuse plug in and go with the standard decay heat dump tanks, but there's a lot of very interesting ways to just get rid of the heat. Once you've got the heat in the salt, it's really easy for natural circulation. This is 700 degrees, so radiant heat is really, really effective. We can look at a lot of in situ ways to get rid of decay heat. But like I say, many details under review. So again, just showing a different angle. And that core looks exactly like the Smarter core. That's because I'm not really showing what, and there's a lot of things under investigation. For the next year or so, or at least 6 months, it's really at the preconceptual design where we're looking at, well, is this option better than this? And we'll get things right so that when we need the larger money to start really getting the engineering blueprints, the conceptual design, we'll know what the best approaches are. And just kind of showing things in comparison, the Smarter design, I often like to show them in comparison to the new scale and the BMW Babcock's and Wilcox M-Power. Great designs, and they'll get some of these built. They're not really going to change the overall energy picture. They're not going to be that much cheaper than what we have. They're lucky to be the same price. But it really shows you how much more compact these can be. And then in the same basic unit size of the Smarter, we can likely push these. I should have been a little more conservative. Maybe 250 megawatts would be a lot easier. But that's the upper limit, I think, is about 300 megawatts. And then the first thing we want to build is maybe 20 or 25 megawatts electrical. And it looks like the same thing, and I kind of think small modular reactors, little play on words of the think small ad campaign of the Volkswagen. But it's always a little man. I like to show something a little different for size comparison, but that is to scale. So not so fast, because there's many significant challenges. I've been trying to say I'm trying to simplify as much as I can, and of course a lot of the IP that I have not yet disclosed is working in these areas. But that Hassel-Loyan of the vessel, that has a limited lifetime when exposed to neutrons, so we've got to really limit all the reactor core tricks are to make sure we're not getting too much flux. We can handle some, but not too much flux at the wall. If we're going to replace these components, service, et cetera, replace graphite, you've got to make everything amenable to opening up, replacing. That's a big part of Oak Ridge's work. Geez, how are we going to put the fuel in? They went actually back to the original Oak Ridge work and found some of the ideas they had. How do you hang graphite? Oh, we're going to use those tricks to hang the fuel. So all those things. And the big thing is opening up the reactor or replacing graphite or servicing heat exchangers. And servicing heat exchangers are basically trade them. You don't really fix them usually. It's not trivial, okay? Even in their work, they're going to have tritium in that salt. It's not easy for them to open that up. It's not going to be easy for us with volatile fission products because, of course, we know how archaic or whatever the term is for how, like John was saying, that one atom that we have to make sure it doesn't get out. That is going to be a big challenge because even traces will be a large regulatory challenge. And it was always a big debate at Oak Ridge that was between the big and low power versus smaller power, but open it up. And a lot of them down there, especially the grand old guru, including Dick Engel, Richard Engel, really in favor of just sealing that up, make it low power density so you never have to open it up. And then there's the age-old issue of how are we going to interest manufacturers on these without that razor blade type idea of, well, you sell an electric razor, but you make your money off selling the razor blades back. That's always been an advantage of the solid fuel folks because, well, they can keep selling fabricated fuel for decades and decades. But where to from here? Worldwide interest continues to grow on these systems. Safety case, improved waste profile, resources, sustainability. Those are our obvious selling points to the public. But it really has to be the economic case to win over governments and, more important, I think, corporations. I think it'll be corporations and private that lead this, with governments following suit later. And for the private energy sector, long-term horizon is always a tough sell. But since these can generate industrial heat, entire industries may realize they cannot afford not to get involved. Greed is a driver in industry, but so is fear that your competitors are going to pick up on a technology. And an example for this is production of steam for Canadian oil sands extraction. And their 15 to 25 year horizons, that's what they're always dealing with. So we really feel there is a Canadian focal point, but again, we're not putting all our eggs in one basket. And as soon as we get it going here, it's going to quickly evolve into a North American and world effort. But we have a strong nuclear community going idle in Canada, from advanced CANDU work basically being halted. Our university and our Chalk River Nuclear Laboratories, kind of our Oak Ridge North, they're very interested in this. They see it as a way of the future. Our regulator, the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, The simplest is just far less inertia than NRC. And they're very open to evaluating small reactor designs. They would hate me to ever use the word promote, but they are very open to Empower and NuScale, et cetera, building their first in Canada because we really believe in these small modular reactors. And oil sand developers could kind of fund development here with a pocket change almost. And in their vested interest, well, when available, affordable oil. Peak oil, we'll always have oil in the ground, but at some point, we just can't afford $500 a barrel. So it gives them, it hedges their bet for the future. So introducing, I really haven't talked too much about the new corporation, the company yet, Terrestrial Energy Incorporated. Very quickly, terrestrial energy comes from a name of a nice book on nuclear power, and made the point there's only two types of energy on the planet: solar, because fossil fuel is solar, it's stored solar energy, and terrestrial, which is geothermal, which is nuclear, and nuclear energy. Okay, so this is Terrestrial Energy Incorporated, founded just back in December 2012, but kind of under development for many months before that. A diverse group of with financial, entrepreneurial expertise, including oil sands insiders, all drawn to the potential of molten salt reactors. So my job over the next 6 to 12 months, with the help of GatherTown consulting contractors, is to further refine and consolidate this design for the most CapEx and R&D efficient DMSR available, which we feel is the patent pending integral molten salt reactor. And there's a lot that's not yet revealed. So that's your preconceptual design phase. Their job is to attract the modest investment to do that and start getting these industrial partners needed to get the conceptual blueprint stage, followed by the much more challenging stage of funding for a demonstration reactor. But as IP and patents are disclosed, I hope to make their job in that a lot easier. And I think the future is bright. And again, this has to be viewed as a worldwide effort. China will be developing different types of molten salt reactors. They've got enough energy problems to deal with themselves. They would like to get off coal. I'm not too worried of China somehow dominating the IP field overall. There's just too many ways to do these, and China is taking the slow and deliberate route. We can be, let's just say we can be faster than Chinese, okay? So yes, I'll take Jim's warning to heart, to be concerned about them, but please don't just stick your head in the sand and give up and think China's going to take this all over. They're not. So thank you for your attention.
You're willing to answer a question with you? We're trying to keep on schedule here, but I'm still, Dave can answer a few questions right there.
Fair to say that accepted wisdom has been that the timescales associated with nuclear development preclude private financing. And you had at least a bullet that suggested that you foresee a synthesis between the oil sands private, perhaps, and a Canadian government not burdened by problems that we heard about earlier. Is that?
Well, I think what we're trying to promote is the environment in Canada, or a lot of different countries besides the US, unfortunately to say it that way, are more amenable. The regulatory path is more knowable. And to push these quite far along, you do not need much money. So yes, we're not going to go in front of VCs and try to pimp ourselves out and raise money that way. But industrial partners that say, oh geez, okay, I use tens of billions of dollars worth of capital every year buying natural gas or whatever industrial heat, it's just such a pittance for them to at least support this in the shorter term. And once we get our case, like really here's our complete engineering blueprint study, our cost estimates, I think by then it speaks for itself, and cheapness rules the day. Like, we're aiming for 8 years to have a demonstration start up. I know in the nuclear industry that's way too fast. But our regulatory system in Canada is set up for a 6-year cycle for small modular reactors. There's just so much difference. Solid fuels, when you have a solid fuel, like any little tiny change they make might cause a vibration issue somewhere else. Yes, you do need to test things over and over and over, but these liquid salts, it's a tank with liquid in it, they're just so physically simple in that sense that we think we can get a demonstration reactor. And once that's up and running and proving our case, the sky's the limit from there.
David,
So I'm curious, how far down did you get the CapEx before you start getting a revenue stream?
Sorry?
How much capital expenditure do you have to go through before you start getting money coming in?
Good question. It depends. If we're developing, we're not going to build these all ourselves. We're going to be basically the design unit. We're going to have some of the expertise, the IP, et cetera, but we're going to bring in heat exchanger manufacturers. We're going to bring in the pump manufacturers. If we convince them, hey, this is something I could be selling thousands of units of, you can often leverage that to be okay. Yeah, we'll build the pumps for your demonstration reactor, free charge. Just make sure we're on the consortium when it gets built. So all those things can really leverage a lot of funding. You have to be realistic that you are talking hundreds of millions. Your first reactor of anything new, even something like there's a rule of thumb $1 billion for test reactors in the States. But those are very specialized items that are trying to have neutron beams and all these different things. We just want to make this simple. We might not even make electricity out of it if we can build it somewhere that wants the industrial heat. But yeah, you're probably talking in the orders of hundreds of millions, but I would not say billions, because we're going to leverage a lot of the consortium work, and they're simple, especially when we're building them not too small, not too big to start.
All right. Mr. Hatch.
With anti-proliferation being such a big benefit of the DNSR, what is it about the denatured approach that makes it have that benefit?
Yeah, well, denatured by definition just means that there's enough U-238 in the salt at all time that if anyone could go and take the uranium out, and it's a little easier to take uranium out than anything else, that you can't use it for a weapon. If you have enrichment facilities, you could further enrich it, but then why bother? You're just going to use natural uranium. And the other thing, people say, oh, well, if you got uranium-238, oh, you're going to be making plutonium. But that plutonium stays in the salt, and it very quickly just goes way up the chain. So for weapons, you need almost pure plutonium-239. 240, and especially 242, all these spontaneous fissions, it just becomes almost impossible. And it's a lot harder to remove plutonium from the salt. So after a year or two, the plutonium in that is just totally worthless, because it really gets stuck at plutonium-242, which is the worst one. So that's why they got some money to look at this, because it seemed a better approach. You can make the pure cycle proliferation resistant. There's tricks. Well, we could dump in 238, but just a lot of the experts that know this stuff, they don't go on blogs, they don't talk about this online, and maybe they're just have blinders on. But to them, 233 or protactinium, no, you don't do that kind of stuff. So if that was the only way, then we work for it. But I think there's enough other advantages of this approach that we might as well take the anti-proliferation benefits along with it.
All right, well, we'll take...
one more question.
Yeah, one more question, because we really got to stay on track here, folks. I'll let you...
Hi. One thing that worries me about these thorium reactors is apparently you're using graphite as a moderator, and that's the thing that killed Chernobyl, because they had graphite moderate mine. It was solid fuel, I suppose. So what do you think about the chances of the graphite burning? Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say Chernobyl had really anything to do with graphite. It was a bad design, stolen before the Americans fixed the problem. It was a reactivity issue. It's light water cooled, graphite moderated. So graphite didn't really have much to do with the explosion there. You have almost no driving forces, and we don't have water running through these. We don't have anything that produces hydrogen. So yes, if a meteor struck this and ripped the whole plant apart, you might have to worry about the graphite burning later. But graphite is remarkably hard to get it burning. The only reason it burned in Chernobyl was it had like 1200 Celsius molten uranium keeping that graphite so hot. Okay, so yeah, the what ifs at some point, the Godzilla attack, you have to throw your head. Okay, yeah, a little bit of radiation could get out, but it really gets hard for us to imagine any possible way for radiation to spread to the public in these.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much.
You want to do this? So,
So, folks, it's luxurious buffet lunch over there, and so fight to the head of the line to grab your sandwich before they're all gone. And you guys have your schedule as good as I do, so try and help us stay on track if you could, and we'll be back to take our picture in a little bit here.
By the way, Vince, so you have the PDF that I sent you the second time, right?
I believe so, but if you'd like, we could take a look at it.
Yeah, just make sure it's. I can tell quickly if it's. I just reversed a couple of slides. Just scan down.
I'm welcoming you back to the afternoon session here, and Alexander DeVolpe is going to give our first talk, and Ralph Moir will give the second half of the talk. And so, Alex, I'd like to have you introduce yourself to the crowd and give a little background and tell us what we're going to learn today.
Well, thank you, John, and thank everybody here for coming together, and I'm learning an awful lot as we go along. In fact, so much that I have to shorten my presentation because a lot of it's already been said in a very productive way. If you're a speed reader, you'll be able to catch some of my slides, otherwise I'm going to pass through them pretty quickly. I spent 40 years nearby at Argonne National Laboratory in reactor research, instrumentation, development, and so forth. And Ralph was at Livermore for a great many years too, about the same length of time, I think. And we're really pleased to be here, and we've worked together on this particular project. Now, if I find the right buttons to push, the bottom line, what I'm going to talk about is the fact that I think you can get some extra value out of molten salt reactors with or without thorium, and produce things that have particular interest for national security purposes, that is tritium, helium-3, and for medical applications, molybdenum-99, I'll mumble that over a couple of times, and neptunium-237, that's a little easier to say. Neptunium or plutonium-238, which is its derived product. These can be produced and separated most efficiently and profitably in a small, single fluid thorium or uranium-fueled liquid salt reactor, LSR. I use that acronym because DOE is using that acronym now. Talks about liquid salt cooled reactors. And most likely the best place to situate it is on a government reservation. There's certainly been a significant change in the last few decades in terms of the availability of some of these radioisotopes. And I'll talk a little bit about the utilization, supply, the shortage problems, and production options. But much as the groundwork has already been laid in some of the presentations before about the particular reactors that can be used. Some radioisotopes, despite the fact that we're inundated with radiation and it's all around us and so forth, some of these are indispensable for a lot of particular purposes. Applications in medicine, industrial research, nuclear weapons, national security, outer space, and so on. So there are special considerations, though, in terms of what's available, their rarity, what it costs to make them, and how the difficulties are associated with handling these materials. But they are and should be considered valuable commodities on the open market. The most common medical radioisotope, something in the order of 80% of applications, is technetium-99, which is derived from molybdenum-99, a fission product in the process of fission in any reactor whatsoever. The basic half-life that dominates the whole process is the 6-year half-life. So you have to produce it, extract it, transport it, and use it in the hospital somewhere in the world in taking into consideration that you're losing half of it every 6 hours. There are about 30 million medical procedures per year, and as I mentioned, about 80% of all nuclear diagnostic procedures. And that is derived from this molybdenum-99 fission product in the reactors, which itself has the half-life of 66 hours. Almost all diagnostic and therapeutic radioisotopes are actually produced in nuclear reactors. They can be made in accelerators, but it's rather inefficient. They can be made on small targets of uranium or thorium or something of that sort, but that's also rather inefficient, but that's the way much of it's being done, which makes it much more expensive. Now, we'll talk a little bit about national security issues. Nuclear weapons, which are being phased out from time to time, they've more or less served their purpose. They kept everybody safe during the Cold War, it's argued. But they're still around. They're still needed, in principle, to maintain a degree of stability. And they use, well known to use a lot of tritium. And that tritium is stored in the nuclear weapon, and that has to be replenished after some unknown fraction of it decays. Let's say half decays. It's a 12-year half-life. So in some point in time, they have to open up the nuclear weapon, pull out the tritium that's in there, and store it in a container, and then put some fresh tritium back in there. Also in the future, there's hopes of needing much more for fusion type reactors. Helium-3 is a decay product of tritium. It's a very rare gas. It's not the same as the helium for balloons or anything like that you hear about, which is also in short supply. This is this particular radioactive isotope of helium, not radioactive, but it's a product of that. Its supply is dependent almost entirely on what is retrieved from the nuclear weapons that are out there in storage or out in the field. And it's particularly useful in neutron detectors for homeland security. If you're going through air travel or something like that, and they're checking you out to see if you're carrying a nuclear weapon, well, helium-3 is one of the more important things to use for that purpose. Plutonium-238, it's not the same as that plutonium, that damn plutonium that's in nuclear weapons. It's not non-fissile, but it is potentially very important as an alpha emitter for thermoelectric generators for long missions in outer space. And they're, for both all these products that I just mentioned, tritium, helium-3, and plutonium-238, they certainly require very special government controls, handling, processing, and mostly done in government facilities. And that is quite relevant in terms of the proposal of production that I'm going to bring about here. One of the things that if you read the literature, the technical literature, and all the talking heads and so forth say there are some serious shortfalls coming out in supplies of valuable radioisotopes, in supplies of tritium, in supplies of helium-3 especially, and as a result, something needs to be done, but nobody really wants to get around to spending the money or finding what really can be done. And in the long term, there are even more likely to be short falls in the production. To cut to the chase, basically what I'm suggesting is a liquid salt reactor would be ideal for radioisotope production. Particularly for any specialized radioisotopes, it can be timely, cost-effective, and produce it in a very secure manner. A liquid salt fueled reactor is extremely productive in this regard, and very similar to what was developed at Oak Ridge in the past. So I'll skip through some of that. What's important in this particular concept is because of the national security implications and because of the pitfalls normally encountered in licensing any kind of reactor, this is a natural for being sited on a government reservation. Someplace like Oak Ridge, Savannah River, something of that sort, which has handled reactors of this type in the past. And already been a description of the molten salt breeder reactor experiment. On this schematic, you've seen that too, but I do want to emphasize on the drawing to the left there, you'll see something about a chemical processing plant. That's where we would extract these materials on a continuous basis online. And Ralph might mention a little bit about our visit yesterday at Argonne, where we talked to some chemical engineers about that and what the state of the art is. Also, I want to highlight the fact that on the bottom there's a freeze plug and dump tanks. One of the safety features of molten salt reactors of this type is that if it gets too hot, this plug turns into a liquid and allows the molten salt to flood down into safe geometries, protected from the type of loss of coolant accident that's happened in the solid fueled reactors. In fact, in my view, it's a major advantage of molten salt reactors is that they're not subject to the types of catastrophes that have befallen solid fueled reactors, which have been about a dozen of them have had meltdowns in the course of reactor history. FLI, you've also heard a lot about. The important thing, as far as I'm concerned, is it has lithium in it, and it's the lithium that produces the tritium. Normally, the tritium is considered something you want to get rid of. It's a hazard or a problem, but in our case here, we want to capture it and capture as much as possible and salvage it and sell it. You've already heard about both the aircraft reactor experiment and the molten salt reactor experiment. So the proposal that I'm putting on the table is one of a solution type reactor that specializes in radioactive material production. If no other reason, it's because it'll make money, lots of money. It can yield these other particular valuable radioisotopes. We've done a lot of calculations on it. Ralph and I have done them together, so I'll skip to the results. Tritium production for the U.S. government is very difficult to figure out how much it costs. I think it's about $500 million a year that they're spending on tritium production, but it's very difficult to figure it out. In any event, we think we could produce 210 grams a year, which we put a value on it and, wave a hand and so forth, about $8 million a year. The molybdenum, that's the big one. That's something that's a little easier to estimate. The data is out in the open, and we figure it'd be worth on the market about $140 million a year for a 100 megawatt thermal molten salt reactor type we're talking about. The power is peanuts compared to the value of the radioisotopes, $12 million a year, but it's added value, added incentive to build this type of reactor. Of course, there are a lot of uncertainties about it, and we haven't taken any credit for the helium-3 production because that's already being produced through the tritium. There are a lot of licensing and siting issues that we've talked about, but in particular, this proposal is specifically geared to take those things into consideration because of the national security limitations. And I might mention, as a point that hasn't been brought up, is that two such reactors, molten salt reactors, were already previously licensed by the Atomic Energy Commission, the predecessor of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, many years ago. But of course, they weren't licensed as isotope production facilities. They were licensed for the particular purposes they had. But in any event, as I mentioned, I think that basically, generically, it has its own rationale for being put on a government site and being short-circuited in terms of licensing. A lot of development work would certainly be needed as in the case of any type of reactor. And I'll skip through again some of these particular points, but I do want to mention a couple of other things. Yesterday, Ralph and I were at Argonne making a presentation, and I'd say on this concept, and maybe the response might be blah, no sign of any proactive interest at all. Argonne historically had originally started out in developing all kinds of reactors, the boiling water reactors and things like this, test reactors. They have none on the site anymore. They're abolished from Illinois. But programmatically, they're dominated by the Department of Energy and National Nuclear Security Agency, but they don't seem to have any particular interest on their own or initiative on their own in this area, which is rather disappointing. In fact, I'm sort of considered a turncoat, I think, having worked most of my career on solid fuel reactors, and now I'm a convert to liquid fuel reactors. And one other thing I just want to, we can turn these off, I guess. In the summary, the molten salt reactor fueled with thorium or uranium would appear to produce timely and sufficient radioisotopes, meet current national and, in fact, international needs for these special radioisotopes, not only full cost recovery basis, but most likely at a profit, and the potential commercial market value is billions of dollars a year for it. One other thing I want to add on this respect is that compared to solid fueled reactors, the amount of fuel that has to be sequestered in inventory to start up these reactors is significantly less. Basically, you have a solid fueled reactor, you have to store a lot of fuel in there for several years before it can be defueled. And so there's a tremendous waste or inventory of fuel that's not used for a long period of time. It's one of the basic advantages of molten salt reactors. So thank you. I'll ask Ralph to segue in.
Just hit the space bar. So I've been helping Alex do some calculations on this isotope production, and I'd like to make kind of 4 general comments in 4 areas here. The molten salt reactor experiment that operated over 40 years ago made, incidentally, just enough molybdenum-99 to supply the world's needs today. And any reactor that we build, and any of these programs of these startups that people talk about in fluid fuel will be making isotopes because it's 6% of the fission products, and that can be a step along the way of commercialization. In fact, 1 megawatt is making enough molybdenum-99 to supply the world's needs, and that's at 0.02 curies per dose or 0.04 micrograms per dose. Not much molybdenum is a dose to do illumination of the heart, let's say. Now, another point I want to mention is in 2002, I did some calculations of massaging the Oak Ridge reports of their cost estimates for molten salt commercial reactors. And the stuff I published based on their work said that the molten salt reactors, the electricity would be lower in capital cost and lower in electricity cost than a light water reactor or than coal of that era. And this is a strong goal for us to see if we can do that in the future now, to displace coal and save people money. And those estimates are a long time ago, but the fundamentals are still there. Now, in 2005, I published a paper with Edward Teller about undergrounding and downshifting by use of thorium. And we said it was a mistake that the molten salt reactor program was shut down, but it's time to correct that excusable mistake and start by building a small, maybe 1 to 10 megawatt electric molten salt reactor so people could learn, again, those skills. And incidentally, that would be just what's needed, in fact, to supply, in 1 reactor, the world's needs of molybdenum-99. And finally, you know, the Chinese in Shanghai have a program of about 5,000 people working for molten salt reactors, and they're planning on building one to operate in 2017 cooled, and in about 2020, 2 megawatt thermal molten salt fueled. Well, maybe 30 million doses per year of molybdenum-99 are consumed, and that's a couple $100 million per year just for the
isotopes. And given that you have to make more than that, more than the needed about a gram a year, because it decays. And this is why we always talk about 6-day Curie when you supply it at the and send it out with UPS or wherever you send it out and fly it out to the hospitals, and then they deliver it. Every 2.5 days it's getting less and less and less. So you have to make about 10 grams per year to supply the world's needs. And 1 megawatt with no loss, recover it all, and maybe 10 megawatts thermal would, with practical losses, would supply the world's needs. A nice commercial step along the way. Now, Alex and I were in Argonne yesterday and talking to them about their a development that they had done with chloride salts, very similar, using a continuous flow contactor for separations. And we're asking, can this be used in molten salt to clean it up? And in our case, I'm showing the molten salt coming in on the left and molybdenum coming along with it. And then in this rotating, fairly low speed rotation, and the diameter of that rotor is about 4 centimeters. Now we could scale it up to 10 centimeters. And the heavy, shown on the dark, right up there, you extract the heavies, and the molybdenum 99 would be a heavy element if it is native metal. If it's some kind of a weird molybdenum F6 with a bunch of, in cluster form, kind of a strange beast, it would come out in the light element shown right there. So you know, it's up to researchers to find out whether it's light or heavy. It will probably be not soluble in either case, and we'd have an extra tap. Anyway, technology like this can be used to continuously clean the salt up of the stuff that precipitates or is gaseous. And while we won't be reprocessing in the usual sense, we'll be processing on a side stream to keep the salt somewhat clean. These fission products have decay heat and nice to prevent them from just accumulating in the heat exchanger. Anyway, nice work at Oak Ridge. You'll be able to read down below the reference to that work, and these are available from Argonne. Now, this development has gone on, and earlier talks have discussed this. The molten salt reactor experiment, kind of a simple thing, shown here. This shows you the graphite, about the size of a man standing there. And this shows looking down in there, and you can actually see a man standing on that reactor vessel. And that was done obviously before the reactor was operated, and never again, because that's a radioactive, so robotics will be the name of the game, of course. And some people call this a simple pipe pump and a pot design with fluid fuel. And the question we're asking or suggesting is, can we go to 10 or 20 terawatts in 100 years with this new technology? That should be the goal. If we want to more or less completely displace coal, that's the kind of scale we need to do it. If it doesn't meet that scale, it's not an interesting technology, or at least so say some of us. But as I mentioned before, we're recommending somebody build a small unit so that we can start rebuilding the human capital, you know, in the supply chain of engineers and scientists and pump manufacturers and metallurgists and so forth, and chemists. And yeah, Edward and Teller and I thought this was a mistake, but let's get back onto it and do it right, build it underground, and this shows the basic design. Thank you.
Do we have some questions for, yeah, Dave will go on.
Projecting. A question and a comment. The work you showed on
centrifugal separation of molybdenum. Do you have a general idea of what else comes out of that? Is it all noble metals?
The idea of noble and semi-noble metals is that they don't want to form fluorides, so they should be as metal, and they're not soluble, and they should be heavy, and they should come out the bottom.
Four different ports there.
Okay.
Should, and you know, there's this strange beast called a metal cluster. And in the molten salt reactor, they observed in the pump bowl in the gaseous space a froth or a foam, you know, a technical term they used, and very rich in molybdenum. So that's gaseous, and it's not gaseous in the sense it just went off with the gas, because there was helium and stuff. It accumulated there as a froth. So there's research to be done, but it's clear that it was separated. And we'd like to separate all of those noble and semi-noble metals rather than have them just stick to the graphite or stick to the pipes, and especially the cold plate of the heat exchanger. Good research for metallurgists and chem engineers.
Just to extend to a comment and another question, I guess, then, since you showed that it really doesn't take much power to make all the world's molybdenum, can you comment a bit more on the needs of tritium around the world? Because if you want to make more than 210 grams of tritium a year, that's pretty easy. You just use less enriched lithium and you can make as much as you want, as long as you're not trying to get rid of it. So if there is a big market for tritium, we know how to get rid of tritium, it comes out on its own. So perhaps that's maybe a better aiming point for a provable market on what you can get out of the reactor.
Well, I just mentioned that the driving force for tritium production in this country is national security, in quotes, for weapons. So basically it's a U.S. domestic issue, and as I said, if you try to figure out how much Congress is passing on for payment of this, it looks to me like it's a huge amount of money, and the method they're using now is to put lithium in solid fuel rods, put them in a commercial reactor, irradiate it, take it out eventually after a radiation cycle, and come out and process it and so forth. Very inefficient process, very expensive, and certainly can be improved. Some more questions?
Could I add to that answer just a wee bit? Everybody who's designing and wants to build molten salt reactors will have a little bit of tritium made, and you want to capture that and prevent it getting to the environment. So this problem is going to have to be solved. Now then, turning the problem into, you know, lemonade, you know, if you want more, you could sell it, and will there be a market? And there's a market today, and I'll bet there will be more.
Take one more quick question, but we got to keep things on track.
Does it make sense to try to electroplate any of these precious metals or molybdenum out of the reactor? Have you looked into that?
You better handle that one.
Let's see now. You mean electro-refining to remove the molybdenum? It might be, but this molybdenum is not dissolved. If it was a fluoride in the salt, you put an electrode in there and have it played out as be reduced. But we think that it's in some kind of a metal, in kind of 6 partners, kind of like a benzene ring, and then fluorides around that in called metal clusters. And now I'm way over my head. There's somebody at Ames, Iowa, now retired, who's done a lot of research, I understand, in chlorides of these metal clusters. But the literature in Oak Ridge quite often refers to these strange metal clusters. So I think your question is not crazy, but this is going to have some work done on it.
Is that true for most precious metals, or this metal clustering is just an issue of the molybdenum?
I think that the metals that are called semi-noble and noble, they don't like to form a good trivalent, typically trivalent fluoride, you know, metal F4 or metal F3, and they are clearly soluble and they circulate around, and they could be extracted by electrorefining, but you gotta watch out, electrorefining takes out thorium and uranium too. So, you know, to separate one from the other, and then they're all the rare earth fission products. So this is interestingly messy.
Well, thank you, Alex, and thank you, Ralph, very much. I really appreciate it. Our next speaker is come all the way from England to give us an update on his big, busy year he had covering all these issues. And Mark Halper is actually working very close with the Weinberg Institute, which many of you are probably familiar with. And he's been a very good ally in getting out information about these technologies and possibilities to the general public. So I'll leave it at that, and Mark can take it from here. Thank you, Mark.
Okay. Thank you, John.
You bet.
All right. Okay, yeah, my name's Mark Halper, and I have a confession to make. I like talking to nuclear scientists. And that's a lot of you, physicists, chemists, molten salt experts, and the general thoriumati. Now, I say this because I'm not a nuclear scientist, but I do like telling their story. It's become a bit of an addiction of mine. I'm a freelance journalist. I'm American. I'm based in the UK. I write for a number of outlets, including CBS here in the States, has a blog site called Smart Planet. I do the occasional story for the Guardian newspaper, where I live in Britain, and in September, I became blogger in residence. I like that title, for the Weinberg Foundation. And the Weinberg Foundation is a UK-based non-profit group. They advocate safe and alternative forms of nuclear energy. And you've probably figured out that they take their name from Alvin Weinberg, who, as most of you know, built a molten salt reactor in the 1960s. So John and Jim kindly asked me to come here and speak about the year in thorium. Well, what a year it has been. I was here a year ago, and it seems that since then a little mini industry has sprouted. An industry without a lot of money, and I'll get onto that a little bit later in my presentation. But I like to think of this as the thorium trail. So without further ado, let's hit the road. I'm going to go back exactly a year and show you a bit of a slideshow of pictures and technologies. I'm not going to lecture you on how protactinium transmutes into uranium-233. For a lot of you, that would be like teaching grandmothers how to suck eggs. That's a quaint expression I picked up in Britain. Okay, Vince.
Is this a page now?
Page, I did. That one. No. Help.
That's all right. There you go.
Page. All right. Okay. All right. That's not a grandmother. That's Baroness Bryony Worthington. She spoke here last year. I like to call her the Thorium Lord. She's a member of the UK House of Lords. She is one of the leading political advocates in the world, really, for thorium. Maybe I should say outside of China, because China has a lot of political advocates for thorium. I think I'd have to add Joe Sestak to that list after hearing him speak this morning. Anyway, that's Bryony at Oak Ridge National Laboratory last year, just after this conference. She went out and visited Oak Ridge, I believe with Kirk Sorensen from FLIBE. Now, okay, you saw this slide a little bit earlier. I'm not sure, but I think Jim Kennedy has a few opinions on this. This all happened, I'm going down the thorium trail here somewhat in chronological order. So I got wind of this last June, July. This is the DOE, Department of Energy, China collaboration on molten salts. This is a collaboration from the DOE's perspective on molten salt cooled reactors, high temperature solid fueled reactors, but not molten salt fueled, at least from the DOE's perspective. Westinghouse is, we all know Westinghouse for their AP1000, their conventional reactors. They're getting into small modular reactors. But they are, I think, more than dabbling in some of these alternative nuclear technologies, such as high temperature and perhaps thorium. They're the commercial advisor on the DOE project, DOE China project, and that is Regis Matzi. He's the retired Westinghouse CTO, and he chairs the commercial advisory panel for that. So, as I said, from the DOE's perspective, this is not a molten salt fueled project. Where's the molten salt? Well, it's in China. China is looking at molten salt fueled reactors. More than looking, they're developing a molten salt fueled reactor. But things have changed there slightly. So here we are on the trail. This is around August. This is August of last year. I think a few of you in this room were at this presentation. This is a presentation. This is a slide of a slide. I should be careful to point that out. This is not my slide originally. But I lifted this from a presentation that a gentleman named Kun Chen gave from the Shanghai Institute of Nuclear Physics. He gave this at the University of California at Berkeley last September, and his time frame for China developing a molten salt reactor was 2015 for a 2 megawatt cooled, and 2017 for a 2 megawatt fueled reactor. Now, that would change by October. This gentleman's name is Hu Hongji. He is the director of the Thorium Molten Salt Research Center at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and I heard him present at the Thorium Energy Conference in Shanghai in October, and he indicated that a slightly different, and I should say delayed, those weren't his words, but his time frame was different from what we heard in August. I think the, let's see, so he said 2017 and 2020 for the molten salt cooled and molten salt fuel. That's his slide. Again, this is another slide of a slide. So that's a slide of his that I photographed in Shanghai. And also at the same conference, this is Jiang Mianhang, the son of the former president of China, Jiang Zemin. And he is, or was, and things are in flux and changing, so I have to confess not being completely up to date to who is running what, but he at the time was running the thorium molten salt reactor. As far as I know, he still is, but China's China, and I don't have special access to who's controlling what there. Now, he gave quite a ambitious perspective on how China will use a thorium molten salt reactor, and he mentioned some of the applications that we heard about this morning from Joe Sestak and some others, including using the process heat for things like coal gasification, hydrogen production, and others. So they do have process heat as well as electricity in mind. Okay, so moving on now. This is around the same time as, in fact, slightly before the Shanghai conference, also in October. This is a South African company, and this fits in neatly with what the DOE is interested in, because this company, Steenkamskrel Thorium Limited, they are developing a solid fuel pebble bed thorium reactor, and that gentleman is Trevor Blench. He's their chairman, and here are some fast facts and figures about STL, Steenkamskrel Thorium Limited. They're based, I'll just rattle this off, based in Centurion, South Africa, modular pebble bed, 35 megawatt electric, 100 megawatt thermal, helium cooled 750 degrees. They think they can commercialize in 5 to 10 years. Now, here, stick with me here. They're 20% owned by Canada's Great Western Minerals Group, and they're a sister company to Rareco, which is a rare earth mining company. So Rareco, their sister company, is getting ready to pull monazite out of the ground in South Africa. And from that monazite, they'll get the rare earths and the thorium. Maybe they want to donate some to the thorium bank. Is it open yet, John?
It's called my basement.
Yeah. All right, I'll give Trevor your address later. Yeah.
It's stored here on my radar.
Excellent, excellent. How's, yeah. Now, for those of you keeping score, if this sounds familiar, about a year ago, this company was more or less called Q Power. There's been some changes in ownership and management, and they're now called STL. They also own 15% of Thor Energy. Thor Energy is a private company in Norway, and they're getting ready to irradiate thorium, plutonium, MOX. STL is looking to put together a consortium of industrial owners and customers. They want to have about 10 companies altogether, and they think some of these companies could come from the coal industry. Now, okay, I said it was becoming a bit of a mini industry. Here's another company that entered the radar since last year. Do these two youngsters run Twitter? I mean, that's what this. I see this and I think they're up there talking about Twitter or Tumblr or Jumbler or whatever the latest social media is. No, this is Transatomic Power. And its co-founders, Mark Massey and Leslie Dewan. They're MIT PhD students. What I like about this is that, we heard from Katie Hudak this morning, and we need a youth movement. And if nuclear is going to reverse it's going to overcome public opposition, I think a good place to start is with the younger generation. Well, there you go. I do think this is good for nuclear rebranding. And here's some facts and figures. Molten salt reactor, I'm pretty sure that 500 megawatt electric is correct. All good reactors deserve an acronym, so they call theirs the WAMSR. It's a waste annihilating molten salt reactor. But I think depending on who their audience is, I've seen other presentations from them in which they simply call it the uranium molten salt reactor. It combines uranium with spent fuel. That's the waste annihilating aspect of it. Uranium first, their fuel will be uranium, and then possibly down the road they will use thorium. Co-founders are Mark Massey and Leslie Dewan, the PhD students. Also, Russ Wilcox is a co-founder and CEO, and he comes from the IT world. He was very much involved with E-Ink, maker of e-reader displays. Other adults, advisor Richard Lester from he's the MIT head of nuclear science and engineering. Regis Matsi, we saw him earlier. He heads the DOE China Commercial Advisory Panel. He became one of their advisors recently, ex-Westinghouse CTO. Other names, some of you will probably even know some of these people. Jessica Henn from Oak Ridge, Benoit Forget, I think you say it that way, from MIT, Todd Allen, Idaho National Laboratory, Ken Sawinski, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, Michael Corandini, University of Wisconsin, and president of the American Nuclear Society. Funding, trying to raise, that's my little journalistic TK, that means I don't know. To come. I think I know, but I would need to check that first, so I won't hazard a guess now. Now, it's worth noting that they recently won top prize in a DOE-backed future energy pitch-off, and the judges of this included Shell Oil's Game Changer Group. So just something to bear in mind that there's an oil company sending out a judge to a panel selecting a molten salt reactor company as a winner of. They chose it out of 200 energy technologies, including solar and all the other usual suspects. So take note. Oil is interested in this on some level. I think we'll say we heard from David LeBlanc about that. We heard from Joe Sestak and the natural gas connection, and I think I have another slide coming up a little bit later. Now, some of you might recognize that guy. I've got a reactor for you. Russia, if you want a reactor, and let's say you're running an emerging country, but you don't have the money or the resources or the expertise, Russia will come and build it and operate it for 60 years. So they'll provide the car and the driver. And they're doing that with more or less with conventional technology. They have relationships with Vietnam and I believe Bangladesh and all sorts of others. So they are on a push to sell nuclear technology abroad. they are also planning a lot of fast reactors at home. They have all that natural gas, world's biggest proven reserves by a long shot. They want to carry on exporting it and build nukes at home to provide their energy. All right, moving on. I love this slide. I'm going slightly off course here, but this is a Russian, it's Russian of course, it's a nuclear icebreaker. Only the Russians have these things. This happens to be escorting liquefied natural gas to, guess where? Japan, a country that has been guzzling fossil fuels since it shut down its nuclear plants. Speaking of Japan, this is Motoyatsu Kinoshita, and this is in Shanghai back at the Thorium Conference in October. He's holding a copy of Alvin Weinberg's autobiography. There it is, translated very handsomely into Chinese. And TTS, based in Tokyo. I'm gonna go through these quickly now. I just got the 5-minute signal, and I have a few more slides. So TTS is building a single fluid reactor, thorium molten salt, which they will mix with plutonium, and I can share these slides with you later. I'm just going to flip through this. They were originally, they used to be called, well, they have the Fuji reactor. The Fuji reactor, if you've heard of the Fuji, this is the latest incarnation. In fact, they still call it the Fuji and the Mini Fuji. Okay. Norwegian wood. I'm sorry, I forced this pun a little bit. Apologies to John Ledden. But Norway's Thor Energy, I mentioned them earlier, is getting ready to irradiate thorium, plutonium, MOX at the country's Halden test reactor. That's where TTS wants to test out its fuel as well. Westinghouse, there they are again, backs the project. That's Julian Kelly. I don't think he's Norwegian, but he's their chief technology officer, and that's him announcing this irradiation plan in Shanghai in October. Nuclear heat. This is my favorite factoid of my presentation. That's a paper mill in Norway, right next to the Halden test reactor, and they are taking heat for their industrial process. And it's just something that maybe larger and more heat-intensive industries can take as a lesson. So there you go. Process heat, nuclear process heat in action. Not so moderate. These two guys, that's Jeff Parks on the left and his PhD student, Ben Lindley on the right from the University of Cambridge. They want to put thorium into reduced moderation water reactors, which they say will make the fuel last much longer. To be debated. Prague. Last year, DOE went to China. This year, they sent they're sending a load of molten salts over to the Czech Republic for testing by the Czech Nuclear Research Institute. Again, the project's focused on cooling, not so much fueling. Molten Man, this is Milo Hran from the University of West Bohemia in the Czech Republic, and he was presenting on molten salts in Shanghai. There's those ever-present flowers. Everybody got to smell the flowers as they spoke at that conference. I call this slide "Good Advice." That's John Beddington, Sir John Beddington in British in Brit speak. He up until about a month or 6 weeks ago was the UK's chief scientific officer, and he recommended more funds for nuclear R&D if Britain was going to go with a high nuclear scenario. Britain has proposed nuclear energy scenarios that have anything from 16% to, I think, 70% nuclear by 2050. And he said if they're going for 70%, they're going to need a lot of new nuclear technologies. So the results so far, the government took his advice to the tune of £15 million, $23 million. That'll buy a few pumps. You might find some thorium here. That's a site in the UK called the Harwell Nuclear Facility. There was a project back in, I think, the 80s, don't quote me on that, in Windforth, England, where they had a solid fuel thorium reactor called the Dragon reactor. Anyway, I just recently found out it's waste, it's thorium waste, is on its way to Harwell and eventually for storage. So Britain, and by the way, Baroness Bryony Worthington is working hard at reversing this attitude, but you don't turn a ship around overnight. Britain is unfortunately not getting all that progressive yet with its ideas for nuclear power. It is trying to build more conventional nuclear reactors. Terrestrial energy, aha! This is a bit redundant from what we heard this morning, but this is David LeBlanc's company, which came out in, was it March, David, April? Or anyway, within the last few months. And, David told you all about this morning, but there's his small reactor packing a punch with its smarter technology, and he's going to build these a lot smaller than other modular reactors. I will skip this slide because David covered his company earlier. Global growth, nuclear global growth, it's going to be 30% according to a company called Global Data by 2020. So by 2020, the world will be generating 30% more electricity from nuclear than it is today. Emerging countries like Bangladesh and many others are getting into it. In Bangladesh, if they had a decent power infrastructure, they wouldn't have to put diesel generators on the floors of clothing factories. And so wouldn't it make sense? Isn't this an opportunity to introduce thorium and molten salts? Well, here's a company that's doing it, and some of you might have to grin and bear this slide, but this is a company called Thorium Power Canada. This just came out, I just recently wrote about it a week or two ago. That's not a picture of Canada. It's Kalimantan, Indonesia, where Thorium Power Canada could soon connect a thorium reactor to the grid or to a water desalination plant. They're in advanced discussions, they tell me, with the authorities there. Indonesia is a very rapidly growing country. Remember to water this city. That's Copiapo, Chile, and Thorium Power Canada is also in advanced discussions there to specifically power a water desalination plant in this desert city. These are facts and figures on TPC. I'll skip this. It's solid fuel, and they're not giving away a lot of information yet. Anyway, they think they can build them a lot less expensively than anybody else in this room talks about. So we need to find out more about how they can do that. And they think they can also build them within 18 to 24 months. And they're using technology that a man named Hector DeVerne has developed over the last several decades. And he's based in the Bay Area. Mining the market, they say they have interest from Chilean and Argentinian mining companies. That's a picture of the ordeal after the Los 33 got trapped in the San Jose mine. The city of Copiapo that I showed you earlier is just nearby where that mine is located. TPC also has interest from the Middle East, including Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates have announced significant nuclear plans, not with TPC per se, but they will continue to export the oil and use nuclear at home. Where will the money come from? The oil industry, I do think so. And now, kids say the darndest thing. Thorium is the future, and even 13-year-olds, such as Katie, who was 12 when she did this video, know that. Meet me in Cranberry. This is my next stop on the thorium trail. On Monday, I'm going to Westinghouse in Cranberry, Pennsylvania, outside of Pittsburgh, to talk to them about their thorium and high-temperature molten salt research, and so on and so forth, and to ask them what they're doing with the Chinese. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
DBI-centric fuels. I'll give you a little interview about Mr. Chilean man.
Sure you will.
Yeah, he's special. So the next feller, he snuck up behind me. He's like a.
I have my tip.
Yeah, like a little summer elf. So many of you know Bruce Hoagland, and Bruce, yes, great guy.
Thank you.
Bruce was
5-minute warning, right?
thorium before thorium was cool, man. I think you used to send out semaphore signals. You were so early to this, and then he had one of the first websites like in 1990, didn't you?
95.
Yeah,
So
jeez.
it first went up in 94, and then I had to switch to Earthlink in 95. It's been there since.
There you go. You had didn't you have to chisel the web pages by hand?
If you look at it, I'm still a bad web designer, but it looks like crap because that was actually hard to do then. But
Okay.
it's-
Well,
actually, that was the least significant thing I thought I was doing, because I was doing all this other advocacy, and I put it on the web as a throw-off, and the scientist said, "What's the web? Why are you doing that?" It turned out it was one of the most significant. So Don't underestimate the little things you do.
I hear the internet's going to be big someday.
I heard that. I never forget the
So,
book.
yeah. So, okay, I'll, without holding up the show, I hand over things to Bruce to talk about some
Thanks, John.
reactor developments.
Can you all hear me?
You wanna talk?
Okay. Like John said, I've been in it for a while. So my main goal today is to kind of pass on what I've learned and to show you how big this design space is. A Russian researcher once said that when he learned about molten salt technology, he goes, "This is like my garden in the spring. I can plant anything." Some of us think too narrow. If you want to be a designer, this is a lot broader than you think. Excuse me. I'm going to give you the Bonbon Road to core wall neutron flux suppression to enable a homogeneous fast MSR fueled by spent fuel and depleted uranium. That rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? I want to thank David LeBlanc for the excellent graphic here. That's our chief engineer. Okay, last century, I'm going to make some predictions here. Last century was iron and steel age. I think the 21st century is going to be graphite and graphene. We're beginning to learn about graphene. MSRs are really all, and lifters, whatever you want to call them, are all about the plumbing. And really, MSR cores are boring. What salt? What graphite moderator in it or not? These are your two choices, you're done. MSR's action is in the heat exchanger, the pumps, and the processing. And last prediction is radioactive waste will become resources in the future, starting with spent fuel. Graphite. Graphite is key to what we want to do. This is a graphite crucible. As you can see, it's very solid. With molten salt reactors, they're crucial. It's an unknown that's becoming known because of our research now in graphene. It's been under our nose all these ages, but we're now starting to know it's mainly made out of graphene. It's compatible with all fluoride salts, and this has been industrial shown since 1889 with the Hall-Héroult cell, which is how we make aluminum. It has the highest, and I have a question mark there, melting point, because it actually sublimes before it melts, and that's at 3,825 degrees. It was the first filament for an incandescent bulb. It's one of the few materials that gets stronger as it gets hotter. Its max strength comes out at 2,500 degrees C. Put that in perspective, that's 1,000 degrees higher than the melting point of iron. And it's a mixture of the strongest and the weakest materials. Graphene is the strongest material we know of. This is graphite lubricant. It's one of the softest materials. Same substance. Again, it's a yin and a yang sort of thing. Just two factoids about graphite compared here. One is the thermal conductivity. As you can see, it's only 1/3 of copper, but it's far higher than stainless steel, and stainless steel and Hastelloy have about the same thermal conductivity. So graphite is a good conductor of heat. It also has the highest thermal shock resistance of any common substance, and this is great for heat exchanger design and other high temperature applications. These are some graphite things. You've already seen the MSRE. We can have the ultra purity of nuclear graphite, highly machined. You can see in the lower left-hand corner is graphite is easily machined. It can be threaded, tapered, bored out. So it can be in a variety of shapes and sizes, and it can be very physically large, larger than telephone poles. All right. I don't have enough time to give you a full nuclear education here today, sorry, but I do want to talk about the nuclear resonance escape probability. And this is probably where, if you're not into geek, sit back, let lunch sit down into your stomach and take a snooze, I don't mind. All right, resonance escape probability is the term where it's the probability of a neutron, which is born at 10 to the 6th, 1,000,000 electron volts. It travels at about 1/10 of the speed of light, so it's very energetic, but it's the probability of getting it from that high energy zone to the low energy zone, which is 10 to the 0 and below. That's thermal energy. You'll hear that referred to thermal energy. This is a logarithmic graph of the probability of the neutron interacting with plutonium-239. And as you can see, it's much higher in the thermal zone than it is in the fast zone. But plutonium is a rubbish fuel. If you look at it right where it's born, at that this line here, right here, this top line here, that's the fission probability. That's what you want to have happen. As you can see, as it slows down and going from that real violent looking black area to the right, that's where most fast reactors operate. Most thermal reactors operate up here. And again, that's 100 times more reactive. You need less fissile, and that's why people like David LeBlanc want to make a thermal reactor. It needs less fissile. All right? The fast reactors need more fissile because it's less reactive, but you can see the plutonium reactivity goes down, and then there's a dotted line that's rising rather rapidly. That's the capture probability. That's what you don't want. But in my design, I want this, because this is how I protect the wall. These reactors have always had a wall lifetime issue. I think I've solved that problem. All right, neptunium is another common material you can have in the reactor. As you can see, its capture shoots up in the region of fast. And again, for me, this is a good thing. And what I've done is I've done MCMP modeling of this. MCMP, for those of you who don't know, stands for Monte Carlo N-particle software. And what it does is it allows us to calculate nuclear parameters and mainly criticality. I've done a lot of simulation, but I did 2 simulations for this group. Both of these simulations were using the sodium fluoride, actinide fluoride. The reason I use that is high solubility for actinides. Both of these reactor cores were 2.5 meters in diameter. This is about 8 feet. So 8 feet wide, 8 feet high, cylindrical geometry. Around that, you have a 1/2 meter going around that, and this is the bonbon. I'm going to get to the bonbon because that's the magic stuff. Both had the same 1/2 meter thickness. One had the bonbon type, and then I modeled the traditional pure graphite wall. All right. The way my system works to protect the wall is it's called core flux suppression. These neutrons are the agent of the fissioning process. If we absorb them or we get them to not cause a fission, then you lower the power. And if you don't have nuclear power in that area, no fissioning, you don't have damaging neutrons, your wall lasts longer, okay? So what I want to do is partially slow down the neutrons, like that graphs I showed you earlier. I want to get it where it actually absorbs, which traditionally you don't want, but I want to do this along the wall because I want to protect the wall. So I'm going to show you the 2 graphs of, the first graph is going to be the radial and axial flux in each MCMP zone. And I'm just plotting 3 zones: the center of the core, the wall of the core, and then the outer shell of the salt, and then which is right against the wall, and then the wall. Okay, this is called a flux graph. It shows the amount of neutrons per source neutron at the various energies. This is considered a fast spectrum. A lot of people don't think you can have a fast spectrum in fluoride. You can. And as you can see, the dark line at the bottom there, that is significantly lower. Again, this is logarithmic graph, so just about an inch on that screen is going to be a factor of 10 difference. So it's a big drop, and that's the wall's protected. Now this then is this is a busy graph, I apologize. This is now the same modeling except with graphite. And as you can see, the dark line here is the graphite wall, and it has a much higher damaging flux. So it's more damaged. And it's about a factor of 4 damage. So that's what we're going to expect. The wall's going to have that much shorter lifetime. This is a power graph. It shows you the various zones, how much power is being produced. Again, the green is the bonbon, the black is the graphite. And as you can see, it's a factor of 3 power at the end there. And the overall power density from center to outer is about 7 power. Those peaks are where you have fuel salt return. And as you can see in graphite, it's really horrendous amount of power in those fuel salt returns. So we can't use graphite in a big thick graphite in a fast reactor is the bottom line. All right. Now that you have a nuclear education, let's become paper reactor designers. All right. One of the problems with molten salt reactors technology is it really gives you too many choices. I mean, there's over 5 salts we could possibly use, maybe 10 or 20. So what salt becomes a big issue? What geometry? Spherical, cylindrical? But this third question is the most important. What purpose? What market are we building this reactor for? And too few people ask that question. Because if you don't have a business model, you don't have a reactor. Because do-gooding is not a business model. So think about what you want to do and then design your reactor. We've been doing it backwards, a lot of us, for a while. All right, what molten salt? To answer this question, I gotta answer that third question, the last question. And the business I'm going to choose here is I want to safely store spent fuel and release its energy. Why? I think there's paying customers, demand for it. That's my business guess. Yours may be different. The USA, and this is going to be USA-centric because I'm an American, we also have the world's largest inventory of spent fuel. We have 70,000 tons. By the way, this was going to be Yucca Mountain's statutory limit. It's going to be reached in 2015. So Yucca Mountain was going to be filled in 2015. So for those of you upset over Yucca Mountain being canceled, it really doesn't matter because we would have needed Yucca Mountain too. We also have 700,000 tons of depleted uranium. And the world has 250,000 tons of spent fuel worldwide. Put this in perspective, each ton of spent fuel has about 10 kilograms of plutonium. That's enough to make a warhead, a weapon that will flatten a city. So the world has 250,000 warheads worth of plutonium, and it's growing 4% a year. This is a growing problem worldwide. Okay, we're going to now store, this is spent fuel in its various forms. When you take it out of the reactor, it has to cool for 5 to 10 years. If you don't, you could have the Fukushima, that's bad. So what we're going to do, since we don't have Yucca Mountain, we're going to do that fuel cask, which is on the right-hand side. Plutonium's half-life, the plutonium-239 I showed you, its half-life is 24,400 years. So it's going to be around for a while. The cask is designed to last 50 to 100 years. See a problem? Okay, let's narrow down the choices. The salt, for my business model, the salt should have significant amounts of uranium and plutonium to store the fuel. The market says actinides and even fissile materials are no longer resources, they are waste. If you're going to bury something in a mountain, it's a waste. Safe storage is what paying customers want, and electricity may help pay for this storage. Capital costs must be kept low. So I basically want to do that silo thing, except I want to produce maybe some energy as a byproduct. All right, further narrow down the choices. The fuel salt has to have high uranium and TRU solubility. TRU stands for transuranics. It's plutonium and above. Thermal spectrum reactors have very low fissile inventories, and thus they have low uranium and TRU storage ability. The fast spectrum requires 5 times more fissile than thermal. So Dave, I'm going to build fast reactors. Dave is going to build thermal or slow reactors. He's going to be 5 times wealthier than I am because that's how large his fleet can be. It's 5 times larger than mine. But right now, it's a waste, so we want to store it. All right, fast spectrum burns spent fuels, actinides the best, and the fast spectrum is easiest to breed in if you want to breed. That is, make new fissile. This is going to come up, so I'm going to address it. I'm not a fan of chlorides. Chlorides allow a faster spectrum than the fluorine. However, this can be a proliferation issue. For example, the French general 5 to 10 years ago confirmed what a lot of us believed. The French got most of their military plutonium from their liquid metal fast reactors. So if you have too fast a spectrum, you can make military-grade plutonium. My spectrum that I just showed you is a crap spectrum as far as fast goes, so it makes crappy plutonium, as I'll show you later. So chloride's one advantage is not needed today. The world is awash in fissile. We have excess military and commercial fissile we need to get rid of. There's more chlorine negatives than positive. Chloride corrosion is less known. It can't support a thermal spectrum like David wants to do. Chlorine 36 is going to be produced. Oh, you're kidding. I got to speed this up here. All right, I apologize for this. This is the salt I want to use. Sodium lithium fluoride. It has high uranium and actinide and plutonium solubilities, and it gives you a wide range of temperatures you can operate at. I want to go back to the future. I want to stack a bunch of blocks, just like we did a few miles from here to create a reactor. If you see there, this is graphite. That's graphite, just with holes drilled in it, and they put uranium, and they stacked it up, it made a reactor. Couldn't be much simpler. called Chicago Pile, that is Pile of Blocks 1. It was the first reactor a few miles from here. This is my bonbon brick. You've probably been wondering what's a bonbon. Take graphite, put thorium, mainly thorium tetrafluoride in there, put a little uranium tetrafluoride, and lock it up. I show cylindrical and hexagonal geometries, and then what we're going to do is stack them in various arrangements. We can create reactors just by stacking it. The one difference is I'm going to have fluoride salt in there as the fuel, not uranium slugs. One other thing I'm not showing here is you have to have the Hastelloy wall around the outside. I like thorium fluoride because it has high density and a high melting point. 1110 C, that's higher than copper or silver melting point. So it's a very high melting point, and its density is 6.1. The density of steel is about 7. So it's a very heavy, dense material. This is another design that I always thought of. I want to get rid of the pipes. I want to get rid of all the tubing and all this stuff. I want to have a nice compact design like David was showing, the Smarter. This diagram, I can't remember where I got it, but it's 40 to 50 years old from Oak Ridge. I modify it by I take out the center core, and I'm not going to have any Hastelloy or anything. I don't want to even pump the blanket salt around. All right, we'll go through here. This is my design. This is the core. Comes in thermal or fast. Fast has no moderator in it. If you want thermal spectrum, all you have to do is put graphite logs in there and it will become a thermal spectrum. The green is the bonbon salt. The gray is the graphite. And the salt flows up through there. It's lifted by gas lift, but you could use a conventional pump. Again, this is my wish list of all the things I'd like to see in the MSR. The heat exchanger is made out of graphite. If we can do that, we can get 700 to 1,000 degree output temperatures. This is how it would be placed underground. The reactor core would be lifted up because that's the part that wears out. Graphite does not suffer creep, so it's conceivable this heat exchanger could last 50 to 100 years. The salt is pneumatically in place. You blow gas down in the bottom thing. It shoots the salt up into the tube. No more freeze valves. This operates much quicker. It fails safe. If you remove the pressure, the salt goes back into the drain tank. And as you can see, the drain tank is full of bonbons to make sure it's subcritical down there. That is, you don't have a nuclear reactor occurring in your drain tank. You don't want that. You then cart it away, bring in the new core, lift it up, replace those broken elements, and off you go. All right, recapping the advantages. This is a results of the simulation I ran. It's a 12.5 meter core volume. The salt's there. The breeding ratio in the core was 0.92. The total breeding ratio was 1.14. So most of the breeding is being done in the thorium. You're making a lot of U-233. If you run a gigawatt year, that's about 140 net kilograms of U-233 every year. And you only have to then take and put about 80 kilograms into the core every year. And that's for 1 billion watts, 24/7 for a year. All right, this chart shows the DMSR at the top line, and I put that in comparison. Its core power density, its salt power density was 27 kilowatts per liter or 27 megawatts per cubic meter, whatever your unit of choice is. They work out the same. You can pretty much follow it along. I assume a 50% thermal efficiency. That's probably generous. The specific power is a calculation of the efficiency of your using fissile. That how much inventory do you need to produce a certain amount of electricity? In this case, a higher number is better because it means you produce more electricity for a given amount of fissile. And then I have a ratio, how much worse is it than the DMSR? The DMSR is a sweet reactor. Like David said, that is the one to beat. If you're going to be a paper reactor designer, you've got to beat the DMSR in my opinion because that's such a sweet design. All right, the total electric power install is if we took all of Yucca Mountain's nuclear materials and we started fueling a DMSR. Well, how many DMSRs could we have? Well, it turns out we could have about 400 gigawatts worth of electric power. Put that in perspective. I'm again sorry for the American perspective only, but America has about 500 gigawatts of power. 20% is nuclear, so that means 100 gigawatts is nuclear right now. So with the 400 from the DMSR, the 100 from current, with just using Yucca Mountain, we could refuel all of our electricity from a DMSR, LWR, 100% nuclear electricity, and we just have to keep the LWRs fueled. The breeding time, doubling time is there. The interesting thing is, now, oh, by the way, the wall lifetime is 41 years of my bonbon design, so the core flux suppression works. Let's say we would want to go, we're willing to go down to 5 years of wall lifetime. Now, I don't know if that's desirable or whatever, but look at the amount of power we get. At the power density is 414 kilowatts in 1 liter. So look at your liter water bottle, 400 kilowatts being generated in there. Whether that's practical, I don't know. The wall can take it, but that's pretty cool power. That's rocket density power. If you can do that, then that one 8-foot diameter, 2.5 meter core can produce as much electricity as 3.5 large light water reactors. And its doubling time goes down to 10 years. It actually becomes more fissile efficient than a DMSR, which again is the one to beat. Now, whether we can do that, I don't know. What we're going to do is build one of these. If we do, make it small, and we're going to then, and the way you just change the sizes, you just change how fast it's pumped. The core can stay exactly the same. All you have to do is pump it quicker, and you'll get more power. That's it. So, again, I said at the beginning, the action is in the heat exchanger, the pipes, and the processing. That couldn't be more boring. It's a void. Oh, sorry.
No. Well, you can wrap it up and just call Vince over to help.
Oh, one last thing. This is a D chart. Hopefully this, I'll end up putting this online so you'll be able to get it. This is the amount of isotopes destroyed or produced per fission that occurs in it. As you can see, it's a uranium-238 burner. There's no thorium in the core, but there's a lot of thorium in the blanket. Matter of fact, there's 2 times more thorium in the blanket than there is in the core, and it's simple geometry. It's consuming the thorium down there. As you can see, it's building up the U-233 there, and it's not producing hardly any of the long-lived TRUs, and it's also destroying that problematic Neptunium-237, which, while it has uses for making plutonium-238 for the space program, that's tiny. It is a long-lived waste, and it's also proliferative. You can make a warhead with neptunium, so that's it.
Ta-da! That's great, Bruce. You never saw that before. That's great stuff. Yeah, no, that's right. Ralph did. That talk is courtesy of Ralph Marr insisting that Bruce show his beautiful work there. That's really great. Kevin Stone, another young and up-and-coming savior here of technology, is going to tell us a little bit about Actinium-225. And why don't you introduce yourself while you're...
Hi, I'm Kevin Stone. So I'm a grad student dropout. Dropped out to get a career in energy, believe it or not. So I've been talking about, I've been interested in thorium since I was in grad school, which was 3 years ago, grad school in physics. And so I came in and met Robert Hargraves up at Dartmouth College. He introduced me to thorium and got me interested enough that I came down on my own dime to the first conference 3 years ago, and I've been coming to these ever since, very listening intently, and now I look forward to the opportunity to actually do some talking and hopefully impart some knowledge that I've picked up along the way. So I've heard a lot today talk about strange bedfellows, and not to spoil my entire presentation, but I'm going to say we're going to have some strange bedfellows coming up. And in fact, this is a wood carving from Punch magazine, which was a news magazine in London during 1853. During that time, the Thames River was very, very heavily polluted, raw sewage, and in fact, as some of our friends from Britain may know, Parliament was actually shut down because of the stench coming off of the Thames. And so what they had was this wood carving because this physicist, Michael Faraday, got involved with this of how to clean up the Thames. And hence there's this wood carving of Michael Faraday giving his card to Father Thames. So let me first say that I think we've covered very much a lot that thorium energy can dominate the world energy market. I'm going to save some time here and just reference Robert Hargrave's book, which gives a very good overview of the economics of thorium energy and the economics of the alternative choices to thorium energy. And needless to say, thorium comes out on top. It's not just cheaper than coal, it's cheaper than natural gas, even at current price levels in the United States. And if you don't want to take Robert Hargrave's word for it, you can take Alvin Weinberg's word for it and all the documentation that came out of Oak Ridge National Laboratory, the 6,000 continuous power hours of operation. So that being said, I do think the thorium community has to be careful because if you get stakeholders to commit to thorium energy on a Pollyanna plan that's overly optimistic, down the road there is a severe risk of alienation. And the case I would actually like to cite is the superconducting super collider. Yeah, it's actually very painful in my heart what happened to this. Some of which is I have to say, the fault of the people who were managing it. And the reason was, in 1987, the cost estimate was $4.4 billion. And when we got to 1993, that more than tripled. And then a few months later, the project was canceled by Congress after $2 billion. So this is the risk that I want to discourage people from doing. And so I would say we need to acknowledge the challenges that thorium energy faces, particularly in the United States. So why am I talking about this? Well, in 10% of 2012, venture capital funding went to energy. Compare that to software, which is almost a third. Now, why do VCs like software? Because software is cheap. You can pretty much form a software company out of a garage. I would argue now that the market is really, really saturated with these startup companies, and everyone is pretty much trying to do big data. And even in spite of the fact that there are really some big companies out there that do big data really well and have economies of scale with very, very large data centers to process it. Now, the key challenge I would say with thorium energy is that we have a large, what's called a valley of death. For those of you not familiar with the term, it's used in the startup to refer to the time between your first seed funding and your first receipt of revenue. Now, I got this definition, I got this graphic from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. They have this nice graphic that illustrates what the valley of death is. It's this little valley, it's that you can pretty much see what the valley is, and you can see it defined there. So I then went ahead and estimated what the thorium valley of death is. Now, granted, this is for the 1972 molten salt breeder reactor, which is the two fluid reactor. Some designs like David LeBlanc's DMSR cut down on this cost, but I went with this because this has the most detailed cost estimates. There's literally line by line documentation out there of where they were going to spend this money had they received it. And taking all of this and propagating it to $2012, what I get is a valley of death where you would need an initial financing of $3.2 billion spent over a lifetime of 5 to 10 years. Now, venture investments are trending at about $25 billion per year. And this is spread across 3,200 companies. Another fact is that the biggest clean energy venture fund, I think it's called Clymer Elmer Perkin, has about $500 million in funds going right now. Which means that taking the total $3.2 billion and dividing by 10 years, we come out at a capitalization rate of 40 times the mean per venture. That's a big honking valley we're looking at. Furthermore, now some people have said, well, crowd equity can solve this problem. Unfortunately, in the United States, the Job Act limits crowd equity offerings to less than $1 million per year. So we're not going to be able to fulfill our capital need just by crowd equity alone. It would be nice to have it, but it's not going to nearly fill up that valley. Complicating the issue as well is that the government regulation is really worse than Rip Van Winkle on thorium energy. Rip Van Winkle slept through the American Revolution for 20 years. The US government is looking like it's going to sleep through the thorium revolution for 30 years. That's really what the NRC said. Oh, we're going to get to the regulation and actually hashing out a path for thorium energy in 30 years. And just as an example, the NRC regulations specifically spell out prohibitions against fluid-filled reactors in the regulation. Going there, you can see even for national laboratories, you cannot operate a fluid-filled reactor more than 1 megawatt without expensive license process, running at about $150 per man hour. Now, multiply that by 30 years times the number of manpower the NRC would need to feel comfortable, you could see how that would be prohibitive. Now, just as an example of how prohibitive this is, the trigger reactor makes more than 1 megawatt. This reactor is what's used for students. I don't know, some of you may have seen the YouTube video of the Reed College students operating the trigger reactor. But that reactor that these students operate, these undergraduates, literally sophomores in college, operate more powerful light water reactors than what the NRC will allow national laboratories, which means the NRC trusts sophomores in college. Now, I don't want to knock sophomores in college too much, but they trust sophomores in college more with light water reactors than they do national lab scientists with fluid-fueled reactors. Now, a solution to this valley of death problem that's been advocated is just developing the IP and then licensing it to a big firm. Now, going forward, I'm going to say that I'm going to limit my talk to trying to get thorium in the United States alone, because the situation in the United States is unique in terms of regulation and the industry players. But I would say I'm going to show that really trying to license this to a big player in the United States is going to be suboptimal. So to get a viable IP, you're going to need to solve the plumbing problem. You need a plumbing solution. This is the graph I got from Timothy Burchell out at Oak Ridge National Lab, which illustrates what the effect of neutron irradiation is on graphite. On the x-axis, on the horizontal axis, you can see the neutron dose, which is pretty much how many neutrons per unit area you get. And on the y-axis, you get the dimensional change. Blue is perpendicular, red is parallel. As you can see, as you irradiate the graphite, it changes in size, which means it springs leaks, or you could have tension and your graphite could crack. In addition, a solution any solution also has to play well with fluorides. This is very important. There are some carbon compounds, which one of my colleagues is going to go into later, that don't play well with fluorides. Without proof of concept, so if you just want to get a nice paper reactor, get a patent on it, and then go to these big industry players and say, here, buy it, that buyer is going to assume all the risks and expenses, including the materials testing. The reason they used to call this at Oak Ridge the chemist's reactor, and that's because materials and chemistry are key to the designs, which means you have to go and you have to heavily test your solution in facilities like the advanced test reactor shown here. In addition, firms speculate in fields they know. This is the investment advice of Warren Buffett and also Peter Lynch, who ran the Magellan Fund. They both say invest in what you know, which this limits our field to really one of two candidates. General Electric is one, which they spent some money already on the advanced boiling water reactor shown here in Taiwan. In addition, you could really see what they here in this advert on the left, what they really think the quote-unquote hot fuel of the future is going to be. Westinghouse is the other candidate, and again, they have invested billions of dollars into their AP1000 reactor. And the reason I keep bringing these up is because if you try to sell, if hypothetically a big company adopts this, that knows this field, that has experience bringing reactors to market and experience dealing with the NRC, they're going to cannibalize some of their profits if they bring this to market. Just to explain what a cannibalized profit is, the cannibalized sales are the overlap between what would be the thorium market and the established market. So that overlap is what's called cannibalized. Now, I'm going to actually go into a little bit of options theory here, specifically real options theory, which is used by Boeing to model their R&D process. Pretty much what you can consider is you can consider IP rights to be a call option on, in the United States, 20 years of net revenue. Which, what does that mean to be a call option? That means that if your net expected value of your revenue minus your expenses is positive, then the value of the IP will have a positive value. Otherwise, if the pursuit of your IP turns out to be a loss, your IP has zero value. So now there's a little bit of other factoring in. You have to do some probabilistic reasoning, but what I've shown here is the value of what's called the expiry. What it means to be an expiry is that's the moment where you have to make a decision whether to pursue and develop the IP or to let it go. Now, due to these cannibalized sales, there's going to be a difference between the value to a big firm and to the value to a startup, assuming that it can be adequately financed to take it directly to market. The reason being is because if a startup successfully develops thorium, they see as gains what they took away from the light water reactors, while the value to the big firm sees that as nothing at all because, oh, we were making money on that market already. So they only see the new markets you open up, while a startup would see all the markets thorium opens up. In addition, with no perceived energy crisis due to natural gas, there's no pressure really on the utilities or any other customers to really rush into thorium. Now we can say that there's a long-term crisis, but we've seen in this conference, we've had finance guys come in, and what have they told us? Well, natural gas is cheap. And this here is pictured T. Boone Pickens, who's been a big advocate of that. Without a credible threat of market entry, there's no leverage to negotiate in the firm, with a big firm. The reason being is because they can wait out the lifetime of your patent. They can lay siege to your patent fortress and just wait for your patents to expire. Which pictured here, this is actually the siege of Candina, which lasted coincidentally 20 years. So what I would say instead, I would say we should imitate the established chemical industry. And what I'm going here is the history as recorded by Alfred Chandler, who was a professor at Harvard Business School. So this is one of my favorite things about the chemical industry. The major companies, Bayer, Aventis, BASF, all started with aniline dye derived from coal tar. Now, how many of you remember my woodcut from before of the Thames River? Part of the reason the Thames River stunk so much is because they would dump coal tar into the river. And so the British were really hard up for solutions of what to do with the coal tar. And eventually, now there's a whole chain of innovators, but eventually a guy named William Perkin, a Brit, invented aniline dye. Now, you would think, well, we know now what was a lucrative market, but unfortunately the British dropped the ball on it, and instead the Germans saw the value of aniline dye, and they gathered up all the chemists, and anyone who knew anything about aniline dye was operating in Germany. BASF even named their company after that. BASF is an acronym for Badisch, Aniline, and Sober Fabric. And you can see the aniline is right there on one of their bonds. So what did aniline do?
Starting out in the initial aniline market, it enabled these chemical companies to establish a learning base that supported further innovation. Now, what do I mean by this learning base? I mean the operational capability to go from lab bench to commercial product, as illustrated here by BASF's corporate strategy off their website. The operational capability to capture value from those products, which includes IP licensing. I'm not totally against IP. I just think you're not going to be able to sell it successfully to a big firm just because there's going to be that differences in valuation. The operational capability to manage mass production. And the organizational capability to understand customers and distribute to them, as this advertises from BASF to automobile manufacturers and the Going Green movement. And finally, my other point is that the cheapest source of capital is retained earnings. Possessing these capabilities in a given field, I would argue, is a superior barrier to entry. So how would I say we develop these capabilities in the thorium community? I would say actinium-225 and other ancillary technologies can be our aniline dye. So what's the technology I'm talking about? Actinium produces short-lived bismuth-213. Bismuth-213 you can create, well, what Paul Ehrlich described as medicine's magic bullet. What you do, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce this compound, maybe one of my chemical engineers can, but you bond a cancer-targeting antibody, which targets the specific cancer you want to treat, with bismuth-213 and this long, complicated compound. And then what does this antibody do? It's injected into the patient, and it brings the bismuth-213 in close proximity to the cancer. Now what happens is the bismuth-213 gives off alpha radiation. Alpha radiation is very, very special in that it has devastating impact on the nearby cell, but it doesn't travel more than 1 or 2 cells before it collides and explodes, and it doesn't get further than that. The end result is that the cancer is killed with very minimal collateral damage. And for those of you familiar with cancer treatment, the key limitation on how much treatment they can give you is the collateral damage. They literally when you get to the limits of the treatment, the body is literally dying. And what they hope is that the cancer is just dying faster than you are. Now, based upon some surveys that there's actually an SEC filing on a sale of actinium-225, this could be a $50 million market by 2014, as estimated by Charles Forsberg when he detailed the uses of, guess what, uranium-233. And we know what the government did with that. It got rid of it. There are alternative ways to produce actinium-225. One method is we take our beloved element thorium and we hit it with protons. Now, important note, when you're trying to for those of you who want to actually go and try to calculate what the cash flow would be. So the first note is that in the long run, the activities, which is how many decays you're getting per second for each element, each level, since we have branching here, all right, is equal. So the other method to produce actinium-225 is you hit it with neutrons, which coincidentally happens in a reactor. But as I should note, this is ideal as this is a fringe benefit. Because of this long chain and because of the long lifetime of uranium-233, you have to stockpile a large volume of uranium-233, which is regulated as a source term by NRC parlance, which is heavily regulated by the NRC. You have to store a lot of it to produce very little actinium-225. There's another element which we can use as our feedstock, which is radium-226. And we can also stick radium-226 in a nuclear reactor and get a similar behavior to what we see when we stick thorium-232 into a nuclear reactor. But my favorite reaction pathway is this one, where we take radium-226 and we hit it with a proton, and out comes actinium-225. Now, at this point, you're probably wondering, well, what does this have to do with thorium? The reason I bring this up is because the chemical processes used to separate the actinium-225 from the radium is identical to the chemical processes we use in molten salt reactors, thus establishing a common chemical base to then further launch our industry. Radium sulfate is also a molten salt, can also be a molten salt. Radium bridges off the shale gas boom, which if you see here, there, when you look at the produced water, which is very old water that comes out of the wells, they're getting levels of about 1,000 picocuries per liter. And they're paying about 50 cents per liter to dispose of it. Now, in his 2012 State of the Union address, Obama promoted the actinium technology. So we do have political support. And the US regulation on for subcritical particle sources, i.e. accelerators and fusion, is much more reasonable than for critical sources. In addition, agreement states such as Joe Sestak's Pennsylvania have a lot more leeway in regulating radium than they do in terms of than they do thorium and uranium, in addition to the regulation of accelerators and fusion. So based upon these, I would say it's prudent that the thorium community build bridges with the fusion community. In particular, I have to say that the physics behind the plasmoid, which you see in the reverse field, and the dense plasma focus is very promising. There's actually some effects there that I won't go into now, but that makes them much more competitive than tokamaks. I also think it's prudent that we build bridges with accelerator-driven systems, not just for the radium, but also they can really, really help out with the materials testing. But I have to do this with a caveat. And the caveat is that the gain from the regulatory simplicity must offset the loss from the technical complexity. I have yet to see any of these advocates, when they've come visit us, make this argument that you gain more from the regulation than you do from the additional complexity we would have by introducing this. By building bridges like this, we can overcome obstacles of thorium energy. Now, what I have here is to leave you off, I have an example from astrophysics. This is the interplanetary superhighway. As you notice, it's a very roundabout route. And the reason this is called the superhighway is because you need the least amount of rocket fuel to get anywhere in the solar system by this way, especially when compared to a direct moonshot, for example. And just I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and are there any questions?
Yay. Thanks, Kevin. Thank you very much. Well, we're getting up the next presentation. We've got time for like one question or so. Yes?
So what do you see a viable lifter coming out of market?
Well, the financing. So, the thing is, the actinium does help level out the value that is in the bridge, but it produces 50 million a year, so we need to develop additional bridges to get lifter line. The key limitation is not time, but money. So if we could get the $3.2 billion right now, we could really rush it to 5 years.
This one? Yeah. Okay.
All right. One more question.
I'm wondering if you have considered the impact on the timescales of steadily increasing violence and frequency of violent weather. I think that could change, shorten the timescale for thorium development.
Yeah, well, we're getting really a little bit outside, but about the timescale, you really need the government cooperation on that to price in, to get a price in carbon. Otherwise, I argued the commercial route. The only way you can get investors to back something, your fiducial duty to investors is really to give them the largest return possible for their money. So you really need government to step in and give you that pricing to then argue reduction of severe weather.
Very good. Thank you, Kevin. So this man standing next to me is Simon Irish, and I would imagine you are representing SWH Capital these days for this talk. But Simon is one of the great peripatetic searchers of knowledge and things to invest in, and you're one of the more open-minded and interesting fellows in your field, Simon. You know, dealing with having dealt with folks in that area of the world, the finance world, there's surprisingly, sadly lacking in curiosity, and all the times I've gotten to cross paths with Simon, I've always been impressed by his open-mindedness and his pursuit of knowledge. And so I'll speed things up and let you take over from there, and yeah, just yell right into that little thing there, or if you want to use this.
Well, just to comment, actually, the reason the financial outlook is so important is because it's very bleak, actually. There's huge challenges there, and those challenges, to overcome those challenges, there are a number of things that need to happen. But I personally feel that the most important thing, one of the most important things that need to happen, apart from structural changes, difficult decisions that governments need to make, is that we need a new energy source. If we don't get that, then I think we're facing a very challenging future. It's not economic. That challenging future would be a social one. So we need a new energy source for our societies. And I'll talk. This brief talk is to provide a financial outlook, so you can understand the point I'm making, that we need this new energy source. Okay, so our problem is that we've just, in the last 5 years, we had a credit bubble burst, and the consequence of that credit bubble bursting is that government debt has moved to levels which are exceptional, and that creates serious problems. The policy response is the same as it was last year. The policy response is for central banks to pursue zero interest rate policy and to pursue other exceptional monetary policies. The one that's used most is quantitative easing. From a fiscal perspective, governments are pursuing deficit spending. The consequences of these policies are that government debt levels continue to increase and central bank balance sheets are continuing to expand. That cannot go on indefinitely. Growth still looks fragile, and the question is this sustainable? And looking forward, what are the risks that one can see on the road ahead? With this financial economic outlook, the point I made earlier is that energy innovation is critical. That's just a slide on debt levels. We're now up to, across the OECD economies, we're over 100%. That is significant. And this is not significant within the last 25 years or 50 years. That is significant with respect to economic history. This is the Federal Reserve balance sheet. In all my graphs, actually, I put this blue line in. The blue line is where we were last year. So where we were last year, there was a brief hiatus, and the Federal Reserve is back just with a new set of quantitative easing QE policies, and its balance sheet is expanding again. That slide shouldn't be like that, but at the moment, the Federal Reserve is buying $45 billion of MBS securities every month and $40 billion of treasuries every month. I mean, this is exceptional. The Bank of Japan has decided quite recently not to be left behind, and its policy that it embarked on in March this year dwarfs what the Federal Reserve is doing. This is effectively just printing money. The European Central Bank, its balance sheet has, one could say there's a pause there. If one wants to be a little bit skeptical about why there's a pause, one could say that one has to wait until Angela Merkel is being re-elected at the end of October. I don't think the Germans want to rock the boat in Europe until after the German election. I'm not too sure what's happening in these slides, actually. We'll move on, actually. The US deficits have stabilized. So this is the Congressional Budget Office, and their projections looking forward 2014, 15, 16, etc. They don't look too alarming. What you can't see here is the error bars that should be appearing on these projections. They typically don't appear actually in the financial world. One has to recognise one's errors. I think that's critically important. So just looking at the errors, after the last credit problem that the U.S. economy had, and that was the tech bubble right at the end of in 2000. We basically the Congressional Budget Office projected in 2006 that by 2012 the government would be now running a small surplus. Now, clearly, that is there was a fairly major error term in that forecast. So the question is, from 2013 onwards, what exactly is the deficit going to be? And there's a limit to which a government can continue to finance its deficits. So in terms of growth expectations, so from last year, just looking at one on the continuum of growth expectations, just look at sort of first quarter this year. Since the conference last year, from a US perspective, those have been ticking down. From a European perspective, those have been declining as well. Economic surprise index gives some indication about whether economic data is consistently exceeding expectations. This graph illustrates that is actually quite mixed. There's no clear trend towards reaching the greener pastures. We still look like we're in a very muddled environment actually. But nonetheless, equity markets are making new highs. There are two schools of thought here. The one school of thought is that the equity market is functioning in its traditional sense, being that the best discounter of future growth expectations, and that the S&P. I'm having a software problem here because my PowerPoint has my slides perfectly arranged, and the one here has done completely reverse. So anyway, so I don't know quite what I'm going to do actually. Shall I keep going? I'll keep going. But if you can contort yourself, that's the S&P upside down. But it's reaching new highs, and if the S&P, if the equity market is functioning as the discount of all future expectations, and this is a good thing. But there's also another school of thought here, and this is just purely a monetary effect. That this is a product of the amount of cash and the amount of money that central banks are putting into the economy. Money has to go somewhere. It either goes into goods and services, at which point there's a rather painful bout of inflation, or it goes into financial assets. It has to go somewhere. So there are two interpretations of this. One is a healthy interpretation, that this is actually discounting all the good things that are going to come down the pipe economically, or it's just something that's it's just a monetary effect. Same thing that's happening in house prices. I think it's a little bit of sort of deja vu all over again at the moment, actually. So house prices are beginning to take off again. Again, is this a reflection on the consumer showing great confidence, or is it purely a monetary effect? We don't know. So what can we expect now? So the risks going forward are classic policy error. Economic policy is trying to weave a course between two great and very dangerous obstacles. On the one hand, you have deflationary outcomes. On the other hand, you have inflationary outcomes. The problem about having a very leveraged economy is that the consequences of policy error become ever greater. It becomes more and more difficult to thread your way through. So with more debt that is taken on, the probability that you're going to have a serious policy error just increases. From a political perspective, I have concern that monetary policy has been used as a substitute for structural reform, and that's going to come back. That's going to be a problem over the medium term. And unemployment, there is a whole section of the workforce, both in Europe and the US that has so far has not got a job. Now, they've got no experiences of being in the workforce. That is the fodder for, a different political movement. There's also a problem with the euro. That problem hasn't got away. It's a political construction. There's much policy uncertainty there, and we could have continued and greater political chaos. China, how sustainable is the growth? In China, it's a debatable question. The risk is there also is a risk that we just don't grow. If we don't grow, we will be run over by our debt because we will not be able to service our debt. And another risk that's appeared that I thought was looking last year, which I thought it was in the maybe sort of 3-year, 5-year time frame, is appeared on the horizon in the last 3 to 6 months, and that is what is happening in the Japanese debt market. Japan is the third largest economy. It's got an acute energy problem. It's got an acute economic problem. I'd say the point I made at the start of this talk is the two, I believe, are linked. It's also got the largest bond market in the world, a bond market and a financial market where it's the first place you'll hear the term quadrillion. The Japanese bond market is 1 quadrillion yen. It's debatable whether Japan as an economy will be able to ever pay that back. With respect to political risk, Spanish unemployment is, it's 27%. That's a disaster. The situation in the under-25s is a disaster for the young cohort of the Japanese economy. They over 50%. They haven't had a job yet. Within the UK, within the US, the situation is a little bit better, at least by certain measures. While Europe is getting the unemployment rate is deteriorating in Europe and continues to deteriorate. In the US, there's a progression towards a lower unemployment rate. But again, that situation is mixed as well because it depends how you define unemployment. The participation rate in the US is declining and the employment rate is declining. So there's basically within the US workforce, there's a cohort which is being forgotten about, and that is those that can't find a job and are no longer considered to be unemployed. They're probably considered to be unemployable. So it's not clear whether this is all good news from a US perspective. From a US perspective, many are going back to school to acquire what is believed to be what they hope are competitive skills in the workforce. It's the outside mortgage debt. It's one sector of household debt which is just continuing to grow. It's rather frightening, actually, in some respects, because this is not debt that can be discharged in bankruptcy. This is an indentured sector of the population. They can't get rid of this debt. And that goes back to the political issues as well, to do with the problems we face. Now, Japan's having an experiment at the moment. It's a monetary experiment, and people are beginning to suck their teeth over exactly what's going to happen to this. It started in December 2012 when there was a political sea change. Abe got re-elected in a fairly substantial, with a fairly substantial mandate that gave him the ability to have a seismic change in Japanese monetary policy. He changed the governor of the Bank of Japan and committed to a 2% inflation rate and a 600,000 job growth target, and he would do, from a monetary perspective, whatever is required to achieve those two objectives. That basically meant that the Bank of Japan was committing itself to expand its balance sheet from 130 to 270 trillion yen. Now, this quantitative easing program is an economy which is 28% the size of the US's, and it's almost the same size. So if the Federal Reserve was to do this and to start doing it next month, the Federal Reserve would be on an equivalent basis, scaled by the relative size of the economies. The Federal Reserve would be buying $280 billion of treasuries and mortgages per month. Now that is a multiple of what they're doing at the moment, and people are desperately worried that what they're doing at the moment is not going to lead to stability. This is a grand economic experiment. It comes with very, very significant risks of a currency crisis, risks of hyperinflation. What exactly is the market reaction? Oh dear, doesn't work either. That was actually JGB yields have spiked in the last 6 weeks, and the volatility in the JGB market has moved up substantially as well. People are very apprehensive. This is a huge market, by the way. The ramifications of this market falling into disarray will basically felt everywhere. Now, I'm back to the point I made at the very beginning of the talk. Energy markets are not some sort of sideshow going on in the broader economy. Energy markets, energy is essential for the development of our societies. Really, from from the earliest societies when water buffalo were used for power, and if you can progress, if you looked at the development of society, it's always concurrent with the development of societies has always been a source of more accessible energy. Energy markets at the moment are enormous. They allow us to organise our economies. They allow us to organise our societies. We spend an awful lot organising our economies and organising our societies. Every year we spend $3.3 trillion on crude oil. That's just crude oil. Every day, Exxon spends $100 million looking for extra oil and extra natural gas. So by 2016, Exxon will have spent $37 billion just looking for extra oil and natural gas reserves and resources. Now the point is, this energy has to be accessible. And I define accessible in two ways. It has to be economically accessible, and it has to be geographically accessible. Economically accessible basically means that it has to be inexpensive. And geographically accessible means that it has to be available at the source where it's needed to drive an economic process, to drive industrial production. The point I'm making is that if we cannot find quickly a source of energy which is accessible, which will drive a step change in economic growth, our debt is no longer going to become serviceable, and our societies are going to fall into disorder. Now, we've seen this already. We've seen examples of this. We've seen Greece. That is a society that can't service its debt, and it's a society that's fallen into disorder. Now, the question is, if the Greek economy had access to crude oil at prices of 15 years ago, let's say the low point for crude oil was something like, you have to go back 15 plus years, but the equivalent of $5 a barrel. What would that do to the Greek economy? And what would that do to the ability of the Greek economy to get back on its feet, to organise its societies, and to service its debt? Now, to achieve this source of accessible energy, we must innovate. And this is a step change innovation. This is not tinkering at the edges. This is a fundamental step change in innovation, energy innovation, on par with the steam engine. Now, if you look at today's innovation is an awful lot of attention has been given to social networking. I mean, this is just a sideshow, frankly, in terms of the problem that we need to address to innovate to solve our problems. But the disturbing thing to some extent is that the amount of value that the market is giving to social networking innovation. For example, Yahoo recently bought a blogging site for $1.1 billion. It was almost pre-revenue. Facebook came to market almost pre-revenue for $100 billion. Now these are huge numbers, and we should be ascribing that type of valuation to transformative innovation in energy space. Now, with respect to the innovation in the alternative energy space, it's too expensive. This is not accessible energy. I'm using the phrase that, with respect to the energy problem we have, this is equivalent. Many, solar energy, wind energy. It's like trying to fill a swimming pool with a golden teaspoon. It's expensive and it's going to take forever. It just doesn't have the capacity. Natural gas is not accessible energy. Natural gas many of the innovations in natural gas space are economic when crude oil is over $40 a barrel. We need crude oil. We need a source of energy, I believe, at levels which is below $40 a barrel. And natural gas is not economically accessible. It's difficult to transport, particularly internationally. The amount of capex necessary to support global trade in liquefied natural gas is enormous. And with respect to natural gas, piping it around, you can do that over short distances. I don't believe that many of these things is a necessary form of any energy information. I think it's energy tinkering and tweeting about it. So just to conclude, we need a step change in energy in energy innovation. We need accessible energy. We need a new steam engine. So that just concludes my thought. Innovate, innovate, innovate. So I've tried to do this in 10 minutes, and I'm not sure I did actually.
Okay. Very good. Thank you so much, Simon. So Magdi really knows how to carry the ball and carry the day, and I will let him introduce his talk and his boy wonder assistant.
Thank you very much.
And speak into that thing real loud.
Okay. I appreciate the introduction, but I would like to acknowledge here that both the title and the authors are not like in the program. You notice, of course, that Monish Singh comes first. He is here present with us, and basically that's his thesis type of work. So we'll share the presentation. I'll present the part that's theory, and he'll present the part where he did actual calculations as a proof of principle. What is the idea here? The idea is that we recognize, all of us, that of course molten salt reactors have an inherent safety feature in which we are continuously extracting the fission products. And because you extract continuously the fission products, you don't get the same situation as happened at Fukushima, where basically those fission products would produce the after heat. We'll expand that later. And the after heat, of course.
I'm sorry. Can I ask just one slight interruption? Boy, this is so unfair. People are walking in and out of here.
Yeah.
All right, look, on the off chance that one of you left a black bag on the sidewalk outside, think about it, black bag, where is that? Because if it's out there, the police are about to take it and blow it up. So you're about to not have a black bag. So I apologize, Magdi. Back to you.
I thought it was a problem. All right, so let's restart over. Molten salts, because of the extraction continuously of the fission products, doesn't have the problem that basically existed at Fukushima, which was decay heat causing a meltdown of the cores. Can we do better in terms of avoiding the situation that arose basically at Chernobyl? Chernobyl was not a decay heat problem. Chernobyl was, in fact, a criticality problem. And so the goal is to build a thorium reactor that would be superior to, of course, as Dr. Ralph Moyer suggested, to coal, as well as the existing competitor, which is the uranium-plutonium fuel cycle. So what do we do here? We try to design a core of a thorium reactor that would be fail-safe from the perspective of criticality, as well as from the perspective of course, decay heat production. To just suggest how it is different from existing designs, I'd like to make a distinction between two types of multiplication factors in reactor theory. So you'll bear with me a little while here. We define, of course, what's called the infinite medium multiplication factor. The infinite medium multiplication factor for a fissile assembly is also described in what's called the four-factor formula. It describes how many neutrons are being produced from the fission in a fission generation relative to the number of neutrons in the previous generation. It depends really on the properties of the medium, how much fissile fuel is present, how much is enrichment, the moderator to fuel ratio. And the first factor is what we call eta, the regeneration factor. Epsilon is a fast fission factor. P is the resonance escape probability mentioned in a previous talk. And F is the fuel utilization factor. Now, there is another factor that we call the effective multiplication factor. And the effective multiplication factor, of course, modifies that infinite medium multiplication factor by two ratios that are less than unity. 1 divided by 1 plus anything, of course, becomes a factor that is less than unity. One of them describes the non-leakage probability of the neutrons in a reactor while they are fast neutrons, and another one, the thermal non-leakage probability here, describes the situation where the neutrons are leaking from the reactor while it is in the thermal region. Now, this is really how we operate nuclear reactors, not on the basis of the infinite medium multiplication factor, which is a design, more or less, parameter, but the effective multiplication factor has to be done at infinitesimally larger than 1 to operate really a reactor. And when we get it like at around 1, infinitesimally higher than 1, then we have what we call a critical reactor. When it is less than 1, that would be a subcritical reactor or a shutdown reactor. When it is larger than 1, this is a supercritical reactor. So how can we build a reactor that would shut itself down, would be fail-safe if, of course, a criticality situation occurs like at Chernobyl? The key idea that comes to our mind has to be described first analytically. And to find an analytical solution to some of these problems, as you know, entails lots of assumptions, so that's oversimplification. But it gives us insight into the mathematics and the physics of the problem. The key ideas that we are exploring here is a reactor that has a core of radius r. We take it in spherical geometry because, of course, this derivation is extremely simple. And we surround it by an infinite reflector of any material like graphite. The core would contain as a molten salt with different enrichment in the fissile isotopes, as well as, of course, thorium to breed uranium-233 from thorium. Around the core, we are going to place an area here with a thickness, very thin thickness in the analytical model, where, of course, we place some fissile material. Or that fissile material can be replaced by a neutron source. So first, we try the analytical solution to the problem to gain insight into the problem. And then Monish is going to present his own calculations, both using finite difference criticality types of codes, as well as a multi-group MCMP5, which is really a Monte Carlo, more detailed simulation that he has conducted to prove the principle in general. The key idea is that we take the core here with an infinite multiplication factor, not the effective multiplication factor, of exactly equal to 1. And that entails, of course, iteration in the design of the core, the material properties, and so on. And then once we insert a source in the region surrounding the core, because we are producing a source of neutrons that can come in from a fission type of a material, or from other sources, like in fact we consider fusion as a way of introducing that thermal, that neutron source, the system becomes critical and K effective becomes automatically 1. Should that source not be present, whether say the source from an accelerator breeding or a fusion reactor is shut down, the system immediately becomes subcritical by definition, by the laws of physics in that case. Should we have a region here where we circulate a highly enriched fuel providing a neutron source, any loss of a pump power, for instance, the system shuts itself down automatically. To be able to do that type of modeling, we write two equations, diffusion equations, one in the core, one in the reflector. It's a balance of really the neutron flux phi sub c in the core and the neutron flux in the reflector. And we add to it a source of neutrons at the interface that is described basically by the thickness T of that region of fissile material. You'll find that when we describe the infinite medium multiplication factor as the 4-factor formula, eta epsilon pf, we take two approximations here, that the resonance escape probability is 1, the p, and the fast fission factor is 1. Usually it's 1.03 or 1.06. you'll find that we can modify the equation for the core and the reflector to take the form almost like a Poisson equation. In a way, it is also, it looks much like the simple harmonic oscillator that we had in our physics classes, except that it is not really a time-dependent double dot or x double dot minus omega square x. It is more like a simple harmonic oscillator in a spatial distribution. Now, the neat thing here that you get is this. If we intentionally design the core here with an infinite multiplication factor as equal to 1, that equation in the core here, del square phi, basically becomes 0. And as it becomes 0, it is not a Poisson's equation anymore. This is really Laplace equation. And we can integrate that once and twice and so on, and you get up with a solution that the flux or the neutron crossing a unit area per unit time in the core is equal to a constant f minus a constant divided by r. Now, as engineers, not mathematicians, we say that this would lead to a flux that would be negative, so we drop that equation. We keep only the f. So in that case, it tells me that if I choose my k infinity is equal to 1, I get a core flux that is basically flat. And this is a very desirable feature in all designs of nuclear reactors, that you want to have not really a peaking power distribution in the center, but a flat distribution. And because we used an infinite reflector here, you'll find that you have basically an exponential decay. Now, this is, of course, the best that you can get from an analytical solution here. You cannot do better than that. But, of course, there is no infinite reflector. So we had to check this principle by doing numerical calculations. And Monish simply did that, both using a numerical code to check the idea. Now he uses a finite reflector, one group calculation, one group of neutrons only, and then he supplements it with a multi-group, not multi-group, actually point cross-sections, using a Monte Carlo simulations to prove whether that principle is correct or not. So I'll pass it to him very quickly.
So shown here is some cross-section data that I used for the finite difference code. The core is modeled just like the analytical solution that we went over as a spherical reactor with a thin source region and a graphite reflector. So we show here different criticality results from the analysis. We verify that when you have an infinite multiplication factor of 1 and a k effective of 1, we have a similar profile that we had for our analytical result, and also shown R for when it's the k effective is above 1 and below 1. And this one's for when the infinite multiplication factor is less than 1. You can see that this will play out actually later on in our work here. So next, I modeled the reactor, the same reactor in MCMP5. This is the average neutron flux spectra, both in the core region and the source region. You can see that the spectrum is epithermal, not really fast, but not really thermal, really. And this is sufficient for what we want to do is for breeding. As you can see here, we have the regeneration factor as a function of energy. And the great thing about thorium is you can breed both in the thermal and fast regions. And here, well, let's go this here. So here's the flux profile for the MCMP code. And again, we get a similar profile to the analytical result. And this shows the average flux spectrum over incremental radial sections in the core. Again, similar profile increases. We have our peak increases slightly on the ends and in the middle, but fairly consistent.
Can I come in?
Yeah.
So what we have presented here is a situation where, of course, what really that region surrounding the K infinity is equal to 1 core is a fissile region. So that would be a fission reactor per se. But here is the other alternative that we have been thinking of in terms of coupling it to fusion. And some people have advocated, of course, coupling with fusion in general. In the first situation here, a DT fusion reactor would produce 14 million electron volt neutrons. And these neutrons have very high energy, 14 million electron volts, whereas fission neutrons really have a low energy, 2 million electron volts. But fission produces 200 million electron volt per fission event, whereas fusion produces 14.6, say, for the DT fusion energy per fusion event. So the ratio is 200 to 14, let us say 200 to 20. So fission is energy rich. It produces 10 times as much energy as fission per reaction. Whereas a fusion itself is neutron rich. It has neutrons that have a very high energy. So in a way, when you have something better than the other, you can combine them together in an optimal way. So a combination between fusion and fission, of course, is more optimal than fission or fusion alone. So the configuration that we have here is to use a fusion reactor as a fuel factory that produces uranium-233 that would be exported to those fission reactors and burned in the fission reactors, or use even a more advanced system that uses deuterium only without the need for breeding tritium from lithium for the DT fusion reaction. In either case, you produce uranium-3 that you take to those fission satellites that would be, in fact, fail-safe. So either that you use existing stockpiles of uranium-235 or plutonium in that fission region and you end up with a pure fission reactor, or you combine it in terms of these ideas of fission and fusion satellites. Without going too strictly into the math here, an energy balance suggests to us that basically you can get a support ratio that can become infinite if you design your fission reactors with a conversion ratio which would become breeding ratio of 1. Look here, 1 minus 1 becomes 0, you divide into 0, so the support energy is infinity. So we really don't need to reach a breeding ratio of 1 in the fission satellites and still get an infinite support ratio of energy in general. We have a constraint in time, but I'll let Monish come back again and show you some of his numerical results. Go ahead, please.
So listed here is the MTP5 results for the spherical reactor core with a fissile source region. We see that in the core we do have breeding, but because we have introduced fissile material in the outer region, we cannot supply, the reactor itself cannot supply its own fuel. So we must use another fissile source. We can use U-235. Okay.
Go to the graph because I don't have time. Fissile against breeding against, yeah, keep going down. Yeah.
So for a DT source on the outside, when using a DT source, we need lithium to breed tritium, and so we conducted a parametric study to find the optimal amount of lithium-6 that needs to be in the fuel salt. And as you can see, we ended up going somewhere around 3% atomic percent lithium-6 to get a breeding ratio of 1 for uranium-233. Not quite breeding tritium, so we'll need an external source of tritium, but that's the best we could get with the system. And again, this is the spectrum for the DT source. We see our 14 MeV neutron spike right here. Again, same thing in the radial sections. This is at the end of the core, and as you can see, the energy goes away over the distance. This is the radio profile for the DT system. It's fairly flat. We have a cylinder for this for the DT system. It's not a spherical system. And this is the axial flux profile. Again, very stable. And a good advantage for a DD system is we don't need to use lithium-6 in the fuel salt. So we can compare using sodium, and as you can see here, the flux spectrum for both lithium and sodium in a DD driven system. And sodium provides a very similar profile. And we can skip. So this is a comparison of the lithium and sodium salts. And as you can see, you can achieve a fairly similar breeding ratio between the two different salts. With the advantage of the sodium system, you don't need to eliminate the lithium-6 in the salt. And so that's one key advantage with using sodium.
Can I take over?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We want to conclude here because we are asked to do it. So, in fact, this type of reactor could be along the line of what people have been talking about as small reactors. You could find that a reactor of this type would produce only in the range of the 300 megawatt thermal, which would be in the range of 100 megawatt electric. This is a new trend, of course, because of the lack of capital that would, of course, driving the utilities to think about small reactors in general. So in this case, I think if we add both the fail-safe feature of molten salt reactors in terms of the absence of the decay heat, and in addition also add to it that feature of the being criticality safe, then we have basically an advantage over existing fission reactors in general. And if we use fusion sources, then we are bringing in, of course, a help to the fusion field. Of course, we hear about the large fusion reactors that people are talking about being in the next 30 years and then the next 30 years. All they need is, in terms of the Lawson criterion, a factor of 10 only multiplication in energy. And if you use a hybrid between fission and fusion, that factor of 10 comes in just plainly from the fact that a fission reaction is 10 times as much more energetic than a fusion reaction. So molten salt reactors have been, of course, advocated as offering that plug idea that would dump the core and without the decay heat and shut down the chain reaction. In our case, we don't need it even because, of course, the core itself, once you don't have the flow of the molten salt in the high enrichment region, or if you don't have the neutron source, the system shuts itself down automatically. Of course, the greatest advantage, of course, is the fact that K infinity is equal to 1 in the core. The system shuts itself down right away. In terms of using the fusion sources, the last time we made that presentation, we suggested, of course, two types of systems: small fusion systems, compact systems that produce neutrons, but do not really break even in energy, fusion systems. We suggested, for instance, Bussard's idea of an electrodynamic type of a system using, of course, cusp magnetic fields. We suggested George Miley's idea of using the concept of DD electrostatic confinement fusion. But we have here ideas that are coming to the fore, and I'll present to you, for instance, the new ideas by the company, of course, Lockheed Martin. They're coming up with a compact tokamak. It's more or less like a spheromag. They show us here their plasma. It is, they're talking about 100 megawatt nuclear machine by 2023. So somehow, I think they'll face the same problem of the Lawson criterion And if they start thinking along the line of coupling fusion to fission, as we suggested, then we have some kind of a future. And maybe they know better. You could see here, that's Lockheed Martin graph here, where we have the skunk works. And so here is, they probably know better from some alien craft maybe that we don't know about. And I'll close at that point. We are asked to stop right now.
Thank you,
very
Magdi.
much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming up here. I just want to say, well, we have time for one or two questions while we prepare to switch over to Stephen Boyd. So maybe we get Vince.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there a way to direct the neutrons that you would produce in the fusion reaction, or would that have to be built physically within the fission reaction?
The calculations that we have done were numerically in a spherical geometry, and the calculation that you did with Monte Carlo, which is point group cross sections, was done in cylindrical shape. So the assumption we have is really that the neutrons are either spherically surrounding the core, the K infinity equal core, as well as the cylindrical core was a radial type of a source. There is no reason why not. We cannot just bring it in a slab geometry, for instance, from one side. In that case, we can come to the idea of power of the traveling wave type of a system. But we haven't investigated this. This is just a proof of principle. So we haven't even looked at the thermal hydraulics yet. We didn't have the time for it. Professor LeBlanc?
You talked about removing fission products fast enough to deal with decay heat issues. Some old studies by Oak groups talk about processing the entire salt every 6 hours to get down to that. Is that kind of the time frame?
We haven't gotten into that part. In fact, I see your point. That type of works would be supplemented, and I invite everybody to join in the effort here with detailed fuel management type of coding. Like, for instance, along the same line of how the fission products concentration builds up, Dr. Ralph Moyer suggested how does the uranium-233 builds up? How does the proto-actinium-233 builds up and gets burned? So in that case, of course, we can either breed or not breed. We can provide proliferation resistance with the presence of uranium-232, or we cannot. But we haven't, we are planning on getting these fuel management type of codes running, but Monish got a job offer and we cannot keep him forever at the University of Illinois. So I hope I answered your question and we can discuss it in more detail. Yes, sir.
I'm going to give this.
Do you have any plans for any experiments to do?
No, this work has been totally theoretical. I think we are trying to blaze the trail on that subcritical kind or critical system that would be, shut itself down. And but we haven't planned an experiment. Anybody who can build an experiment is invited to, and we'll be elated to help. Yes.
Why would you want to couple fusion with it being so far off in the future with thorium?
Well, because what is very far off in the future, if we couple it with a fission system, that would be the hybrid. We make it feasible with today's experiment. So TFTR, as you could see from the Skunk's work, Lockheed Martin, is really planned for the year 2080. Well, I will not be around at that time. Many people won't be around. But the fact that we provide that energy multiplication of 10, some of the existing experiments that people are building, like at Lockheed Martin, would become feasible. We need only a factor of 10 for break-even in fusion. So fission can provide it. And that's a concept that has been, of course, studied by Dr. Ralph Moyer. Even Edward Teller studied it a long time ago, the hybrid between fission and fusion. So a thorium type of a reactor of that kind would make fusion available in our lifetime. Wow, wonderful. So we'll have both fusion and thorium reactors at the same time. So I hope I answered your question.
So then we get one last question.
Yes, sir.
From what I heard from your answer to Dr. LeBlanc's question, you have looked a bit into the burnup calculations?
Well, we were planning on doing it. We can provide you with spectra if you need to start it, but we haven't started it. Monish got a job offer, and we stopped at that. No, we didn't do it.
How do you do this with MCMP?
Oh, you start with my understanding,
Because
of course.
the fission products aren't.
No, what you do is that for a given salt configuration, you have seen the neutron spectra there. So that would be your input to a fuel management code like origin. All right? And in that case, you can predict as a function of time how the fuel composition changes as you run the salt in within a given neutron source. And the neutron source doesn't have to be from DD, from DT, or from fission. It could be also accelerator-driven type of spallation source. So we planned on investigating it. We didn't have the time. I think one of the gentlemen in the talks at the end of the day will be talking about the possibility of accelerator breeder too.
Right, but how do you remove the fission products in the code?
You simply, Monish will answer that question.
Like Origin S has some, you can call some functions. You can tell it that you're removing products from your system.
Okay, so Origin does this?
Yeah.
Okay. Here we have another PhD in the making. So,
all right, very good. And Magdi, I want to return this book. Magdi and our old friend Takesh Kamei and even Dr. Furukawa is in here. So if you wanted to buy a nice book that actually talks about thorium and that real printed old book there.
You can keep it, John.
No, you told me you wanted it back.
You want it?
You're
You
like,
can
this
keep
is
it,
my
John.
very
Okay.
Well, thank you. Look, I'm coming out ahead on this conference already. All right, so thank you very much, Doctor. And I want to very quickly trying to bring the train into the station here, but I do want to say a few words about Stephen Boyd. Stephen Boyd has managed to corral the vast energies of Kim Lawrence Johnson and Kevin Stone, and he started a company with really great promise, Half-Light, and I got to say, it's he's honored me by allowing me to see a little bit into some of the work they're doing, and it's very impressive, and it could make it's one of those things that I was saying earlier, we can't fix every single problem in the world, but Steve and Kim and Kevin have some very, very innovative solutions, and it's the sort of work they do, because these are chemical reactors that we tend to be talking about here. The work that they do is the work that's going to allow us to progress. So with that, I want to introduce Stephen Boyd, newly minted Dr. Stephen Boyd, to come and talk to us. Thank you, Stephen. Oh, I'm sorry. Either one. You can yell into that thing, but if you want to run around.
I'm going to run around.
Sure. Especially if you're running around.
I am going to be running around.
Those are what these are made for. Okay.
So anytime you run around, just grab that thing, or just talking to it the whole time.
Hi, thank you very much for that introduction, John. I am going to be running around, so I guess I should have this in my hand. A good friend of mine who's a really good physicist called my son kinetic, and so I thought that was a pretty appropriate term for me too. So as John mentioned, we're very, very happy that this paper was accepted for peer review by the American Nuclear Society. This will be published hopefully in June or July of this year in Nuclear Technology, so you guys can read it. John has graciously allowed to print up 30 copies, so hopefully we're going to have that either by the end of the day or by tomorrow, so anybody who's interested in reading the paper. So, and as he mentioned, Kevin Stone and Kim Johnson and Dr. John Palumbo, who's not here today, but Kim and Kevin are here, and we put a lot of work into this paper. The motivation for this paper is, we presented this at the Nuclear Emerging Technologies for Space conference in Albuquerque, New Mexico in February. The motivation for this is that there's been a lot of talk about the extensive use of silicon carbide in molten salt cooled as well as molten salt reactors. Being chemists, we, and me personally, having a very personal experience with silicon and silicon fluoride for my PhD work, I knew that wasn't a tremendously good idea. And so we set about, I'm going to try a button here. There we go. Okay. So the theme of the conference actually was trying to get nuclear power adjusted in terms of the actual devices themselves to accommodate space travel or off-world living. That brings in a whole set of more robust variables that need to be attended to. And as I was speaking with one of the gentlemen here whose father actually worked on the SNAP reactor, that's pretty interesting. I'll talk about that in just a minute. He's right there. There he is. So this is a very brief history of nuclear energy sources for space applications. Very unfortunately, the Americans historically had some really robust ideas and never went through with them, unfortunately. The Russians actually did a phenomenal job of using nuclear reactors in space with the famous Book 3 design. So here's the SAFE, the so-called SAFE, the Safe, Affordable, Efficient Engine Roadmap that was proposed as right here, as cited here, by NASA and JPL. And unfortunately, very little of this has actually come to fruition, and I find that very unfortunate. As Kevin Stone actually mentioned in his talk last year, I believe, he spoke about the Prometheus program, which was unfortunately dramatically scaled back and then unfortunately pretty much lost congressional steam. As I mentioned before, we have the SNAP series of reactors right here. Unfortunately, I believe historically only one was launched and failed as a result of the DC voltage issue, and that was the end of that. So it's very disappointing. This is an excellent article for anybody who's interested in reading about the history as well as the design features that go along with space-based nuclear reactors. Busby and Leonard right here. Very difficult to actually get a copy of that, so I'm happy to send the PDF to anyone who'd be interested. So, as I mentioned with the title, one interesting design for nuclear reactors is the pebble bed modular reactor. At the heart of it is the TRISO fuel unit. We have a cutaway version here. Okay, here's the UO2 pellet that's inside, or pebble, and here we get to the meat of the matter. We've got porous carbon. We've got an inner layer of pyrolytic carbon, we've got a silicon carbide barrier, and we've got an outer layer of pyrolytic carbon. Why is the pyrolytic carbon used? It's because it's basically chemically inert in a fluorinating bath. However, it also has no tensile strength. There's no structural intensity to pyrolytic carbon. And again, here's another graphic. Here's the UO2 or THO2, thorium dioxide, that could be used at the heart of these TRISO shells. In an alternative version, you can use graphite, but again, graphite has very, very little structural integrity. Okay? In stark contrast to silicon carbide, which is used as a refractory material, which can tolerate gargantuan changes in temperature with no loss of structural integrity. However, there is a chemical compatibility issue. So let's talk a little bit. I don't know, maybe you guys can hear me like this? All right, there we go. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the crystallography, about the structure of silicon carbide. So we look at the ball and stick figure here. I prefer to use this cartoon. Why? Because it's a tetrahedron, okay? 4 points. I like the carbon at the center, and I like the silicons on the vertices of the tetrahedron. Why? Because carbon obeys the 8-electron, the Lewis-Octet rule. Silicon doesn't. So it makes the chemistry, to think about the chemistry and the interactivity of fluorinating salts with silicon a little bit easier to think about. Oh, great. Check. There we go. Okay. Silicon carbide is a very, very interesting material. It has fabulous properties. Well, let's think a little bit more about the crystallography. And I just inserted, thanks to Vince, I just inserted this slide because I wanted people to think about the way these tetrahedra can stack, okay? The way they can stack up. Okay, so now remember, these are represented in this cartoon as solid objects, but remember, we've got silicon at the vertices, and we've got the carbon at the center, right? This is an opaque tetrahedron right now, but just think about the carbon. But now let's talk about the geometry. There's several ways we can stack these tetrahedra on top of one another. We can stack it in parallel fashion, so all the points are pointing in one direction. We can stack it in an anti-parallel fashion. Now look at what happens. There's a hole here. To those of you who study crystallography, what does that represent? It represents a drop in symmetry, because you've got a hole there. That represents, concomitantly, an increase in chemical reactivity potential. And so too, I will show you that we have rather interesting evidence, and convincingly so, of that. So I was kind of hinting toward the different stacking motifs that could occur. And sure enough, there are quite a number of them. You can stack those silicon carbide tetrahedra in different fashions as you go up. Stack up. And these are named historically here. Okay, but there are different stacking motifs. Now look, AB, ABC, ABAC, ABC, ACB. Why is this permissible? This is permissible because that tetrahedron can be stacked. It's symmetric in all directions. So it can be stacked in these different configurations, and it's nevertheless the same. Okay? There are changes in symmetry, however, and those drops in symmetry translate, generally speaking, into an increase in chemical reactivity. In this particular case, this is an example of so-called polytypism. So it's chemically identical, but the stacking motifs in the crystal are actually different. In addition to polytypism, you can have alternating layers of each polytype. So now look at the patterns that we have here. So now we have almost kind of a parallel herringbone pattern here. And remember, these are all just stacking motifs of the silicon carbide tetrahedron. These differences, this robust difference in variety, actually does not bode well for the chemical reactivity. A little bit more about the structure of silicon carbide here. So here we have a phase diagram. And now, obviously, we would love to use silicon carbide in a molten salt reactor because it's got good tensile strength, okay? It's a refractory material, okay? So it can perform over a huge temperature range. And it's got a fabulously high phase change point, okay? And oh look, we have what seems to be a very clear difference between the alpha and beta polytypes. In reality, of course, I've just shown you that that's actually not the case. And there's decades of evidence, crystallographic evidence, of this. Here's the structure of silicon carbide. There's the decomposition point. So now, but wait a second, it's not symmetric as we go up and down. It's not symmetric as we go up and down. It would be great if it were, but it's not. So there are energy differences associated with the increase and decrease. And these are reflected in the expansion coefficients. So it's expanding at a different rate. So if we're thinking, dl dt, where capital T is temperature, or per unit time, it changes. This is a great diagram. It's confusing, but let me walk you through it really, really briefly. This is a Berger vector diagram, okay? And the crystallography was worked out by Berger as to which motif it goes to and which direction. And so I'm not going to bore you with screw planes and glide planes and all this other stuff, but this is a workout of how silicon carbide changes, basically. How the screw planes, how those tetrahedra move as a function of temperature. So for the physicists, including my co-author Kevin Stone, we like to think about things in terms of band gap. So we have a rearrangement of the silicon carbide layers, and look at the band gap. Look at the energy differences here. This is definitely enough to make a difference in terms of chemical reactivity, okay? Look at the massive change in the crystallographic C lattice constant. Massive, absolutely massive. What does that mean in layman's terms? That means there is much more availability for chemical reactivity along the crystallographic C for that particular motif, the 6H motif. For us, this is what drove the argument home. Let me walk you through this very, very briefly. We use X-rays to look at crystals, to figure out those structures, okay? And it's like a fingerprint. We have the alpha peak, these are called reflections into theta, and we have the beta. Nishimura, a researcher out of Japan, did this work. Did it with fly and the different polytypes of silicon carbide. Did it at temperature, so 587 Celsius. Okay, so actual fly, silicon carbide, 2 different polytypes. So this is his baseline, right? This is his control, okay? After only 1 day of exposure to fly at 587 Celsius, look at the difference. The beta polytype reflection is gone. So what is happening? It's dissolving. It's actually dissolving. Now, we have a lot more evidence. We have actually 50 citations in our paper. And in fact, some of the citations came directly from Per Peterson's research out of the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Why? Because Luke Olson, the PhD candidate, who has now gone on to get his PhD and is now a postdoctoral fellow, actually found silicon fluoride residue in the molten salt loop that he was working with. Now, one could argue, okay, fine, the molten salt that he was using was not fly. It was actually more caustic. It was Flinac. It was more caustic than fly. So now, after 1 day of dipping, we already have a change in 2 theta for the beta. After 3 days, oh, wait a second, now we have the emergence of other peaks. So we have in situ shifting, and then after 10 days of dipping, all of your crystallinity is going away. So it's actually dissolving. So conclusions. The rich variety of silicon carbide in terms of its crystallographic structure is actually a liability. As much as I personally, as a solid-state chemist, would love to use silicon carbide, we can't use it in the molten salt because they dissolve, okay? The fluorinating baths dissolve, and there is unbelievably conclusive evidence right there, after only 10 days at 587 Celsius. So even cursory exposure to fluorinating molten salts is very, very bad for silicon carbide integrity. Space-based or terrestrial nuclear reactor design must consider alternatives to silicon carbide. And in the paper, we actually cite some work by a very good condensed matter physicist named Natalia Baklanova, with whom I've communicated several times. She's out of Novosibirsk, and she's got some excellent carbon-carbon composite alternatives. And so for future work, I would love to get my hands on some DFT modeling, and I gave this talk actually at Los Alamos, and I was working with an excellent DFT chemist who is a friend of ours, a friend of Kim's and Cavin's, and I would love to model extensively with alternative materials such as titanium carbide, this should be a slash, carbon-carbon composites such as TKM, as well as M, where M represents the metal carbide composite hybrids, and functionalized carbon scaffolding. So space-based or terrestrial nuclear reactor design must consider alternatives to silicon carbide if they're going to be taken seriously. And we cite several pieces of ongoing work, actually by Charles Forsberg and Per Peterson that find silicon carbide residues in their molten salt loops post-mortem. And so that's it. So I know this is very technical, but if anybody has any questions,
lower your bar.
So again, Steve Johnson, that's an excellent chemistry that we have in the paper that he worked out, and thanks to Kevin Stone and Dr. John Colombo, who's unable to attend, but we're very pleased that we've gotten published on this paper, and we want to do future work.
Do you have some questions? I'll let you pick them. Go ahead.
Was the shifting you're seeing purely a thermal effect as it goes through phase change?
Oh, that's actually a great question. So the question was it a thermal effect or was it a chemical effect? It's a neutronic effect as well as a chemical effect. So the dissolution of the silicon carbide crystal lattices is a direct result of the chemical reactivity with the fluorinating salt. But the neutronic effects are also very interesting. When I gave my talk at Los Alamos in February, a very interesting fellow came up to me and started speaking to me. And he actually did neutronic simulations on silicon carbide and found something very interesting that I didn't know about. After 4.6 years of thermal neutron flux exposure, the silicon turns to magnesium. If anybody knows anything about magnesium carbide, it's not stable. It's not stable. There are some tropes that are stable, but not the ones that end up in here. They couldn't actually get a stable trope of magnesium carbide as a direct result of neutron flux exposure and the change from silicon to magnesium. So, yeah, very, very interesting. So it's going to fall apart from the inside or the outside, either way. Yeah, so that was really interesting. And those guys, they did not get funded, by the way, at Los Alamos. So he and his wife are both physicists. They're both excellent researchers. They did that on the weekends by themselves. That was impressive. Because that was a really sexy question that they wanted to answer, and they answered it.
Do you expect any reaction soon from Per Peterson?
No. The short answer is no, because I cited his own work.
Yeah.
I cited Luke Olson's own work.
You basically just showed that his three-cell pebbles ain't going to work.
And that's true, but I didn't have to show him that because I pulled, if you notice, some of the earliest citations are from 1968, before I was born. So I don't know. I don't know what.
It seems odd.
It does seem odd.
Thank you.
So the silicon carbide space where they rolled out, do you think that other carbides might have similar effects like titanium carbide?
Yes, it's possible. Okay, so titanium carbide in and of itself will definitely not work. It'll be highly reactive. However, what Natalia Baklanova in Novosibirsk has been working on, and as well as other researchers, mostly physicists in Russia, have been working on carbon-carbon composites, and basically using carbides as
try and find the hard grooves.
glue in between the carbon fibers. So long as there's no actual exposure, it provides the structural integrity that you would want and the chemical non-reactivity that you want. And of course, using materials, clever materials like the carbides with metals, for example, like titanium, which won't have a problem with the absorption of neutrons, great. That might work. But it's still, there's a lot of research that needs to be done.
Cool. Any more? Very good. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you very much. Well, we're either going to have a talk by we're either going to have a talk by Robert Hargraves, or seeing as he's missing, we may just jump to Alex Canera to pinch hit. Yeah, left you flat-footed, huh? What? Oh, you seen a man about a horse? Okay. Well, talk amongst yourselves. Discuss the implications of limitless energy on future society, and we'll bring our speaker right up here as soon as we got him. this being our fifth international conference, I believe you've been to every single one of these, haven't you? Or maybe you missed the last
one.
year.
I broke my foot.
Oh. But he's been a presence at them all. And he certainly, a long time ago, did one of the more comprehensive and better summaries of what this is all about and the possibilities. And he's on like version 5.0 of AIM High, but you can still see his Google talk from several years ago, and it was very inspiring. And I just want to thank you for all you've done, Robert. Thank you so much. And here you go.
A few years ago, I gave a talk. Is this thing on?
There's one at the stand that might work.
No. Just use the one at the podium, I'm afraid. We're at the end of the day, the batteries are farmed out.
Oh, I see. We'll try this one first.
No, that one's already dead.
That's dead already. All right.
Here. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, give that a shot.
That's good. A few years ago, I gave a talk called Aim High, and today a couple people said that they've been buying the book. Well, thank you very much. But today, we might actually change the topic a little bit. I've come across another idea, and that is aim low. And by low, I mean cost. Cost is the crucial element for success of an innovative new energy technology. First thing we're going to do is look a little bit at the social aspects. Remember now, coal plant pollution puts small particulates in the air, less than about 2.5 microns, that actually cause respiratory illness and disease, kill that many people a year. We've actually cut that number in half over the last decade by reducing some of the sulfur dioxide emissions at coal plants. But perhaps 1 million people die worldwide from this source of air pollution. I'm not going to go deeply into global warming except to say it's not a good thing. For example, it makes it hard to grow food if you don't have water supply in the summertime from glaciers that used to provide summer meltwater. I'm going to talk a little bit about resource contention. We were hearing a bit about the trillions of dollars from Mike Kennedy that we spend on defending our oil supplies in the Middle East. This is a picture of Kuwait during the Iraq withdrawal, where they set the oil wells afire. Again, this is competition for natural resources caused by an expanding population and an expanding use of energy. I'll spend a couple of minutes on this slide again. This is a plot I used with CIA data. Each dot corresponds to a nation, and on the x-axis, the number of children per woman, and on the y-axis, the GDP per capita, more or less like income. And you can see that those countries that are very, very poor have the largest birth rates, the largest exploding population. You can also see that today the stable population rate is about 2.2 children per woman. And you can see that all those nations that have stable or contracting birth rates are the ones that have the higher GDP. I made an arbitrary decision, and I said about $7,500 a year is the modest prosperity it takes to achieve that level of population stability. The other point here is that energy helps and drives prosperity. Now, prosperity depends on other things. It depends on the rule of law, property rights, education, healthcare, good government, all those things. But the most important kind of energy is electric power. That's the thing that seems highly correlated to prosperity. And here again, that $7,500 prosperity level seems to correspond to about 2,000 kilowatt hours per year of power. We in the US are about 12,000 off the chart. Canada's 14,000. So we need that energy, but everyone knows this. And the developing nations want more electric power for their people to improve their lifestyles, to improve the education of women, so that they get jobs, so that they're more cautious about how many children their families might have, and so on. So they're going to burn coal. Now, you hear a lot of talk about, aren't we doing well passing carbon taxes? Aren't we doing well with more solar panels, more wind power? In fact, we're about to double the amount of coal, or double it, literally. That's what's happening. Because coal provides the electricity that provides the prosperity the nations want. Now, carbon taxes aren't enough. Here's an economist, a guy who's a special advisor to the United Nations, the head of the Columbia University Earth Institute. We need more than a price on carbon. We need new technology, and we need to get that technology in the hands of the developing nations. Now, we argue sometimes that, well, let's talk to China. Let's have China not burn so much coal. They're burning more coal than we are. But China has more people than we do. Here's a 2-year-old article in the China Times defending their point of view. And they're saying, wait a minute, the US and all the other OECD nations gained their prosperity from burning coal. It was cheap energy. And right now, in the air, 1,000 tons per person is from the US. And the China people have only put in 76 tons. So if you want to talk to us about fairness, okay, when we get to the US level, we'll talk about reducing coal gas emissions. So that's their argument. It's a you can't win that argument. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the New World Order. This is a book by Fareed Zakaria, who's the editor of Newsweek, who also runs the CNN program Global Public Square. He has a new book, and people don't particularly like the title. But he's trying to point out that the rest of the world's prosperity is beginning to rise. And one of the reasons it's rising is trade, economics. Economics is more important than politics. We can say, please sign a treaty, but what's going to happen is each nation has its own economic objective, and those are going to dominate. World trade has changed dramatically. There was an article in The Economist about 3 or 4 weeks ago about the impact of the shipping container. It's phenomenal. It was designed to avoid theft and so on at shipping ports. And eventually that shipping container in 10 years or so was not on just ships, but on railroad cars, tractor trailers. It cut the cost of loading and unloading by a factor of 4. It speeded up international trade. It's a little box is literally a driver of our economic trade. So that trade is driving the world. Look at China. It's not managing its affairs through the gun so much as through economics. So the Washington Examiner says economics trumps politics except in the US. We haven't realized that. So we're still thinking we can encourage people to sign treaties. But people don't want to sign treaties. Kyoto failed, Copenhagen failed, Rio failed, Bonn failed, Durban failed. 30,000 people went to Durban, South Africa to solve the world climate problem with a treaty. You know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again with the same result. Let's look at coal. Coal is the wonder fuel. It's the one that's providing prosperity to the developing world today. And I'm going to have a little model that we use for all sources of energy. We'll talk about the capital cost, the cost of the fuel, and operations. And in this whole model, I'm doing a simple capital cost recovery scheme. That is, I make the assumption that the cost of capital is 8%, recovered over 40 years, and we run the plant at 90% capacity. And the reason I do that is because $1 capital cost turns out to be 1 cent per kilowatt hour. So math is easy. So an advanced new coal plant, if you wanted to build one today, about 2.8 cents per kilowatt hour. So that's where the capital cost comes from. That nice picture on the left is one of the things the clean coal people love to talk about. It is an integrated gasification combined cycle coal plant. The idea of that is instead of burning the coal in air, we burn it in pure oxygen at a higher temperature, get more efficiency, and the exhaust gas is no nitrogen, so we can extract the CO2 easily and bury it somewhere. Okay, but that's pretty expensive. Somehow or other, the price is off the bottom of the screen. That's the difference between PowerPoint on various computers. But it's that number is about 5 cents on the next line. Okay, so and that's without carbon capture. What about natural gas? You know, natural gas prices, you've noticed, are going up. Everyone said natural gas is the ideal fuel. Less CO2, cheaper. Here's the math on that. Louisiana natural gas at the beginning of the year was about $3 million. It's now about, $3 a million BTU. Now it's about 4. In Japan, it's 16. If you look at the map, it's more expensive all over the world. What's going to happen? People are going to build gas liquefaction plants. They're going to buy more tankers. They're going to ship U.S. natural gas all around the world, such as to Japan. So that's what's happening in Japan. That's going to draw up the price of natural gas in the U.S. It's already $4. I predicted in the book $5. I think we'll get there because that's roughly the cost of the production. We had a glut of natural gas 2 years ago because of the shale gas had just come in. A lot of people were on that bandwagon and get a warm winter. That's why the prices were so low. They're going to come up. The other point is that when you have a cheap energy source like natural gas, it attracts people to use it. We have industries moving from Europe to the U.S. just to do manufacturing using that natural gas. So if there's an opportunity to use natural gas instead of oil at a third price, of course, industry is going to, again, increase the demand for natural gas and pull the price up. Here's the EIA projections. You can look those up too. So I felt pretty comfortable with the $5 number that I used in trying to figure out how much natural gas costs. First thing to notice is the capital cost is pretty low. It's only about $1 a watt for a combined cycle plant. It's a good plant. Combined cycle plant is one that burns the natural gas in the turbine, and then takes the heat of the exhaust and uses it to make steam. It runs a steam boiler. So it's combined, it's both a gas cycle and a steam turbine cycle. It's 60% efficient. That's really pretty good. That is, 60% of all the thermal energy is eventually converted to mechanical and electrical energy. I picked a fuel cost of $5 per million to come up with that number. If, in fact, it really plummeted back down to what it was on December 1st, well, we really get the cost of new natural gas power down a bit. But the reality is, we don't use combined cycle gas turbines at 60% efficiency. We use ones that are 30 or 33 or 35% efficient today. Only single cycle gas turbines. That's what we use. And the price of that natural gas is more expensive. And we'll look at why. First thing, we'll come to that in a minute. Wind, same game here. Try to find out how much does wind electricity cost. Well, if you listen to the Wind Industry Association, they'll say wind is underselling nuclear, wind is underselling coal, and so on. And these are all sort of true statements, but these are caused by rules and laws and subsidies and fees. If you really want to know what something's going to cost, find out how much it costs to make, and divide by the lifetime power production capacity. So when I do that, the EIA says a low number. The Energy Information Administration, or the DOE. I don't know why it's so low. But if you look in the newspapers and try and find out what the costs of these projects are, and divide by the power produced, then you must divide by the capacity factor. Why? Because you only recover your costs when you're generating power. So the capital cost per average watt for Cape Wind is $5.80. Remember, natural gas was $1. New nuclear power is about $5. Okay, coal was 2.3. $5.80. Deep water wind off Rhode Island, $7. So that's how I come up with that model that says 18.4 cents per kilowatt hour. You say, Bob, that's really high. So I check it. Here's the deal that Cape Wind made with the utilities in Massachusetts, who were forced to do that because they wanted to merge and the department put a little pressure on them. So the contract literally is 16 cents escalating to 24 cents, plus another 2 cents if the reduction tax credit ever expires. So those numbers are about right. The other odd thing is that if you were a utility company and you had a choice of either building a natural gas power plant or building a wind turbine and a natural gas power plant to back it up, here are the decisions you have to think about. First thing is that natural gas combined turbine, natural gas combustion turbine, the inexpensive one that starts off quickly, has a low efficiency, perhaps 30%. The combined cycle gas turbine, the one that has that nice 60% efficiency that we like, takes a long time to heat up because we've got to get a head of steam going before we can generate electricity. So, let's take a look at a couple of alternatives the power company has to think about. Let's build a wind turbine. But the wind turbine is only going to be running 30% of the time. So we need to back it up with natural gas 70% of the time. It's only burning at 29% efficiency, so it's using that many megawatts thermal of natural gas on the average. Compare that to a combined cycle gas turbine with no wind backup. Just for example, it uses less natural gas. So we never should have built a wind turbine in the first place. Solar energy, okay, better. 22 cents for the capital cost recovery. Again, look hard in the newspapers or wherever, find out the places where you get the total reported cost of the project, divide by the power production capacity, and in the case of solar, capacity factor is about 0.2, 20% of the time, generating full power. Average power output, 20%. Fuel costs are nicely zero. This is a picture of a Bright Source project in California. There are 3, 2 have been canceled. In Bright Source, the numbers are $5.6 per watt, still going, not running yet. Look, Abengoa, Arizona, Spanish firms bleeding Spain out of its money, 5.7 cents a watt. So it's really very expensive. And checking that math, did I say 23 cents? Here are the deals. Albiasa in Spain made a deal with its utility for that kind of power at 35 cents a kilowatt hour. All Earth in Vermont that we visited made a deal with the state of Vermont's utility companies, and with a little pressure from the government, for 30 cents a kilowatt hour, because the developer made a lot of campaign contributions to the administration. So those are the numbers. Very expensive. I took my class on a visit to each kind of power plant. In the morning we studied it, and after we visited, it was a lot of fun. Here's a wood chip plant in Springfield, Massachusetts. They take logs and they burn them in a 20 megawatt power plant. Here, capital cost recovery, about 4 cents a kilowatt hour. Not too bad. Wood is expensive. Wood is expensive because you have to transport it. Go to the forest, cut it down, pull it out, bring it to the plant. I found out the prices that these plants were paying for wood, computed the BTU per ton of wood to electrical power and so on, and we came up with a cost of fuel of about 4.7 cents on the average for biofuel. This is for wood fuel. Now, this is the most efficient way to use biofuels. I mean, when we talk about cars and cellulosic ethanol, all that sort of thing, we don't take that material and just burn it. We add a lot more energy and effort. Nothing could be more efficient than simply burning it in the first place. So biofuels are going to be more expensive than this. Okay, let's take a look. There's the competition. Okay, coal is the big competition. Gas, we should understand too, although in the interim, we're happy to use gas because it's a half to even a quarter of the CO2 emissions. A combined cycle gas turbine with that high efficiency not only benefits from the sort of twice the number of BTU per ton of CO2, it also benefits from the higher temperature and the higher efficiency. A quarter. But that's not advertised. It's only advertised as half because we don't have that many combined cycle gas turbines because we can't use them to back up windmills. So, we want to undersell gas too. But people say, well, wait a minute, we need to, if only we could make wind turbines more efficient. Okay, well, we built tens, maybe 100,000 wind turbines. We're kind of traversed that learning curve quite a bit so far. Solar is the same. It's a long way to go. Or maybe we should have batteries. Well, if you want to store a day's worth of electricity from a wind turbine and then resell it and recover the cost of the battery, move the decimal point over 1. All right. Today I'm a fan of the denatured molten salt reactor. And here's a little bit of a busy diagram just to kind of let you remember what it is. It's a big vat of a single kind of a fluid, and in that molten salt are dissolved the fissile U-235 to start it up, and we add thorium-232. In the denatured version, there's a lot of 238 in there as well. And we can separate out some of the fission products, not all of them. After, 15 or 30 years or something like that, we have to do some major reprocessing or throw away all the salt solution. But that's the alternative. That's the possible cost innovation that we see. How much should it cost? Well, here are the various proposals who have built these reactors over the years, divided by the power, and inflated the current dollars. And I'm saying the target's about $2. Well, that's okay. Remember, I'm saying $2 per watt for a DMSR in production. And we've gone through a learning curve. These are costs that include a lot of R&D. Okay, you probably know all of these. I'll go through these pretty quickly. These are the benefits of the liquid fuel form, the high heat transfer, the fact that you can process chemicals continuously, that it spews out into the floor as a solid. The safety factors, that it's intrinsically stable. It can't really melt down because it already is. There's no propulsive pressure to push any radioactive materials out into the environment if there's a problem. The backup plan is the freeze plug. If it ever does overheat, all that drains into a non-critical configured tank. Okay. Another point being, no big structural costs for a big containment vessel and dome. Now we get to the high temperature aspects. Once we get to the high temperature, 700 degrees centigrade salt outlet temperature, we have the opportunity to use more efficient power conversion cycles. Remember the combined cycle gas turbine that has 60% efficiency? That's because of the high temperature of the gas burning inside that turbine. High temperature here can also be harvested to get to perhaps 50% efficiency. Or we could even skip the water cooling and use an open air cycle cooling system for arid lands or places where people are concerned about the water quality at a little higher cost because of a little less efficiency. Yet another technology on the horizon, the supercritical CO2 cycle, that's even smaller in its size. There's a nice little graphic from an MIT paper there. But there's more R&D to be done on that as well. If you don't want to do any R&D, stick with the steam cycle. Get away with a little less efficiency, but that's fine. Siemens claims they're going to have a 50% efficient steam turbine. They're going to start building it in 2015, running at 700 C. Here's a picture. This one I discovered Yin Hang Yang. You've seen it in his talk. So there's plenty of thorium. It's inexpensive. That's about it. Lots of it everywhere. The monzonite sands on the beaches alone have 1,000 years worth of world power right there. Now, my analog to building these in production is the aircraft industry. The aircraft industry has the same safety constraints the nuclear industry does. We don't want to kill people in airplanes. We have some corrosion of materials to worry about. We have regulatory issues. We have documentation control. Right? We have fancy electronic systems, redundancy, training, all the same things in both industries. And Boeing alone produces more than one airplane per day. That's what I want to do with small modular power plants. And if you do that, you traverse the learning curve. Back around World War II times, they discovered that they were paying too much for airplanes because the aircraft manufacturers were learning to do things more cheaply if they built more and more of them. And at that time, the cost was dropping about 20% for every doubling of production. In today's electronics industry, the learning curve ratio is about 50%. And a conservative number from the Chicago School of Economics here is about 10% for nuclear power. But even in nuclear power at 10%, if we build 1,000 reactors, we should be able to drop the costs by about 65%, if you believe the concept of the learning curve. Now, this goes a little bit against the grain of engineers who say, well, economy of scale means we should build bigger plants. But there's an argument here. Now, let's look, how can we undersell coal? Well, I say, look, capital cost at $2 a watt is about 2 cents a kilowatt hour. The thorium costs are trivial, but if we're going to do a DMSR, we need some uranium-235. That's going to add about 0.1 cent per kilowatt hour from, that's a number I stole from David LeBlanc. Somewhere around 3 cents. Coal, gas, for the AP1000, which is the most successfully sold new Gen 3 plus power plant, I divided the cost of the power plant in Tech in Georgia by the watts, with $6.04 a watt. Fuel cost in the industry is typically about 0.7 cents a kilowatt hour, so 8 cents. What about the vaunted IFR, liquid fuel, liquid metal cooled fast reactor? Our experiences in the past have been that those have always been more expensive than pressurized water reactors. And for example, the Phoenix reactor, Super Phoenix, costs like twice as much as the equivalent light water reactor. TerraPower's objective is to bring it down to the cost of a pressurized water reactor. So I said, okay, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. 1.0 times 6.4. Fuel costs, well, wait a minute, fuel is free, right? It's only U-238, you have plenty of that. Well, the problem with that is we need a lot of fiscal startup for one of these reactors. And if you think of the cost of that and amortize that startup fuel cost over the life of the plant, there's about a penny a kilowatt hour just for the fiscal startup fuel. So our vaunted IFR, or TerraPower, is actually not less expensive than an AP1000. I think the only thing we can see on the horizon that's going to undersell coal and gas is the simplest version of a liquid fuel reactor, the ancient molten salt reactor. Okay, so let's start building them, commercialize them. What will happen if we build one a day? If we build one a day, we can replace 1,400 gigawatts of power from coal plants worldwide. Takes a while. Takes 38 years at one a day. Not only that, remember, that doesn't even count the demand increasing. Remember I said the number of coal plants are going to double? So if we did that, we'd only be standing still. Okay, well, let's build twice as many, solve that problem, and go on to the next problem. The next problem is, what do we do about fuels? What do we do about fossil fuel, liquid vehicle fuels for airplanes and cars and so on? Well, a couple of things. One is a high temperature reactor is much more efficient at dissociating hydrogen than is, say, a pressurized water reactor or any other such source. But here's one example of how to do that. You can use a couple of cycles here. None of this has been done at factory scale. This has all been done at lab scale. But it is a source of hydrogen from water. And if we use that hydrogen, we can actually use it as a fuel. I used to worry a lot about blowing up all the time. But in fact, there are ways to deal with the hydrogen in the vehicle. Here's one. A Honda Clarity is available in California. There are maybe a dozen hydrogen filling stations in California, and they're experimenting with it. You can buy that car today. But if you don't like hydrogen per se, we can get a more dense and easily transported vehicle fuel by combining it with either nitrogen or carbon to make ammonia or a hydrocarbon fuel. And these examples are right here. They're not quite as good as the energy density of gasoline. Gasoline is a great fuel, about twice as energy dense. But it's the way to go. Here's an example of an ammonia product. Michigan's example. What about nuclear ammonia? How's it going to work out? Well, gasoline at $4 a gallon turns out to be mostly the cost of crude oil. It's about $3. You know, we complain about the oil companies and their profit margins and distributions and so on. But you know, it's 10 or 15% profit, 10 or 15% for refining. Most of the money for gasoline is crude oil, so the energy. So if I just compare the energy cost for the gasoline to the energy cost for ammonia at a hypothetical price from the paper mentioned in the book, we can see that ammonia could be quite less expensive. And in fact, I don't know if you saw on Facebook page, there's a new fancy sports car in Europe, a Toyota something or other, with a big Italian name, running on ammonia. A lot of fun. Okay, but hydrocarbons are great. I mean, we know how to make airplanes run on jet fuel. We'd like more of that. The only problem with that, we've got to get carbon into that fuel. It's a hydrocarbon. We need a carbon neutral source. So where do you get those? Well, Green Freedom had the idea, and many people had this idea, of literally using bicarbonates to pull CO2 out of the air and process it and so on. It's a marginally profitable deal. Jim Holm works hard on this project. So look at coal2nuclear.com sometime, or look him up, and you'll get a lot of information about his ideas for pulling carbon CO2 from the air. Another thing to do is to simply use plants. Today, we think about biofuels, we think about literally using for the energy that's in them from the sunlight that's stored by burning them. But the other thing you could do is simply not think about that, but use them simply as a carbon source. Use the hydrogen from a DMSR to actually hydrogenate it in a fancy reactor. And you can actually generate fuel directly from biomass. Cattle lung itself, a lot of people are proposing using more cattle lung. India uses it, not very efficient. But that made me think about one more thing, and that is we have a system that collects lots of hydrocarbon waste all over, and it's very efficient. We all generate about 100 grams per person per day. So it's, half of that is that's carbon. Just in the math for Chicago, we could generate 18 million gallons of fuel a year right here in Chicago. So keep your mind open for all kinds of sources of energy foundations. China is doing that. We went to China, Gordon and I, in December. And here's the project you heard spoken about. And I signed some books there too. That's Bien Zhang, and that's Xu Hongji, the director of the project, who's leading that work. He's got a good track record. The last project he did was a sort of third or fourth generation X-ray source, big accelerator. We all toured it and were impressed. Okay, so aim low. Cost is crucial. The new economic order means that politics is relatively unimportant. We can't pass carbon. We need to have a new, innovative energy source cheaper than coal. Thank you.
Yay! Thank you so much, Robert. Thank you. That was wonderful. Thank you so much. So I'm going to very quickly go over some stuff here. We've kind of got to the end of the day here, and I really appreciate, I know it's a long slog sometimes, a lot of information into your brain bucket, but I'm going to give you some beer to fix it in place soon. But I want to just do a little bit of storekeeping here. Can I get my young friend Katie to come up here for a second? While she's coming up here, I want to put Mark Helper on the spot and ask him in a very public forum if he can't help us do a FOIA request to find out all those questions we've always had about just what the agreement is between the Department of Energy and our Chinese friends. And here's my friend. So Katie, we have a very good supporter, a lawyer down in Tennessee, Robert Orr, and he wanted you to have this book. And it's kind of a little bit of a collector's item. It's from 1947, and it's The Growth of Physical Science, and it's a history book about how science came to be. So I'll give it to you in this box, and you can write him a little thank you note. So, okay? So thanks, Katie.
Thank you!
And speaking of books, we'll talk about it probably till you don't like it very much, but we have a book project that we're going to discuss tomorrow. But part of that, we call it the book project because we really don't know what else to call it. It's really the multimedia, how to educate people and everybody project. And a big part of that is work that Gordon MacDowell very generously does. And a fellow in Ireland named Frankie Fenton, and he and Gordon are also working together on that too. And the reason I'm chatting a little bit about it is Frankie just started a Kickstarter, just like Gordon did a little while back. And so I would encourage you to support Frankie's work too. Even with a modest donation, it helps keeping him edging towards his goal. And as you know, it's a very limited amount of time that you have to raise the money. So, kick him a few bucks. Keeps the Irish economy going. What the hell? Those poor guys suffered enough.
John just mentioned the name of the film. It's called The Good Reactor.
I wasn't sure if he kept the same name, but yeah, he's working on a film. You can see a preview for it, The Good Reactor. Maybe we'll even show it tomorrow real quick, the link we have to it. And I won't burden you with having to see a picture of it, but we did recently get our first car donation. So being a 501c3, just to hit that again, you can always donate things to us too, not just super cold hard cash, but you can give us your old cars and things like that, and when we sell them, we send you a little receipt, and that's what you donated to the Thorium Energy Alliance. So a nice way to clear out the attic, and your used BMW M3, when you could, I'll make sure it gets into the proper hands. And I also, Eric Robinson very generously is going to donate something to the Thorium Museum up in Harvard here. You'll enjoy this.
This is the OmniSafe Award. It's for John Kutch, all the work he does and how he inspires people. He gave me hope a few years ago when I found out about thorium. So this is something that I know that people have been asking about for a long time. It's called the thorium blanket. And you've got to be careful because it is a breeder. You can't.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So it's got 4 in the corner, it's got the lifter, and it's got thorium. So John, I'll present this to you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I like the breeder part. That's funny. That's good stuff. Gonna have to use that. Hello, honey. I'm home from spending. So with that, I just want to thank you for the very long day, and with that, the bar's open. We got beer and wine for you. Drink up, and at 6 o'clock, in just about 1 hour, I'm going to start the movie that Robert Stone Productions very generously allowed us to screen, Pandora's Promise. And part of that promise, though, right before you race over and grab your Miller, is he asked everyone to please, whatever social media you're on, like his movie, comment on it. If you blog or you write your grandma, he is bootstrapping it just like Gordon and Frankie Fenton and stuff. So, he needs the help just as much as everyone. And the movie gets officially released June 14th, so in about 2 weeks. So anything you can do in the ensuing 2 weeks to tell your buddies and start a groundswell would be super, super, super duper. All right, thanks, guys. Enjoy the booze and the movie.
Thank you for the beer. I need it.
Yeah, for sure. I need it.